Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, Apocalypse. While Su Pinggan was talking to Wu Sikei about the supermarket, Wee Company was also holding a high-level meeting. All the high-level executives looked unhappy, and many of them had angry expressions on their faces. Why don't we learn from Shaanxi Group and directly cancel the free authorization to the US telecom companies and start charging? Anyway, they don't sell our products, so there is no need to indulge them. Tao Feng's had an angry expression on his face. Wee Company has been deeply involved in communications for many years and has obtained a lot of patents. It can be said that telecom companies in various countries cannot avoid Wee Company's patents. Wee Company has been working hard to develop the US market. As a result, it was targeted again and again. When everything was agreed with the US telecom operators and they were about to sign the contract, the US telecom operators directly regretted it without giving any explanation. Just now, we received news that the largest electronic retailer directly removed Wee Company's mobile phones from the shelves, and also did not give any explanation, which made Wee Company a little unacceptable. Targeted again and again, Wee Company paid a lot for the US market, but got nothing in return. The US market that Wee Company had worked hard to slowly win was cut off. All efforts were in vain. This is intolerable. It's useless. We all know that this is suppression from the United States, and those companies are helpless, said Boss Ren, and the sentence was fundamental. I suggest that we give up the US market directly, and invest all the funds used in the US market in research and development, increase our patent reserves, and consolidate other markets first. It's better than wasting it like this, Meng Weihua said directly. I think it's okay. If you don't stay here, you can stay. There's no need for us to put our faces on the cold buttocks, and Zhongxin also expressed his opinion and agreed to completely withdraw from the US market. There is one thing I can't figure out. Why doesn't the United States target Shaanxi Group? Shaanxi mobile phones enter the US market without any obstacles. Why is this? Liang Hongying frowned and said. The reason why Apocalypse mobile phone was not harassed has a lot to do with Su Pinggan. The United States is a little wary of Su Pinggan's rogue methods. Don't forget that before Apocalypse mobile phone entered the US market, Su Pinggan had a fierce fight with the United States with super fish oil. It's a pity that we didn't think highly of Apocalypse Group at that time. As a result, Su Pinggan turned the tables and reached an understanding with the United States. It's incredible that such a big incident could be resolved peacefully, Zhang Guanghe said directly. The only company that threatened the United States and got away unscathed is Apocalypse Group. Moreover, I can't understand why Guoguo Company, Gujek Company and other internet companies didn't suppress Apocalypse Group. I think there must be something we don't know about it, Tao Feng said with a frown. Indeed, Apocalypse Group is also the same in the European market. It was smooth and weird, and basically did not encounter any difficulties. We spent more than 10 years to open up the European market, and during this period, we paid a lot of manpower and material resources, Duan Enki couldn't help but say. The Apocalypse Group's approach is not suitable for us. Su Pinggan started his business with super fish oil and has monopolized the patent for 20 years. You all know how he caused trouble with the United States. There were even protests in the United States. This shows that various countries are dependent on super fish oil. We don't have this advantage. Another reason why we have developed is the free patent licensing. Once we start charging the United States, what about other countries? They will definitely not be happy if we charge them and will retaliate against us. If we only charge the United States will definitely not agree and will sanction us. Therefore, we cannot charge for the time being. We have many competitors, we can't be unique, Boss Ren said directly, and everyone fell silent. However, we also need to make some adjustments in terms of 5G patents and learn some of the methods of the Apocalypse Group. We can no longer provide it for free. We can charge a low fee, but we cannot charge nothing. This will benefit us a lot. The Apocalypse Group has been able to develop all the way, which has a lot to do with Su Pinggan's character. Young people are full of drive. Look at his decision. He cut off Vietnam's super fish oil for 2 years. After the breakup with South Korea, they reconciled at the end of last year. Each of the 4 major families in South Korea compensated him with 1 billion Cheo coins. Look at the losses caused to South Korea during this period. It is an astronomical figure. It was Su Pinggan's ruthless means that shocked many people in one space for the peaceful development of the Apocalypse Group. Now it is unrealistic for anyone to suppress the Apocalypse Group. Now it seems that Su Pinggan really took the right step, which is worth our deep thought. We lack a kind of deterrent power, so those people want to bite us. After saying this, Boss Ren sighed for a long time. Boss Ren knew a lot about what happened in the Apocalypse Group, especially that the Apocalypse Group directly cancelled all recruitments. Su Pinggan had the courage to do it, but he did not have this courage. I'm very curious. We invest as much in R&D as Apocalypse Group. Why is it that the Research Institute of Apocalypse Group has achieved breakthroughs so quickly? No other company has such a speed. Why is this? Ning Yao frowned and said. Ning Yao is in charge of the research and development of Huawei Company. He has been paying attention to the Research Institute of Apocalypse Group. He found that the Research Institute of Apocalypse Group has obtained a large number of patents in recent years. Huawei Company has also invested a lot. Why is there no such effect? I can give you a little explanation for this. First, you can take a look at the experimental equipment of the various research institutes of the Apocalypse Group. They are all the best in the world, and the hardware is the best in the world. Many of our experimental equipment are designed and customized by ourselves. Because of the blockade against us, we cannot obtain those high-tech equipment. It is said that many of the equipment in the Apocalypse Comprehensive Laboratory are shipped to the country with spare parts, and then assembled by the personnel of these equipment manufacturers. I don't know how it is done. It is said that doing so violates the laws of some countries, but you can see the result. Now no matter what equipment Su Pinggan purchases, there is no blockade. Including some products from the United States, because the blockade is useless. Even if you block it, Su Pinggan can still get equipment from other channels. We lack this kind of flexible means. Secondly, it is a problem of researchers and databases. The several major research institutes of the Apocalypse Group have internal data interconnection and have assembled several supercomputers for maintenance. Researchers can query according to their permissions. The collision of Eastern and Western wisdom will naturally increase the probability of breakthroughs. The last reason is the internal management of the Apocalypse Group. You all know how many employees Su Pinggan has sent to jail in the past 2 years. The internal management is strict and can be said to be the best in the world. According to rumors, many people have been dealt with in secret. This ruthless method is also a deterrent to the outside world. Last year, when I was in a meeting abroad, I discussed this issue with the president of Decad Hunting Company. The dark power in the hands of the Apocalypse Group is very strong. It has fought with several organizations secretly more than once. Whenever Su Pinggan targets an organization against the Apocalypse Group, he has only one word: fight. Never negotiate. One of the organizations wanted to plant a nail when Su Pinggan was recruiting an assistant. After Su Pinggan found out, he directly issued a reward of $2 billion on the dark web. The reward, combined with the power in his hands, caused great losses to the organization, and many Americans died. After this incident, basically no one is secretly attacking the Apocalypse Group. We have also set up research institutes abroad. You all know that our information was stolen cleanly. In the end, we revoked the foreign research institutes and only retain the domestic research institutes. The third reason is the credibility issue. Look at how Su Pinggan treats Dr. Lek, Dr. Naren, Dr. Karen, Miao Yong and other people. Su Pinggan is very good at using a lot of money to buy horse bones. He is called the friend of scientific research. This title has brought Su Pinggan a lot of convenience. Ning Yao, you should have seen the researchers recruited by the major research institutes of Apocalypse in the past 2 years. Many of them are very talented young researchers. Moreover, many people have left each research institute, and even more have entered. The replenishment of fresh blood has never stopped. The old project leaders have achieved results and left with bonuses. The new project leaders are younger, and look at the general managers of those research institutes. Each of them is very capable. Su Pinggan is also very capable. Let's not talk about other things. Just talk about this single-person aircraft exchange competition. Although Su Pinggan spent hundreds of millions, he got more. He spent billions to buy technology. These technologies are very helpful to improve Apocalypse Group's own single-person aircraft project. You have all seen the effect of the translator. It can be said that the effect is leading the world. However, This product has not yet reached the internal standards of the Apocalypse Group and needs to be improved. This shows that the Apocalypse Group has strict requirements for products. This requirement is appreciated by many foreigners who have used the trial version. They think that the Apocalypse Group is a responsible company and that the products of the Apocalypse Group are the representative of high technology. A U.S. company did not give up and directly sponsor the Davos conference. As a result, it was rejected by all those who used the Apocalypse translator. The performance was too different, so it had to give up. This is the result obtained by foreign media interviewing their own people. There is no way to fake it. This shows the quality of the Apocalypse Group's products. This is worth learning from. The quality of our talents is not as good as that of the Apocalypse Group. This is the fundamental reason why the Apocalypse Group Research Institute can break through, but other companies cannot break through, said Boss Ren helplessly. Su Pinggan's approach cannot be replicated by the company. Not only the company cannot be replicated, but any company in the world cannot replicate it. It requires a lot of money to play like this. Ordinary companies that dare to play like this will definitely be dragged to death. Chapter 402 Why the CEO specifies the scope of activities. You can invest money, but you can't copy the skills of the helmsman, and it's even harder to copy the management. These two are the most difficult aspects. Boss Ren looked at everyone, all of whom had a thoughtful expression and nodded with satisfaction. Knowing the shortcomings, they will catch up. This is the foundation of the rapid growth in recent years. We should announce our withdrawal from the U.S. market. It would be a waste of manpower and material resources to continue. We should use this part of the funds on our research and development. As long as our product quality is good, customers will beg to buy it. It's like super paint. Why do those companies rush to give money to Shaanxi Group? Because they can't refuse the effect of super paint. At the same time, they also look at Su Pinggan's face. If Su Pinggan is unhappy, Su Pinggan will directly stop supplying. I believe we will make a product like this. Self-reliance is our way out, Boss Ren said directly. We have withdrawn. I don't know if the United States will target Shaanxi Mobile Phone Company. Shaanxi Group is a strategic partner of ours. Do we need to remind them? Tao Feng said. This needs to be reminded. Now is the time when our Shaanxi enterprises need to unite with each other. I will call Su Pinggan after the meeting, Boss Ren said directly, and many people nodded. Shaanxi Group and Weiwei Group have very close cooperation. Apart from other things, Shaanxi Group will not participate in the communication conference, but authorize Weiwei Group and give its vote to Weiwei Group. In addition, Shaanxi Group's advantage in millimeter waves has greatly helped Weiwei Group, giving Weiwei Company more advantages at the International Communication Conference. This is a very big support. In J City, Shaanxi Group headquarters, Feng Changlin, Zhang Zichao, and Fan Yechen officially joined the company. Fan Yechen officially signed an employment contract with Shaanxi Group. Feng Changlin served as the general manager of Shaanxi Agricultural Group. Zhang Zichao served as the deputy general manager to focus on planting management, and Fan Yechen served as the sales director to focus on sales. Su Pinggan arranged for the three of them to set off tomorrow and head straight to the northeast to investigate the market contracting land registration company. They were accompanied by financial and legal personnel. They were required to submit an agricultural company development report in half a month, which Su Pinggan personally reviewed. After sending away the three people, Yan Lihua brought a few more people to interview. These people are all talents in supermarket management and have been in the industry for many years. Li Yanfeng works at the headquarters of a large domestic supermarket chain as the manager of the supermarket chain's purchasing department. He has been in the industry for 8 years and is a veteran. Wu Chaoyuan is the purchasing manager of a large foreign supermarket. He is responsible for purchasing goods in China and has many years of practical experience. Zhao Tongfu is the general manager of a large domestic supermarket chain. Last year, after the supermarket chain he worked for was acquired by an e-commerce platform, he directly resigned and rested at home. This year, he came out to look for a job again. Zhu Jianayan, the cost control manager of a large domestic supermarket, resigned last year due to family reasons. When Zhu Jianayan dealt with family affairs and wanted to return to work in the company no longer had a position for him, so he had to find another job. Su Pinggan met and talked with all four people and found that all four had practical experience. After communicating his ideas about supermarkets with the four people, they could all accept Su Pinggan's business philosophy for supermarkets. Zhao Tongfu, in particular, said frankly that the supermarket where he used to work was operated in this way, and it grew and developed by relying on strict management and purchasing from multiple sources. Unfortunately, the boss's son runs a financial company abroad, and he looked down on the supermarket company that the boss had worked hard for, so he arranged immigration for the boss and took the boss to live abroad. The boss had no choice but to sell the supermarket that he had worked hard for. Zhao Tongfu wanted to buy the supermarket chain at the time, but unfortunately he did not raise enough funds. He could only watch the supermarket being acquired by the e-commerce platform boss, and he had to resign in sadness. "I'll give you a week to go back and settle your family affairs, deal with all the contracts you have, and come to work in a week and sign a formal contract with the company," Su Pinggan said to the four people. "Mr. Su, how are our positions arranged?" Zhao Tongfu asked. Zhao Tongfu is the general manager, Zhu Jianyan is the deputy general manager and in charge of cost control, Li Yanfeng is the head of the purchasing department, and Wu Chaoyuan is the deputy head. Shianqi Group is different from other companies. The company's internal management regulations must be strictly enforced. The headquarters will send personnel to conduct secret inspections from time to time. If any violation of the rules is found, the four of you will be held accountable first. When you come to work in a week, I will arrange someone to meet you. You must cooperate with her to carry out the acquisition work. As for the staff needed for the company's operation, you will recruit them yourself. The headquarters will send financial personnel and legal personnel, and will not interfere with other positions. There is one thing you must remember, Shianqi Group does not keep useless people, and everyone must have clear work tasks. Various office processes must be streamlined, and there must not be a situation where there are too many people. At present, the entire Shianqi Group is undergoing internal rectification to improve work efficiency, and your newly established company is no exception. Su Pinggan looked at the four people and said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Su, we will definitely arrange everyone to prevent such things from happening," Zhao Tongfu said seriously. Su Pinggan nodded, and communicated with Su Pinggan for a while before the four people left. Alone, Su Pinggan breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the phone to call Jizu Ai. Jizu Ai was asked to return to the headquarters within a week and had a task assigned to her. Jizu Ai agreed and said that she would return to the headquarters in 5 days. By the way, she reported on her recent work and then hung up the phone. Time passed slowly. On this day, Su Pinggan received a call from Boss Ren. The two communicated for a while before hanging up the phone. Su Pinggan also looked helpless. No matter how big your company is, you can't compete with a country. In the South Pacific, the Apocalypse Oceanographic Research Institute began its last activity on the island. According to current monitoring, the polluting bacteria on the coral reefs around the island have basically disappeared. The nutrient strains are in place, and the nutrients in the seawater can feed the coral polyps. The coral polyps can be placed. A series of personnel began to dive with test tubes to restore the coral reefs. People sent by New Zealand also came to see it. At the same time, the quality of the seawater around the island was tested and there was a significant improvement. Obviously, the ecological restoration method of the Apocalypse Oceanographic Research Institute has achieved results. Sun Wenbin was chatting with the personnel sent by New Zealand on the ship. "Sun, please be careful when you conduct marine research in the southeast. According to the monitoring of our seismological bureau, there are obvious seismic wave activities in your activity area in the high seas. Although there is no reaction now, it is not a good phenomenon. You should pay attention to it." Bill looked at Sun Wenbin and said directly, "Thank you for your reminder. We will treat it with caution." Sun Wenbin expressed his gratitude, and Bill nodded. "Sun, how long is it expected that the ecology around this island will be completely restored?" "According to the latest data, 90% of the pollution has disappeared," Bill asked. "Soon, there will be results in about a month. After placing the coral polyps today, it depends on whether the coral polyps can adapt to this sea area. If they can adapt to the environment here, they can be restored to the state of 10 years ago in 1 month, and we will complete the contract. If this batch of coral polyps cannot adapt to the environment here, we will replace them with another batch of coral polyps, and the time will be extended by about 1 month at most," Sun Wenbin explained, and Bill nodded. "I hope the ecology here can be restored smoothly. To be honest, I grew up on an island when I was a child. After the environment deteriorated, all the people on our island moved away, and this place became deserted. Back then, the water here was very clear, and you could easily see a few meters below the sea. There were all kinds of fish, And it was very beautiful. I came here after I got my degree, and it was dead. This is also the purpose of my joining the Environment Agency, hoping to improve the pollution in the sea area. Now, I am finally going to achieve my goal, Bill said directly while looking at the sea. Bill, I won't hide it from you. The seawater is polluted very seriously. Even if we complete the ecological restoration this time, you should not move people here in the next 5 years. Once human footprints appear, it will take less than a year for our hard work to be in vain, Sun Wenbin said seriously. Don't worry, we have a plan. We will not allow anyone to live on the island within 5 years. We must control the ecology here. If I come to test it in a month, Sun, you will get a big order, absolutely a big order, not only from New Zealand, but also from Australia. The coral reefs there are also dying very badly, Bill said directly, and Sun Wenbin smiled. I hope there will be a good result. The price will not be the current price. I have said before that we will lose money on this business. Let's make an effect and show it to you. You have recognized our technology. We are negotiating the price. Sun Wenbin said directly, and Bill nodded and admitted it. Don't worry, the price issue is easy to negotiate. It will definitely satisfy you. The ecological restoration of the coral reefs in our sea area will benefit us more, Bill said with a smile, and Sun Wenbin also smiled. The two drank water and chatted by the boat. After more than half an hour, all the divers came up. It was very smooth. 10 circles of coral polyps had been successfully settled. The rest depends on the adaptability of the coral polyps. After having a meal together, the two sides separated. Sun Wenbin took a boat back to the research vessel. On the way, Sun Wenbin kept thinking about a question. The scope of the research vessel's activities was specially designated by Su Pinggan, and he was responsible for implementation. The submarine volcano there began to become active. Why did President Su specify that the research vessel be active there? There were few cargo ships in that sea area. There was nothing else except a few coral reefs and small islands that were exposed above the water. Even if there were small islands, there was no freshwater resources. The closest country to that sea area was New Zealand, with a straight line distance of nearly 2,000 kilometers. Why did the president specify the scope of activities? Sun Wenbin couldn't figure it out. Chapter 403 I'll subdue you with my backhand. Su Pinggan had been talking to Ji Zuai in the office for more than half an hour. The two of them were drinking tea while discussing, and they didn't feel bored. So we are going to intervene in the agricultural and supermarket industries, Ji Zuai said directly. Su Pinggan nodded and admitted it. Mr. Su, have you considered the issue of e-commerce? We will directly smash the price to the bottom, which will make it impossible for many e-commerce companies to continue operating, Ji Zuai said directly. Su Pinggan had already told Ji Zuai about the supermarket's business plan, which was completely based on the foreign system, and large-scale purchases would keep the price to the lowest. At present, the domestic e-commerce prices are much higher than the export prices. If Su Pinggan really wants to do this, many e-commerce companies will not be able to bear it. This industry will develop into this model sooner or later. Zhao Tongfu said that the supermarket chain he used to work for and already has this model. If a large amount of funds can be introduced to deepen the operation, it will be the model I am talking about now. I asked someone to investigate. Zhao Tongfu did not lie. The supermarket he used to work for is indeed exploring this aspect. Also, why do e-commerce platform giants want to acquire supermarket chains? Have you considered this issue? They have also considered this issue. Physical stores have the advantages of physical stores. E-commerce is developing rapidly. First, the price is lower than that of physical stores. Second, it provides a fresh shopping experience. Third, the prices of physical stores have made consumers lose confidence. There are several reasons for the high prices of physical stores. First, rents have been rising year after year, and prices must be increased to share this cost. Second, the increase in labor costs must also be included in the products. Third, various taxes and fees also account for a large proportion, and they also need to be included in the products. Fourth, the investment is so large, there must be an equal return. Therefore, we will kill as many as we can and are anxious to get our money back. We have to eliminate all the costs added to the goods, and since we purchase in large quantities directly from the manufacturers, we have a price advantage and are absolutely capable of making a profit. After all, seeing the physical object before buying is still the first choice for most people, Su Pinggan said calmly. This requires huge logistics and warehousing capabilities to cooperate, and huge financial support is indispensable, Jisoo Ai said with a frown. Seo Deshin has grown a lot after these years of training. He has been with me for so many years, and it is time to promote him, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Jisoo Ai was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. He knew Seo Deshin joined the Apocalypse group earlier than himself. Sometimes when Su Pinggan went out to drink with others, Lei Peng would not go and Seo Deshin would follow Su Pinggan. They had dinner together several times and he had an impression of it. Facing the national market all at once, you don't worry that Seo Deshin can't bear the pressure, Jisoo Ai said directly. Don't worry. Although Seo Deshin is young, he is very methodical in his work. You can see that the most efficient logistics company in J-City is Shyanki Logistics, after the establishment of the Recycling Resources Company. Seo Deshin was responsible for the transfer of some materials. At present, a network covering 6 cities including the provincial capital has been formed, and the management is also very good. Besides, I will equip him with 2 assistants to help him walk for a while. If he really can't help, you can't say that I didn't give him a chance. If he seizes this opportunity, he will have a position in the top management of Shyanki Group in the future, Su Pinggan said directly. This kid is really lucky to meet you, Jisoo Ai said with a smile, and Su Pinggan also smiled. Seo Deshin has been working hard with him for several years, and he must have an explanation, so as not to disappoint these old people who follow him. It's easy to acquire a chain supermarket. Should we continue to rent a house or acquire the place together? Jisoo Ai looked at Su Pinggan and asked. Ai, what you said is not worthy of your status, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Jisoo Ai stopped asking, understanding what Su Pinggan meant. Su Pinggan doesn't like to rent a house. The headquarters of the investment company in Jinchi was built by purchasing land. Jisoo Ai thought it was a waste before, but now it seems that not renting a house is the most cost-effective way. If you rent a house outside, you have lived there for decades and paid rent for decades. These rents are enough to buy a house. After decades, the house still belongs to the landlord. You will be penniless and nothing will fall into your hands. All the money you earn will go to the landlord, restaurant, and transportation. A few days later, Zhao Tongfu and several others came to join the company. After completing the formalities, Su Pinggan asked Jisoo Ai to meet with the 4 people. The headquarters of Shyanki Supermarket is set up in Beijing, and the company is directly registered in Beijing. Then start to cooperate with Jisoo Ai in the acquisition, and Wu Sike will also join. All the acquired supermarkets must be acquired together with the real estate, step by step. First solve the supermarket, and then slowly solve the real estate problem. The real estate certificate and land certificate must be obtained. After the discussion, several people immediately set off for Beijing and began to make arrangements. This year, the layout of first and second tier cities must be completed, and the sales of supermarket agricultural products must be coordinated with Shyanki Agricultural Group. After sending away a few people, Su Pinggan called Seo Deshin over. Seo Deshin joined Shyanki Group right after graduation. His salary was very low, only a few thousand yuan. Seo Deshin was the only one who persisted in that group. Now as the manager of the logistics department of Shyanki Group, his monthly salary is 12,000 yuan. In this small 4th-tier city, he is definitely a high-income group. Last year, Shyanki Group purchased vehicles in a centralized manner, and Seo Deshin also bought a car worth 400,000 yuan. The company reimbursed 1/3 of it. This kind of opportunity is not easy to find. In Su Pinggan's office, Seo Deshin was still a little restrained. Relax, you have been with me for so many years, I can still eat you. Su Pinggan took a sip of tea and said directly. Seo Deshin smiled directly. Mr. Su is right, Seo Deshin said immediately, picked up the teapot and refilled tea for Su Pinggan, and finally habitually picked up the cigarette on the table and handed it to Su Pinggan and lit it for him. Shyanki Logistics must expand comprehensively. You should start recruiting your assistants. You should know where your shortcomings are. Su Pinggan looked at Seo Deshin and said directly. Thank you, Mr. Su, for the promotion. I know my weaknesses. I am still a little short of the overall situation. I have no problem being in charge of the market in one province, but I am not capable enough to be in charge of the national market. Seo Deshin knew Su Pinggan's preferences very well. What he hated most was lies, so he told the truth. It's easy to deal with it if you know where your weaknesses are. I will go to Darina and ask Darina to contact Korn Ferry International to assign you 2 first-class assistants. Do a good job and make achievements. After you leave, go directly to the Human Resources Department, the Legal Department and the Finance Department for filing. Starting next month, you will be treated as the general manager of the branch company. Don't let me down. Su Pinggan looked at CAO Deshan and said directly. Please rest assured, Mr. Su, I will never let you down. I will definitely make Shyanki Logistics a high-quality logistics company that will surpass Dongdong Logistics and cover the whole country. CAO Deshan expressed his attitude with a serious face, and Su Pinggan nodded. He smoked a cigarette and drank tea, and gave CAO Deshan some instructions before letting CAO Deshan go through the formalities. CAO Deshan left with an excited expression on her face. Finally, the daughter-in-law became the mother-in-law. Mr. Su really didn't say anything casually about taking care of the elderly. The Human Resources Department, the Legal Department, and the Finance Department had all received Su Pinggan's notice and smoothly handled the formalities for CAO Deshan. Starting next month, CAO Deshan's income will directly increase several times. The news of CAO Deshan's promotion spread quickly, and many people were full of emotion. In the past, all the people who followed Su Pinggan have risen, and CAO Deshan is probably the one with the lowest income. Ho Minghei's monthly salary is now 100,000 yuan. Who would have thought that Ho Minghei's salary was only 3,000 yuan at the beginning? Things are unpredictable, and following the right person can really change your destiny. After staying at the headquarters for a few days, Su Pinggan left the headquarters for Hangzhou. Just 2 days after arriving in Hangzhou, Feng Changlin's report came, and the headquarters of Shyanki Agricultural Group was set in Jilin. Su Pinggan carefully reviewed the report, signed and approved it directly, and called Ho Minghei to allocate funds. The first batch of funds was 3 billion. At the same time, the Shyanki Botanical Research Institute also sent 2 project teams to the Shyanki Agricultural Group. The Shyanki Group came to invest, and JL City was very welcome, especially for agricultural projects, and gave very preferential policies. The JL municipal government was responsible for organizing and coordinating, and directly let the Shyanki Agricultural Group acquire 2 local large farms, contracting a total of 1.1 million acres of land to the Shyanki Agricultural Group, and completing the land delivery work within half a month. By throwing away the burden of the 2 consecutive loss-making farms, the JL municipal government can save a lot of funds. After the acquisition, the Shyanki Agricultural Group can directly obtain a lot of workers, saving a lot of things, which can be said to be a win-win situation. Feng Changlin began to lead the integration of personnel. The first step was to dispose of all the original agricultural machinery. The original agricultural machinery of the 2 farms was products from the 1990s. They were used after repairs, with low efficiency and fuel consumption. In addition to the repair costs, the cost was not small. We started to contact agricultural machinery manufacturers, both domestic and foreign, and started to purchase them in a unified manner according to the plan. In the future, we will operate mechanically, which will greatly reduce labor costs. We don't plan to recruit people. The more than 500 employees in the 2 farms are enough. On this day, in Su Pinggan's office, Qiao Yichen, Ding Sijin, and LV Zinayan from the translator project team were also there, as well as a few foreigners. Su Pinggan took the translator and put on headphones and started to communicate with a few foreigners. Everyone talked in their native language, which was very smooth. Even if there was a little inaccurate translation, it was because of the local Lao language, and it could be launched as a finished product. Is the mobile phone app completed? Su Pinggan asked. It has been completed. Face-to-face translation within a range of 1.5 meters can be performed through Bluetooth devices. This app is only available on Shyanki mobile phones, and it does not log into other mobile phone platforms, Ding Zijin said directly. Has the server in Europe been set up? Su Pinggan continued to ask. The servers in France, Germany, and the UK have been set up and can be put into use at any time. In 1 month, the servers in the 2 countries will also be set up, and the translation data of Spanish and Greek will also be entered into the database. By then, Chinese, French, German, English, Spanish, and Greek will be able to communicate with each other, and Russian will take 2 months to complete. In short, we will speed up the progress and keep adding 1 language per month, Qiao Yicheng said directly. Su Pinggan nodded. Has the server in the United States not started to be set up? Su Pinggan asked. No, we submitted the application, But the United States has not yet approved it, so we can only wait, Qiao Yicheng said directly. The United States deliberately delayed, and this was well known. Humph, there will be a time when they beg me, Su Pinggan said directly. I approve your plan, and immediately carry out the last comprehensive test. Contact Coaster, and they will also cooperate in the test, and give me the final test report for approval, Su Pinggan said directly, and Qiao Yicheng nodded seriously. Olding, go ask Darina to reserve a seat at noon, we'll go have a drink together, such a good thing can't not celebrate, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Everyone laughed. President, when do you think it's best to announce this matter, LV Zinayan asked with a smile. Don't worry, your bonus is inevitable, Su Pinggan said with a smile. LV Zinayan touched his head with a smile on his face. His purpose was seen through by Su Pinggan. Announce it now, I'll announce it on my social account. It will definitely shock the world, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Everyone agreed. Su Pinggan's 3 major accounts have a lot of followers. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he immediately turned on the computer and started to operate it. Soon. 2 articles, English cram schools can be closed, English teachers can be laid off, and foreign language learning, were directly published. Su Pinggan pointed out clearly that the translator is undergoing the last test, and it will be officially launched after the test is completed. The era of face-to-face communication in different languages has begun. He invited everyone to drink tea together and have a good meal later. At the same time, he called Boss Ma and Boss Ren to explain that after the last test, the product could be launched on the market. The technology was mature. If they wanted to intervene in this market, they should send someone to discuss the patent licensing agreement. Both bosses said that they would send a team to negotiate as soon as possible. After chatting for a few words, they hung up the phone. Boss Su, don't we produce and sell this translator directly? This will greatly reduce profits, Qiao Yicheng said directly. Several people around him all had an expression of sudden enlightenment on their faces, and nodded in admiration. They knew very well what Su Pinggan meant by his words. At that time, if you dared to make things difficult for the Apocalypse Group, you would be subdued by the backhand. While several people were drinking tea and chatting, the outside world had already exploded, especially the bosses of English training classes and the CEOs of education groups. It can be said that their collective scalps were numb. The translator of the Apocalypse Group really matured so quickly. Chapter 404. Why are there so many people signing up? Not only these units, but also the English teachers in the school were worried. They had already sensed that their status would be marginalized. Since the translator of the Apocalypse Group appeared in Hubei City, these people were worried. This day really came as expected. Facebook and Twitter social platforms also began to explode. Netizens left messages one after another, saying that they had been looking forward to this product. It was finally coming out. There would be no communication problems and global travel in the future. The Apocalypse Group, the terrible Apocalypse Group, and other messages appeared very quickly. In just over an hour, there were millions of reposts abroad and tens of millions of reposts in China. The impact of the translator began to cause a shock and had a huge impact on many industries. While people were discussing this matter, Su Pinggan took a few people to the hotel to eat meat and drink. It was so happy. The next day, the official website of the Apocalypse Group, the official website of the Apocalypse Group Technology Company, the official website of the French Apocalypse Technology Company, and the official website of the Apocalypse Mobile Group jointly announced this matter. In addition to the news of the last official test of the translator, it was also emphasized that because the United States did not approve the Apocalypse Technology Company to set up a translation server, the United States was not within the scope of global free communication. Apocalypse Group will not produce translators, but will license them to other companies through patent licensing. Companies willing to operate this product can contact Shianqi Technology Company of China. The appearance of this statement caused a huge uproar. Americans could not accept this fact. They were excluded from the scope of free communication in the world. This was unacceptable. They had to let the Black Palace see our strength. Many Americans who wanted to make trouble started to connect directly on social networks and planned to launch a joint protest. If the protest was ineffective, the consequences could be imagined. It would definitely be a big storm. After a day of fermentation, major media around the world began to report on this matter. Hundreds of companies have sent teams to Hangzhou, China, to discuss patent licensing with Shianqi Technology Company. Qiao Yicheng has fully understood Su Pinggan's meaning. We will make the rules and watch them slowly compete in the market. Regardless of winning or losing, we should make every penny of money. After some internal discussions, two plans were directly put forward. The first plan was that the patent licensing signing fee would cost 50 million euros, and the patent fee would be 5 million per year. The contract must be signed for 10 years. The second option is to pay 20 million euros for the patent licensing contract and 10 million euros for the patent fee each year. The contract must also be signed for 10 years. In other words, no matter how you run your business, you must pay the patent fee every year for 10 years. Even if your company goes bankrupt, your shareholders must pay the money. This is a hard rule. The publicity plan that has been prepared long ago has begun to be launched. The global publicity cost is 10 billion euros. Direct publicity is a market of up to trillions of euros. Blow it up as much as you can. The bigger you blow it, the more companies will come to cooperate with you. After a day, overwhelming advertisements began to promote this matter. People all over the world began to talk about it. Apart from other things, the education department of the Celestial Empire began to have a headache. With this kind of translator, who would still put in the energy to learn foreign languages? There is no need at all. Face-to-face communication is no problem at all. How to adjust it will affect many people's jobs. The United States and the Black House are also having a headache about this matter. Being excluded from global free communication is not a good thing. This will increase the trade development of other countries and will be a major blow to the U.S. economy. But if it is approved, the influence of Apocalypse Group will be further expanded, which will also be a huge impact on domestic companies, especially now that a trade war is going on with China. How far have the negotiations on setting up the translation server progressed? The president asked. Now it is stuck in the aspect of data retention and collection. Apocalypse Technology does not intend to invest heavily. The content using the translator will only exist for 2 hours and will be deleted after 2 hours. We cannot collect data if it is deleted so quickly, so we did not approve it, an official said directly. Have you ever considered what will happen after this news is exposed? Spectrum looked at the official in front of him and said directly. This is privacy. Those who demand stronger privacy protection will definitely make a fuss directly, which will be another scandal. Who will take the blame? I am afraid that the most suitable person to be chosen by the Chinese people is the president. It would be strange if Spectrum was in a good mood. A bunch of bigwigs began to have a headache, especially ordinary people have begun to make a fuss. Twitter and Facebook have also begun to make efforts. If they don't make efforts, once China's social software enters other countries' markets with the help of translators, their market share will shrink sharply. It was a matter of life and death for the company, so now they had to make an effort. The two companies put aside their prejudices and jointly launched lobbying activities. For a time, there was an undercurrent in the country, and pressure began to gather towards the Black Palace. Before the Black Palace made a decision, the Apocalypse Group announced that it had reached a patent licensing contract with the Alibaba Group, the Huawei Group, 2 French companies, 2 German companies, and 3 British companies. According to the agreement, the company that obtained the patent license must complete the construction of the factory within 6 months, launch the product to the market within 4 months, and the finished product translator will officially appear on the market within 10 months at most. This news once again caused a shock. It was unexpected that the Apocalypse Group was so fast, and even the time for the product to be launched had been marked. A few months would pass quickly. After only 3 days, the translation server application of Apocalypse Technology Company was approved by more than 30 countries, basically covering the major countries in Asia and Europe. According to media reports, there are still dozens of corporate negotiation teams in Hangzhou to discuss patent licensing issues with Apocalypse Technology Company. It can be imagined that no one is willing to give up the trillion-euro market. LV Zanayan, the person in charge of the translator project of Shanghai Technology Company, was also dug out by the media and became popular. His resume was also dug up. LV Zanayan, male, 49 years old, has a doctorate in languages and is proficient in 5 languages, Chinese, English, German, French, and Japanese. He graduated from XX University in the Magic City of China. He studied in the UK and France. He joined Shanghai Technology Company 4 years ago and was responsible for the translator project. The UK's actions were even faster. It directly announced that British public schools would no longer employ foreign language teachers from this year. The existing foreign language teachers would not renew their contracts after the expiration of their contracts. The government would give these teachers certain financial compensation to assist them in the transformation. At present, all foreign language classes in public schools have been changed to elective classes. Students can freely choose whether to take them or not, freeing up their energy to work hard on other subjects. Relevant adjustment plans will be introduced one after another. After this news was reported by the media, it once again caused a big wave of exaggeration. It has to be said that the UK is very fast in some aspects. The UK has a small land area, and it is not so easy for it to become a world power. This news is also a major blow to the relevant departments of the Celestial Empire. They originally planned to conduct some expert discussion, but now it seems that if they really do so, it will definitely be a topic of ridicule by the Chinese people. The domestic and foreign countries are in an uproar, but Su Pinggan is in a daze in the office at this moment, because Chu Wudang sent Su Pinggan a document. The number of downloads of the Shanghai University of Science and Technology registration form has exceeded 700,000 times, and it is very likely to create a registration record. Even if it is calculated according to 70% of the actual number of people in the end, there will be nearly 500,000 people who have registered. At that time, just arranging the examination room will be a huge problem. Chu Wudang, Ji Huayan, and Dai Wenxu were all confused. They didn't know how to deal with this matter, so they could only ask Su Pinggan for help. Su Pinggan was also confused when he saw this result. It seems that his trip to Europe to inspect the branch will be changed again. He must deal with this matter first. At present, more than 340,000 people have uploaded the registration form. The number of people will probably be even higher by the end of the month. He must ask for help from the J City government. Su Pinggan hurriedly held a meeting with the branch in Hangzhou, and then returned to J City. After a day's rest at home, he started working directly and called Chu Wudang and the other two to discuss. Boss Su, the number of people who uploaded the application form is no longer more than 340,000, but has reached 420,000. There will be a lot of people every hour. I asked a back-end to count it every hour, Chu Wudang said seriously. Su Pinggan was obviously stunned, and it took him a while to recover. He said a little confused, "Are you kidding me? Although we are famous, our teaching quality has not been tested. Why are there so many people signing up, Boss Su? Our reputation is not small, but terrifying. The attraction to students is absolutely huge, and there is another data I didn't say. The number of foreigners who uploaded the application form has reached more than 90,000, covering more than 40 countries," Ji Huayan added. Su Pinggan was stunned again, looked at Chu Wudang, and Chu Wudang nodded, indicating that the data was not falsified. Su Pinggan rubbed his head. This was the first time he encountered such a thing, and he must be cautious. "We don't treat international students well. Why do these people come here?" Su Pinggan said, shaking his head, and Chu Wudang also shook his head. "Boss Su, we have announced the conditions we offer to international students, and these people still come to apply, which shows that these people are not those who intend to live a lazy life, they are those who really want to learn technology. The scientific research strength of Apocalypse Group is well known all over the world. There are so many capable researchers who come to give lectures from time to time. This is a rare opportunity. Apart from other things, Dr. Niren's lectures are now worth hundreds of thousands of euros. Once you are admitted to Apocalypse University of Science and Technology, you will have the opportunity to attend classes for free. At that time, you will not only attend Professor Niren's classes, but also classes of other well-known scientific researchers. This opportunity is very rare, Dai Wenxu said directly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 How can the good things flow into the fields of outsiders? Yes, although the quality of education in our university has not been tested, we have so many big names in the scientific community to give lectures, which is a great resource. This is a rare opportunity for those who are determined to make a difference in scientific research, Chu Wudang said directly. Let's put it this way. There is still 1 week left before the registration deadline. After counting the final data, I will go to the city to coordinate. I hope that the city can help us arrange the examination room at that time. It's not just a question of the examination room. The people who come to take the exam are definitely not alone. They are either accompanied by one or two parents. At that time, the accommodation consumption of these people will also be a great boost to the city's economy, especially the accommodation problem. This is a huge challenge. You all know the situation in E-City at the beginning. So many simple board houses were built to cope with a peak of passenger flow, Su Pinggan said as he looked at the three people. Yes, we are also very worried about this. Without the support of the city during the exam, it is difficult for us to complete the exam work. Ji Huayan followed. Ji Huayan was very clear about the situation in E-City. At that time, Ji Huayan went to watch the single-person aircraft exchange competition. Has the exam paper been decided? Su Pinggan asked. It's already in progress. I asked General Manager Chen Killen for help and found a few rooms in the security company. The teachers who set the questions have already been locked up and will be free after the exam to minimize the leakage of test questions, Chu Wudang said directly. Not only the question-setting stage, but also the test paper copying stage must be locked up. After the students finish the exam, they will be unblocked to prevent all possibilities of cheating. I will ask the technology company to provide a shielding system. All signals in the examination will be shielded. It is impossible to cheat using high-tech means. The first batch of people we recruit must be real elite talents, Su Pinggan said seriously. It must be so. The quality of the first batch of students is very critical. We must strictly control it. Only in this way can we make a name for ourselves in 2 years, Ji Huayan followed. Su Pinggan nodded. This is the idea he wanted. How is the construction of the new school district going? It is still under intense construction. Last year, we received special approval to start construction after September. The progress of the project is very fast. The dormitory building has completed the main construction and is currently in the stage of installing doors and windows and water and electricity. The 6 laboratory buildings are expected to be capped at the end of this month. They are planned to be more than 70 laboratories of various sizes, covering all departments. The laboratory building for teachers in school can be capped next month. The teaching building needs to be capped in August. Chu Wudang introduced everything in detail. Su Pinggan nodded and was very satisfied with the progress. Su Pinggan discussed with the 3 people for a while, and the 3 left to arrange the statistics. Su Pinggan drank some tea and left the office to go to the municipal government to ask Chen Qingshan for help. With so many people, the examination room, invigilator, student seat number, etc., will all need manpower to arrange. Only government departments can complete such a large project. After receiving the notification, Su Pinggan entered Chen Qingshan's office. Chen Qingshan went directly to a glass of water and handed it to Su Pinggan. Your boss Su came in person today. Tell me, what's the matter? I miss the mayor, so I came to visit him, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Don't use that trick, just say it, Chen Qingshan said directly. Su Pinggan's trick of saying nice things was no longer working. I'm here to ask for help. Currently, the number of application forms submitted by the University of Science and Technology has reached more than 400,000. The application will end in about a week. According to Chu Wudang, the data will continue to grow rapidly in the next few days. Hundreds of thousands of people have signed up for the exam. Even if only 70% of them come to take the exam, I can't arrange it. I hope the city can help with this matter, Su Pinggan said directly, and Chen Qingshan was stunned. There are really so many people. Chen Qingshan looked unbelievable. There are really so many people, and more than 90,000 foreigners have signed up. It's crazy. The quality of school education has not been tested, but they are rushing here. Su Pinggan looked helpless. Don't you see the limelight of your Shianqi group? It's always on the screen around the world. Who dares to be careless about the university you founded? To tell you the truth, my nephew has also signed up, Chen Qingshan said directly, and Su Pinggan was stunned. What's his name? I'll take care of him when the time comes, Su Pinggan said directly. No, it depends on his level. If he fails to pass the exam and barely passes, it will be even more uncomfortable if he can't keep up with the average score. Chen Qingshan directly rejected Su Pinggan's proposal. Su Pinggan nodded and gave Chen Qingshan a thumbs up. Let's go to Lao Wei to discuss it together. With so many candidates, plus the parents who accompany these candidates, there must be a huge flow of people. There must be a proper arrangement, Chen Qingshan said directly. Chen Qingshan considered more issues than Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan didn't experience much of this kind of thing, but Chen Qingshan had to go through it every year and had rich experience. Time passed slowly for a week. After this month, The official website of Chiangkai University of Science and Technology announced that it would no longer accept applications and began to count the number of applicants. The next morning, Chu Wudang and the other two came to Su Pinggan with accurate data. Su Pinggan took the data and looked at it. His face was full of shock. Are you kidding me? He was really scared by the data. We have carefully checked 5 times. There are 740,000 domestic applicants and 190,000 foreign applicants, Chu Wudang said seriously while looking at Su Pinggan. The 3 of them were also shocked when they saw the data. There are more than 900,000 domestic and foreign applicants, and we only admitted 3,500 people. This ratio is incredible. Su Pinggan's expression of astonishment has not subsided yet. Mr. Su, without the support of the city, we can't complete this enrollment examination. There are too many people, Chu Wudang said directly. Don't worry about this. I have discussed this matter with Mayor Chen in senior official way. When the time comes, the relevant departments of the city will dispatch personnel to cooperate. This enrollment assessment will definitely be completed successfully, Su Pinggan said directly, and Chu Wudang and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. Su Pinggan immediately took out his phone and called Chen Qingshan. He said a few words and hung up. Mayor Chen will come to discuss this matter with us later. We must complete this enrollment assessment smoothly. With the cooperation of the city, there will definitely be no problem, Ji Huayan said directly, knowing the organizational ability of the relevant departments. Have you contacted the printing factory? Su Pinggan asked. We have already contacted them and signed a contract with a printing factory in the city prison. They are responsible for printing and keeping confidentiality. After the printing is completed, the prisoners involved in the work will be temporarily isolated and will return to normal after the exam. It takes about 2 days to make the plate and 1 day to print. We only need to be closed 4 days before the exam. The exam time is 3 days, Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, history, 6 subjects, Dai Wenqi reported in detail, and Su Pinggan nodded. This was the best. Everyone started drinking tea and waiting for Chen Qingshan to arrive. Mr. Su, what were you thinking at the time? Why did you buy so much land around the school? Ji Huayan looked at Su Pinggan and asked. The land Su Pinggan bought was not only enough to build a university, but also had a lot of surplus land. I didn't understand it before, but now it seems that Su Pinggan is planning for the long term. Don't you think about who took over the university? How do those people near the university make money? Not to mention other things, just renting houses makes a lot of money in a year. Since I'm involved in the university, how can this part of the money be taken away by these people? I will directly develop the community. All the houses in it are for rent, and there are thousands of storefronts below. The school's gate is facing the community, and there is no exit in other directions. How much money can I make in a year? In a few years, my investment in the community will be returned. How can the fat water flow into the fields of outsiders? If I really let others buy land and build houses around to make money, isn't this a slap in my face? How can I make such a low-level mistake? Su Pinggan looked at the 3 people and said directly. The 3 people admired Su Pinggan with all their bodies. Su Pinggan's vision is long-term. He has already calculated such things. It's impossible not to accept it. About half an hour later, Chen Qingshan came with people from relevant departments. Everyone was shocked when they saw the number of applicants. After the shock, they were ecstatic. A high-level institution of higher learning will finally appear in the local area. A group of people started to make plans in the conference room, while Su Pinggan and Chen Qingshan were drinking tea in the office. This kind of thing can be left to professionals. The 2 of them just need to grasp the general direction. It was almost noon when the plan was released. After Chen Qingshan and Su Pinggan heard it, they had no objection and immediately implemented it according to the plan. At noon, Su Pinggan treated everyone to a good meal and started to be busy tomorrow. The next day, the number of applicants for Chiangkai University of Science and Technology was announced on the official website. At the same time, it was announced that only 1,400 international students would be admitted, and only 200 students would be admitted for each of the 7 major subjects. You know, there are nearly 200,000 applicants from abroad. 3,500 domestic students were admitted, 1,400 foreign students were admitted, and the total number of admitted students was 4,900. Everyone who saw the announcement of Chiangkai University of Science and Technology was shocked. No one expected that there would be so many people applying, and there would be so many foreigners. Many media reported it and conducted detailed analysis, including the world-class faculty, world-class experimental equipment, super first-class student incentive scholarship program, etc., and conducted a comprehensive analysis from many aspects. Many people regretted their decision after reading the report. If they had known earlier, they would have enrolled their children. They thought that Chianki University of Science and Technology could only provide a college diploma and had no future. Now it seems that they have missed a great opportunity. Many people began to regret their decision. Chapter 406, 10 Scientific Masters. Not only ordinary people feel uncomfortable, but also those famous universities feel uncomfortable. Among more than 900,000 people, 3,500 people are admitted. With this ratio of screening, many first-class talents have been recruited by Chianki University of Science and Technology. All the talents have gone to your side. What should we do? That's not all. The conditions for international students at Chianki University of Science and Technology make them uncomfortable. We give you such favorable conditions, but you don't come to our school. Supingan doesn't give you any preferential conditions, but you rush over. Do you still have shame? Many university managements began to collectively resent. These university managements know that foreigners who dare to apply for Chianki University of Science and Technology are definitely good people. Ordinary people will never dare to apply for the exam. Their quality is definitely much better than the international students recruited by their own universities. 3 days passed slowly, and the official website of Chianki University of Science and Technology was updated again. All applicants are requested to go to J-City Chianki University of Science and Technology to collect their admission tickets before April 15. The school will announce the location of the examination room and the arrangement of the examination subjects on April 20. At the same time, when you receive the admission ticket, you must fill in your major subject. You must choose one major course from the 7 major subjects: computer science, chemical engineering, advanced physics, advanced materials, electronic hardware technology, precision machinery, and optics. At the same time, it is required that after receiving the admission ticket, you must go to the 3 top-level hospitals in the city for a free physical examination. By the way, some unqualified standards are announced. Once you fail the physical examination, the system will directly cancel your admission ticket. The school paid for the physical examination, and the 3 hospitals were all happy. This is not a small amount. Supingan has discussed this matter with the deans of the 3 hospitals. You must be careful in the physical examination. The 3 hospitals have signed legal contracts with Chianki Group. With the official announcement of Chianki University of Science and Technology, the entire J-City's building materials market showed signs of an outbreak. Many people began to renovate their own houses to cope with the next peak in passenger flow. Everyone knows that students must not come here alone to take the exam. The municipal government began to organize personnel to conduct a comprehensive review of existing large hotels, large guest houses, hostels, family hostels, and various restaurants and hotels. The sanitary conditions must be qualified, and those that fail will be closed directly. After the special rectification began, the sales of hotel supplies also began to surge, and building materials agents and hotel supplies agents could wake up with laughter in their sleep. Large hotels, guest houses, hostels, and family hostels all cooperated unconditionally with the rectification and began to hire temporary housekeeping staff to clean every day. At the same time, accommodation prices generally increased by 30%. Another day later, the official website of Chianki Group and the official website of Chianki University of Science and Technology once again issued a statement that Mr. Supingan, the president of Chianki Group, would invite a group of scientific masters to attend the school's opening ceremony in September. Inventor of superfish oil, Dr. Lek; inventor of carbon crystal solar panels, Dr. Naren; inventor of carbon magnetic wind power tree, Dr. Karen; inventor of super paint, Miao Yang; inventor of hydrogen energy industry, Zhou Qingping; inventor of translator, LV Zinayan; inventor of Zhaoshan intelligent search, Zhu Hongyan; creator of microgrid project, Carol; inventor of apocalypse mobile phone operating system, Kui Xianai; inventor of new generation screen material, Professor Boris. The above lists a total of 10 scientists belonging to Apocalypse Group, 5 Chinese and 5 foreigners, which once again caused a sensation. At the same time, it also gave many people an intuitive understanding of the scientific research strength of Apocalypse Group. According to gossip, last year, Apocalypse Group's investment in scientific research has exceeded 12 billion euros. With such a huge amount of funds to support scientific research, how could Apocalypse Group not develop? Domestic universities saw the official announcement of Apocalypse University of Science and Technology and understood that this was showing their strength. It is a pity that their universities cannot produce people who can compare with these 10 achievements. After seeing this publicity, the foreign applicants felt more at ease. Their choices were not wrong. The families that did not support the program began to support their children after seeing this statement. They began to take action, arrange their family affairs, and accompany their children to China to get the admission ticket to take the exam this time. There were many foreign elites including Chiangkai University of Science and Technology. Because Chiangkai University of Science and Technology has long announced that the characters used in the assessment are all Chinese characters, and the language used to communicate with school teachers is Chinese. People who can master these two abilities are not simple people. Time passed slowly. According to statistics from relevant departments, the passenger flow to J-City has increased significantly, and the growth rate is very fast. Many people were very surprised when they arrived in J-City. This is a fourth-tier city, completely confused, with spacious lanes, well-maintained trees and vegetation on both sides of the road, and the road surface is very clean. You can hardly find garbage at all. Various civilized slogans are everywhere, and there are many signs, which are very neat and artistic. The outside of various buildings is also clean, giving people the first impression of cleanliness, order, and suitability for living. The large and small wetland parks in J-City have been completed. The canal project in the city is very easy to see, and the quay in the canal can be clearly seen. J-City also has a unique feature in the country, that is, the slow lane parking has been cancelled, and a lot of parking lots have been added. Vehicles are not allowed to be parked on the roadside. If they are found, they will be towed away and fined. The media has been reporting that people violate traffic rules by riding electric bikes. Why do they violate the rules? In the final analysis, the slow lane is occupied by cars, and the general direction of parking cars directly cuts off the passage of electric bikes. Because of this reason, the proportion of electric bike violations is as high as 88%, and the violation of electric bikes by elderly people over 50 years old accounts for 10%. These are the two major factors of electric bike violations. J-City has obtained approval from the superiors to start a pilot project, and now it has achieved remarkable results. After these parents accompanied their students here and earned money in J-City for a few days, they obviously felt the difference. It is rare to see electric bikes running red lights and violating the rules, so the natural traffic is very smooth. What these other provinces find most unacceptable is the electricity price in J-City. The electricity price for residential use is only 20 cents cheaper than other places, just over 30 cents per kilowatt hour. The commercial electricity price is 50 cents cheaper than other places, and the industrial electricity price is even cheaper. This is the first in the country. J has built a large solar power station. The funds from the power generation and sales of the power station are all used to subsidize urban residents and public electricity use. Last year, a wind power station composed of more than 600 carbon magnetic wind trees was built. This began to cover commercial and industrial electricity use, and completely reduced the electricity costs of businesses and enterprises. Many people are tempted to invest in real estate in J-City. It is a good choice to retire in J-City in the future. After inquiring about the policy, many people gave up. J's control over real estate is stricter than that of Beijing and Shanghai. If you want to speculate in real estate, it will not work at all. Foreigners are even more shocked when they come here. Fuck, is this a fourth-tier city in China? How can the infrastructure be so good? The train station is more beautiful and neat than the train stations in their cities. The bus station is also like this. It is beautiful, spacious, bright, clean and orderly. This is the first impression of J-City by foreigners. It is completely different from the reports about China that they have seen on TV. They immediately have an idea in their minds that they have been deceived. China is very developed. After using public transportation, this feeling is even more profound. This is just a fourth-tier city in China. It is unimaginable how developed the third-tier, second-tier and first-tier cities will be. Most of the shared bicycle companies have begun to close down. On the contrary, a local shared bicycle company in J-City has begun to make a profit. The charges are lower than those of the well-known shared bicycles. It relies on the frequency of use to make money. It has already made a profit last year, and it is still profitable after deducting all the expenses. In fact, there is no other company in J City that has such a situation in the whole country. The municipal government does not worry about taxes and has enough funds to transform the city. Other fourth-tier cities do not have such conditions. Shanghai University of Science and Technology has opened 30 locations for collecting admission tickets. After verifying your application and identity information, you can directly register and issue the admission ticket. After receiving the admission ticket, you can find a place to review your homework and wait for notification. The speed was very fast. Basically, one was processed within 5 minutes. By the time the 10th came, the number of people who received the admission tickets began to surge. The university immediately made adjustments and added 30 windows for processing admission tickets to relieve the pressure. The J City government also built a batch of mobile cabins near the gymnasium, which barely withstood this wave of pressure. If you look down from the sky during this period, you will find that many trucks are heading to J City, all delivering goods, with all kinds of goods. Other cities are jealous of the situation in J City. So many people, how much money can be spent every day, how much GDP can be increased, these are all solid political achievements. Why don't we have an apocalypse group here, collectively envious and jealous? After the admission ticket collection ended on the 15th, the data was quickly counted. Chu Wudeng and the other two reported to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan looked at the data and found that the number of people who received the admission tickets in China was more than 10,000 less than the number of applicants, which had no impact. The number of people who received the admission tickets abroad was only 600 less than the number of applicants, which was a bit beyond Su Pinggan's expectation. There were only more than 600. In the expectation of finding Su Pinggan, the number of foreign students should be even less. Then he asked Chu Wudeng about the reasons for those who did not come to receive the admission tickets. Chu Wudeng gave an explanation. Mr. Su, we called and consulted the more than 600 foreign students who were less than 600. They thought that the competition was too fierce and their grades could not stand out, so they did not come to receive the admission tickets to take the exam. So that's it. Su Pinggan nodded after listening. Officially announce it and start according to the original plan immediately, Su Pinggan said directly. After discussing with Chu Wudeng and the other two for a while, the three left. That afternoon, the number of people who received the admission tickets was directly announced. Seeing the data, many candidates felt a huge pressure. The admission ratio was harder than taking the Frog University entrance exam. The examination papers were also changed. There was no other way, including too many people, so some difficulty had to be increased. The best candidates were admitted. 50 questions were added to screen people. The main purpose of these questions was to test your carefulness. Chapter 407. These are all elites. Scientific research is a project that requires carefulness. You can't be careless. The difficulty of the test questions increases by 10%, and the difficulty increases by 30% due to carefulness. The span is not small. Only 2 days have passed, and Shanghai University of Science and Technology has once again officially announced the examination arrangement. There are 3 days without examination time on the 20th, 21st, and 22nd. There will be one exam from 9 o'clock to 11:30 in the morning and one from 2:30 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then there is the arrangement of the examination room. Each examination room corresponds to the number of the student's admission ticket. You can go to the corresponding examination room based on your admission ticket number. At the same time, you can also log into the official website of Shanghai University of Science and Technology and enter the admission ticket to query. Under the coordination of relevant departments in the city, schools in the entire urban area were suspended for 3 days, classrooms were occupied for examinations, and teachers and civil servants were drawn to form a large team of invigilators, with 3 invigilators in one classroom. At the same time, 2 teams from Shanghai Technology Company have arrived in J City and are currently installing signal shielding equipment in various examination rooms. Once the examination begins, all electronic equipment in the entire examination room will fail. 2 days later, Dai Wenchu came to see Su Pinggan. 17 people had their admission tickets cancelled because they failed the physical examination. Should we announce this? Why were they cancelled? Su Pinggan asked curiously. AIDS, Dai Wenchu said. Su Pinggan nodded and said nothing, and sighed deeply. Don't announce this. Contact these candidates by phone and give each of the 17 candidates 5,000 yuan as compensation to make up for their expenses this time. This matter must be mentioned in advance when enrolling students next year. Announce after the school opens. The school will conduct a physical examination every year. If AIDS and other incurable diseases are detected, they will be expelled directly. When the time comes, just report it directly and say it's my decision. We must be responsible for those healthy candidates. Su Pinggan said this decision calmly. Dai Wenshu understood Su Pinggan's difficulties. If this matter was publicized, it would inevitably be criticized. Su Pinggan took the blame, which was also a kind of protection for Chu Wudang, Ji Huayan, and Dai Wenshu. That afternoon, Dai Wenshu contacted the 17 candidates. After some discussions, these people left with compensation. The outside world didn't know that 17 candidates had left. On this day, the exam officially began. Cars drove out from the prism printing factory to deliver the test papers to various examination rooms. All the test papers were sealed and could not be unsealed until 20 minutes before the exam. The city's transportation department began to restrict the use of motor vehicles on many sections of the road. It was not easy for a higher education institution to appear in the city. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan both attached great importance to this matter. The two also wanted to build a strong education city. They had already discussed with Su Pinggan that starting next year, local students who applied for Chianki University of Science and Technology would have a 5-point advantage and a quota of 100 people. During this summer vacation, the city will launch a comprehensive education reform, increase the number of excellent teachers, and significantly improve the treatment of excellent teachers, which will directly break the original big pot salary system. This is the benefit brought by economic development. When the city government has money, it will begin to improve people's livelihood step by step, so that the people can get greater benefits. This is a virtuous circle. Time passed slowly, and the 3-day exam time passed quickly. Everyone felt relieved and could leave J City. The recent expenses were really not small. Next, they would go home and wait for the news. If they were not admitted, they would start to take the college entrance examination. The exam arrangement time of Chianki University of Science and Technology made everyone very satisfied, except for other universities. Those with good family conditions would stay in J City and wait for the results directly. Starting tomorrow, the room rate will drop significantly, and the cost of living will drop sharply, which is much easier. The intense marking work began. Hundreds of teachers began to mark the papers in a closed manner. Chianki Group provided food and accommodation, and gave a subsidy of 500 yuan per day. All the papers could be marked within a week. A week passed quickly, all the papers had been marked, and the scores appeared. Chu Wudang and the other two came to see Su Pinggan with the admission list and score report. Why are there only more than 900 foreign students admitted? Su Pinggan asked curiously. Boss Su, you said that the scores of foreign students must be 5 points higher than the average score. Only 932 people passed the exam, Chu Wudang reported, and Su Pinggan nodded. He had forgotten this day. Announce it, let everyone see how many talents in other fields we have added after the English test was removed, Su Pinggan said directly. There are 6 subjects in the test, each with 150 points, and the total score is 900 points. None of the people admitted this time scored less than 860 points. There are many people with high scores in physics and chemistry. These people are borrowed talents, and they are all talents delayed by English. Now the country has given Chianki University of Science and Technology a pilot quota, giving these talents a chance to stand out. A day later, Chianki University of Science and Technology began to announce the test scores and admission lists, which directly caused a big wave of exaggeration. Many people did not expect that so many people would rely on such high scores in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. It can be said that all the people with scores close to the full score of 10 points in these 3 subjects were admitted to Chianki University of Science and Technology, which made other universities envious and jealous. These are all talents, and they have all been embraced by Chianki Group. What foreigners? Even if the school has reserved 1,400 places for enrollment, it will not expand enrollment if it does not recruit enough people. You know, foreign candidates must have an average score of 5 points higher than the admitted candidates. These are all elites, more than 900 people. At the same time, it was announced that the work of upgrading the files of the admitted candidates will be started immediately and will be completed within half a month. The admitted candidates are requested to report to the school before August 25th. All students who report to the school are not allowed to bring their own bedding and toiletries. The school will provide them uniformly. This makes many people jealous. Damn, all good things are for other schools. Every year when students enter the school, you are given a designated place to buy them. You have to buy them. The students' bedding is purchased uniformly, and each student can get everything done with 200 yuan. It is still good quality bedding. The wash basin, toothbrush and toothpaste are all unopened branded goods. It doesn't cost much to buy them uniformly. The school's electrical appliances are all purchased from Linyide, including washing machines and air conditioners. It is impossible for other manufacturers to replace this business. Everyone knows the relationship between Su Pinggan and Linyide. After the admissions work started, Su Pinggan had some free time. It was time to go to Europe to inspect the various branches. Before Su Pinggan could go, Chen Qingshan came to his door and gave Su Pinggan an invitation. "Boss, I really don't have time. According to the plan, I have to go to the European branch for inspection, but it has been postponed twice," Su Pinggan said directly without even looking at the invitation. Chen Qingshan also looked uncomfortable, and said impatiently, "Take a look first. I have rejected all the invitations that can be pushed for you. This is a death order, you must participate." Su Pinggan took it and saw that it was the Summer Davos Forum, held in the Magic City. He didn't want to open it and just wanted to make way to the side. Suddenly, he was stunned for a moment, and then he opened it and read it. The star spirit stopped Su Pinggan just now. He must go to participate and must strike other companies. According to the current progress, Su Pinggan will never be able to complete the construction of interdimensional aircraft until he dies. Human technology must be generally improved. At least the basic manufacturing must be greatly improved, so that it is possible to achieve the goal. Otherwise, when Su Pinggan dies, the star spirit can only venture across the dimension alone. The star spirit family has only 3 parasitic opportunities in their lifetime. It is the second time for Su Pinggan. After leaving, there is only one chance left, and there is no capital to carefully select the host. After a careful look, the specifications are not low. The leaders of many countries and the presidents and chairmen of international giant companies are invited to participate. The time is in August, and there are more than 3 months left, which will not delay his visit to Europe to inspect the branch. "Okay, I agree to participate," Su Pinggan said directly. Chen Qingshan was stunned for a moment. Why did he agree so readily this time? "You must speak," Chen Qingshan added, and Su Pinggan nodded to agree to this. This attitude made Chen Qingshan a little confused. He looked at Su Pinggan seriously and said directly, "You are not drunk, you mean I shouldn't participate and shouldn't speak?" "Okay, I will definitely give you face," Su Pinggan said directly, and Chen Qingshan's face was black. "Why did you agree so readily this time?" Chen Qingshan asked curiously. "The mayor and senior officials helped me a lot with the Shanghai University of Science and Technology this time. I can't make things difficult for you. You said it before, this time it's a death order, I have to give you face," Su Pinggan said directly. "It's that simple," Chen Qingshan said with a look of doubt. Su Pinggan agreed too readily, and it was a little hard to believe it was true. "It's that simple," Su Pinggan affirmed. The two drank 2 cups of tea. "By the way, did your nephew pass the exam?" Su Pinggan asked. Chen Qingshan said that his nephew would also apply for Shanghai University of Science and Technology. "No, you are satisfied. Who knew that there would be so many outstanding talents in your exam this time?" Chen Qingshan said unhappily. "To be honest, I didn't expect it," Su Pinggan said with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the enrollment. Now people outside are still discussing this matter. "Pinggan, put more effort into the University of Science and Technology. After 2 years, you will make a name for yourself. In this way, your University of Science and Technology will lay the foundation for becoming a higher education institution in our country." Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pinggan meaningfully and said, "Mayor, to be honest, you don't need to wait for 2 years. You still don't understand the rules of the operation of the University of Science and Technology. If you really understand it, you will find that what I said is true." Su Pinggan also looked at Chen Qingshan meaningfully. "What do you mean? Explain it to me in detail." Chen Qingshan became interested. Chu Wudang and others set a rule for the lecturers of the school to encourage students to carry out independent research and development and encourage students' hands-on ability. This rule will cost the school a lot of money on experimental equipment. Our tuition is 10,000 yuan a year. The reason why it is higher than other schools is that the cost of experimental materials and the wear and tear of those high-precision equipment are considered. These two aspects cost a lot. What should students do if they don't have money to carry out their own research? They can take out loans. Yankee Bank provide loans. Of course, the premise is that your research project must be approved by the school. At the end of the first semester, those who pass the test can enjoy this treatment. What do you think? Su Pingyan said with a smile. Chapter 408, Apocalypse Game Company will not go bankrupt. Its honor will last forever. Aren't you afraid that they don't learn well? Chen Qingshan asked with doubt. What can you learn in 1 year of university? You can do research on your own after 1 year. Researchers are too worthless. Of course not. Our courses are different from those of other universities. They focus on practicality and hands-on ability. During learning and hands-on experiments, you will be told what stage similar science is in the world. They are very clear about the gap between their research projects and international ones. Besides, there will be a review by the school management. Repeatable research will definitely not pass the review, and projects that are too unrealistic will not pass the review. Everything starts from reality, Su Pingyan explained, and Chen Qingshan finally understood what was going on. You are so smart, Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pingyan and said directly. These people are completely backup researchers. Don't give me that. Do you really think I don't know what you and Lao Wei are doing? I tell you the truth, I have been complained by Brother Zhang more than a dozen times. Su Pingyan looked at Chen Qingshan with a contemptuous expression. Chen Qingshan just smiled and said nothing. He picked up the teacup and drank the tea. Xianqi University of Science and Technology is located in J City. Zhang Jianbin must be unhappy. He was prepared for this. Anyway, he and Wei Dongshuo had achieved their goals, so Su Pingyan didn't care if he had any complaints. After the two chatted for a while, Chen Qingshan said goodbye. There were a lot of things to do. Su Pingyan sent Chen Qingshan away and then returned to the office. He just sat down and drank a cup of tea when the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Yu Changlin's call. Changlin, what's the matter? Su Pingyan asked. Mr. Su, good news, the first player who broke the void has appeared. The online name is, Miss, wait for me. We have already made a full server announcement according to the plan. Customer service has notified the players through the mobile phone number left by the players when they registered. Please bring your ID card to the company to collect the bonus. We will reimburse the round-trip travel expenses and the food and accommodation at the company, Yi Chenglin said with a face full of joy. The version of the cultivation world was completed last year and has been suppressed. The reason for this is that there is no player who has broken the void. After nearly 10 months, one finally appeared. How can Yi Chenglin not be excited? The cultivation world is the beginning of the fairy world civilization, a brand new experience, giving players more freedom. Really? Execute according to the plan. I will go online immediately. Su Pingyan was really interested. He said a few words to Yi Chenglin and went online directly. The game of fairy world civilization has worn out a player's patience to the extreme. If it weren't for Su Pingyan's high reward, the players would have given up long ago. Many players are doubting what Su Pingyan said, whether the broken void function is really open. Now suddenly there is a notice for the whole server, and everyone is dumbfounded. Someone actually did it. 300,000 bonuses, this is not a small number. Many players began to envy it. At the same time, this also shows that Su Pingyan did not lie, and the broken void function is open. Because many people on the server where the player, little sister wait for me, is located know this person, who is considered a rich player. He plays games just to pick up girls and has fun. He is very active in the guild. Once the guild organized an offline meeting, and many people met this player. He spent more than 20,000 yuan on the treat. Compared with ordinary people, he is definitely a rich man. There were discussions in the game, and the game forum was also directly blown up. There were countless people leaving messages and begging for the secret of breaking the void. According to regulations, the official method will be disclosed only after 10 people have completed the breaking of the void. Su Pingyan also wrote a post on his own account to congratulate this person. In addition, an additional small reward was given to the player named, Little Sister Wait For Me, a painting and 2 game character models. A large map of the wilderness, which was made very detailed and sophisticated. Su Pingyan's office hung one of them. He took his mobile phone and took a photo of the large map on the wall next to him and uploaded it directly. As soon as Su Pinggan's account posted a post, it was immediately pinned to the top by the administrator and given an essence mark, which was very conspicuous. Soon people began to post comments below. The wilderness map and the mission model are peripheral products developed by the game company. They are very well made, and the materials used are very sophisticated. They are waterproof and dustproof. The online sales price is 66 yuan per piece. At present, hundreds of thousands of maps have been sold. There are really not many in stock. The character models have been sold out in 8 batches. The remaining ones are intended to be used as prizes, and there are only more than 100 sets. Su Pinggan browsed for a while and sent a message to Ye Changlin through the internal chat system. He told Ye Changlin to distribute the rewards he promised. Soon Ye Changlin replied and followed Su Pinggan's instructions. Su Pinggan stopped working and started to accompany his parents at home. According to the plan, he would go directly to Europe to inspect the branch after accompanying his parents for a few days. It must be time to go. After the official website announced the emergence of the first master who broke the void, all servers began to be extremely active, and the phenomenon of queuing began to appear again, and the enthusiasm of players was mobilized. Since there's a first one, there must be a second one. Players reinvested their passion and began to fight in the game. The forum began to comprehensively analyze the information of the players of Miss Wait for Me, hoping to find out the problem. Only 3 days had passed. On that day, the official website of Apocalypse Game Company was updated. Player, Miss Wait for Me, had already received a bonus from the game company, and a lot of pictures were posted on it. Miss Wait for Me was very generous. He directly disclosed his identity and cooperated with the game company to take photos. At the same time, he also uploaded photos of the player and the tax officials handling tax payment. At the same time, the official website launched the Epic Corridor. As the first person to break the void, his photo and the shape in the game will be made into a sculpture and established as the first person in the Epic Corridor. As an additional reward, he will receive 3,000 Cheyenne Cheo coins every year, which will be transferred to the player's account on January 1st every year. The activity will continue until the player dies naturally. The money is not much, but this kind of honor is what all players pursue, especially this method, which is absolutely the first in the world and has attracted everyone's enthusiasm. The official announced that after the cultivation world is opened up, the first foundation player, the first giant player, the first Yuanying player, and all the way to the GG period, the first person in each realm will enter the Epic Corridor. Apocalypse Game Company will not go bankrupt, and the honor will last forever. This sense of honor instantly exploded among the players. More than 60 servers were fully occupied. Ye Changlin was very excited and directly instructed to open 10 more servers. The new servers were fully occupied as soon as they were opened. The number of active players completely refreshed the record of Chinese games, directly reaching the top and becoming the first Chinese PC game. It finally surpassed World of Warcraft, which was also a great achievement. This news also caused a stir in the global gaming industry. Players in Southeast Asian countries that have already started running the immortal civilization began to protest collectively, demanding that Apocalypse Game Company treat them equally and give them the opportunity to fight for the Epic Corridor. Especially Japanese players were even crazier. More than 300,000 collective signatures were directly submitted to the Japanese branch of the game company. With Japanese players taking the lead, players from South Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore also followed suit. The national culture of the entire Asia was influenced by the culture of the Celestial Empire, and was more receptive to the immortal civilization than Western players. Therefore, the game company had a great influence on players in Southeast Asia. This change surprised the game companies in Europe and America. They never dreamed that the game's ING civilization would have such an influence. Players are the bread and butter of the game companies. Such fierce protests cannot be ignored. Ye Changlin immediately called the staff to discuss and see how to balance the emotions of the players. After 2 days of continuous business, the company came up with a plan. For safety, Ye Changlin directly passed the plan to Su Pinggan and asked Su Pinggan to review it. After reading it, Su Pinggan called and scolded Ye Changlin. Can't you be more courageous? Why can't the Epic Corridor be upgraded to an Epic Park? Does our Apocalypse group lack money? Players play games for fun, for a sense of honor, and for a sense of achievement. Go directly to the municipal government to buy a piece of land to build a theme park of Xianji civilization. The first person in the realm can be given a statue, and the first team to clear the dungeon in each version will also be given statue treatment for all members. Small dungeons are small statues, and dungeons are given large statues. Take a good look at how Disney plays. If you make some changes, it will be another profitable project. Use your brain carefully. I'll give you 3 days to come up with a new plan for me. After scolding, Su Pingyan hung up the phone directly. I hate iron but cannot make steel is how Su Pingyan feels at the moment. Yi Changlin's courage is still not enough, so he can only take it slowly. Fortunately, Yi Changlin is obedient and a good executor. After calming down, he continued to drink tea and read books. He would go abroad in 3 days, and he must have a result before leaving. The British branch has made a certain breakthrough, and Su Pingyan must deal with it personally. Yi Changlin hung up the phone with a confused look on his face. He lit a cigarette and sat in the office thinking about Su Pingyan's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Su Pingyan was right. The pattern of the epic corridor is a bit small. If it is turned into a fairyland civilization theme park, the attraction will be different instantly. After thinking for a long time, he immediately called a meeting of the operation department and the planning department to convey Su Pingyan's instructions and come up with a feasible plan. After hearing what Yi Changlin said, the people in the operation department and the planning department were all stunned. It turned out that he could play like this. The president was really amazing. He deserved to be the man who developed and expanded the Apocalypse Group. Chapter 409, Making Money Without Doing Anything. Work overtime, and you can't leave until you come up with a new plan. This is the death order issued by Yi Changlin. Everyone started to get busy while wailing, looking up information and making plans together. 2 plans were issued that night. Yi Changlin reviewed it and directly rejected it, retaining the reasonable parts and redoing the rest. Go off work and continue tomorrow. There is strength in numbers. You come up with ideas and I come up with ideas. Piece together and integrate little by little. The plan began to mature step by step. After more than 20 revisions, 2 days later in the afternoon, Yi Changlin submitted the final plan to Su Pingyan for review. Su Pingyan took a look and directly signed and approved it. The next day, the official website of Apocalypse Game Company was officially updated. The global servers will be updated synchronously in the future. The Immortal Civilization player competition will be officially launched in a month. The game company will purchase a piece of land to build the Immortal Civilization theme park. After achieving the epic goal, the player's statue will be erected in the theme park, and a stone tablet will be erected next to the statue to narrate the glory achieved by the player and the player team. Each small copy, large copy, group large copy, single realm, etc., who achieves these goals will be eligible to obtain the statue to enter the theme park. The specific certification method will be announced in detail in a month. After the release of this statement, players in Southeast Asian countries were relieved. They finally got the same treatment as players in China. This matter caused a lot of shock in the game industry and the player world. The most direct reaction is that the number of registered players in many countries has increased a lot. The number of servers in Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Thailand has doubled. Correspondingly, the number of active European players has also increased. The influence of the game's ING civilization is further enhanced. This situation makes many game companies feel uncomfortable. Especially Japanese game companies. Why can't their own companies think of this plan? You know, Japanese game companies dominated the 1980s and 1990s. In recent years, they have been surpassed by American game companies, and now they are surpassed by Chinese game companies. Many people cannot accept this reality. Isn't it said that the end game has declined? Why did Shanghai Game Company rise so strongly? This problem is not only a puzzle for Japanese game companies, but also for companies in China, Europe and the United States. The analysis departments of major game companies are frequently called over by their bosses and scolded one after another. Finally, a French game company published an analysis report, and the final conclusion was that it was not that the PC game market was declining, but that there were no good PC games. Once a good work came out, it could also achieve the results of Apocalypse Game Company. What the market needs is quality. In particular, the statistics of active players in the article made many game companies jealous. According to incomplete statistics, the number of active players of the game's ING civilization in China fluctuated between 1.3 million and 2 million. The peak period of the holiday can reach 4 million players. This is only the statistics of players in China. Statistics of other countries in the world are not calculated. This is a terrifying number. At the same time, the article also gave an analysis of the decline of World of Warcraft in China. It can be said to be very detailed, so Activision Blizzard had to respond on social media and recognize the analysis of this report. When the game industry was surging, Su Ping'an left the Celestial Empire and began to visit branches in Europe. The first stop was DM. This time Su Ping'an came not only to see Isabella, but more importantly to buy some industries for Isabella. Isabella has been with Su Ping'an for almost 2 years. Usually, she would receive some gifts from Su Ping'an, but she had no industries at all. Miao Yi and Songs Ian both had their own industries, and Isabella also needed to arrange some. Isabella was very happy about Su Ping'an's arrival. She did not stay in Phil's manor. Phil could not stand Su Ping'an's performance even after the opening, so Su Ping'an stayed in the hotel directly. It was 2 days later that he went to Phil's manor with Isabella. Phil felt angry when he saw Su Ping'an, and this time was no exception. After talking with Su Ping'an, he felt better. The renewable resource system can completely solve the urban garbage problem, Phil asked with shock. Most of them can be solved, but electronic metal garbage cannot be recycled harmlessly. The others are not a problem, Su Ping'an said directly. Phil nodded and was still very shocked. Being able to solve most of them is an incredible breakthrough. What are you going to do? Phil asked. I will invest and register a recycling company in the name of Isabella, and include the cities of the entire DM country into this system. The garbage will be sorted and processed. This is Isabella's industry, and all the profits belong to Isabella. This is a specific plan. You can take a look. If it is feasible, I will start to make an acquisition offer to DM, Su Ping'an said directly. Phil nodded, very satisfied with Su Ping'an's attitude. More importantly, Phil can see the economic benefits contained in this. With such an industry, Isabella can be said to have no worries in her life, enough for Isabella to live a luxurious life until old age. I will arrange this. Create a company in the name of Isabella. I will contact the relevant departments to cooperate with your acquisition, Phil said directly. Lawyer Bruce will come tomorrow. I will ask him to contact you, Su Ping'an said directly. Phil nodded, and Isabella's mother beside him also nodded, approving Su Ping'an's arrangement. Isabella even gave Su Ping'an a sweet kiss. Phil and his wife looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They were really helpless about Su Ping'an. Except for the marriage problem, he was impeccable in other aspects. At noon, they had a meal together. Isabella was very active. It can be seen that Isabella was really happy. Phil and his wife hadn't seen Isabella so happy for a long time. The next day, Isabella accompanied Su Ping'an to play everywhere. Bruce met with Phil after he arrived. After some discussion, they started to get busy and were busy for 3 days. Isabella's company has been registered. Kuldika Environmental Company, with a registered capital of 100 million euros, officially issued an acquisition invitation to DM state-owned waste treatment plant. This incident caused a lot of shock in DM and Europe. Things went very smoothly. It was approved in just 1 week. According to the relevant agreement, it will be announced in the name of Apocalypse Group. Finally, Su Ping'an will personally announce that the project will be transferred to Isabella. This was Phil's personal request. There was no way to change it, which made Su Ping'an very worried. Finally, seeing Isabella's eyes, he agreed. A few days later, Su Ping'an and the personnel of relevant departments held a joint press conference. Su Ping'an announced that Shianki Group acquired DM state-owned waste treatment company and waste power generation company for 2.7 billion euros. At the same time, it was transferred to Kuldika Environmental Company for €1. At the same time, Kuldika Environmental Company will obtain Shianki Group's renewable resource system authorization for €1, which is limited to the DM area and has no time limit. People from the relevant departments of DM announce that the employees of the acquired waste treatment company and waste power generation company will not be unemployed, no employees will be laid off, and thousands of jobs will be added. After the construction of the entire Shianki renewable resource system is completed, the garbage in the entire DM country will be sorted and processed. Except for electronic metal garbage that cannot be processed, other garbage will be recycled and reused, and the garbage in the entire DM will enter a pollution-free era. When the news spread, countries around the world were shocked. Shianki's garbage recycling system has reached this point. Is it wrong? Many countries have begun to collect information. In the capital of Yi province in China, a plastic waste treatment plant has started construction. It covers a large area and the process is very complicated. There are more than 200 sets of equipment purchased from home and abroad. The purchase amount is as high as 400 million euros. Once completed, the plastic waste in 6 cities including the provincial capital will be safely handled and will not cause plastic waste pollution. The power of the media is strong. They began to send personnel to investigate the waste recycling system of Scienki Group for detailed reports. The data was disclosed by the media, which shocked many people. No one thought that Scienki Group's recycling system had achieved this level. Paper waste, after being processed by Scienki Group's recycling waste system, was restored to high-grade pulp and sold out at a price of 300 yuan per ton lower than the market price. Domestic waste was used to generate electricity and heat. After completing this set of procedures, it was mixed with biological agents and turned into biological fertilizers that are beneficial to the soil and nutritious feed. It is completely in a stage of supply and demand, and it is produced and sold in batches, with zero inventory. Electricity is sold for power generation and heating is charged for heating. In addition, the subsidies provided by various cities make people jealous. In addition, the laws of the Celestial Empire are tax-free for this type of industry. Su Pinggan is too damn smart. He is making money lying down. Following the media reports, many people contacted Su Pinggan to discuss the transfer of patent technology, but Su Pinggan refused all of them and said that he would never transfer the technology. He even issued a statement that when the technology is fully mature, Apocalypse Group will invest globally and will not transfer any technology to other parties. Seeing this statement, many people were furious. If you are not given a business that can make money easily, it would be strange if you can feel good about it. Chapter 410 The second generation of heavy metal extraction technology in water. Zhang Jianbin, Xiao Jianguo and others called Su Pinggan to inquire about this matter. Su Pinggan explained one by one. To be honest, electronic metal waste cannot be perfectly recycled and must be studied and improved. When calling Su Pinggan, Y province and cities that have already launched recycling systems have received inquiries about the results. Weidong and Chen Qingshan are no exception. When the information was summarized one by one, the people in the relevant departments were shocked when they saw the various data. They really didn't expect that Scienki Group had achieved such a level in garbage disposal. However, they were also very troubled by Su Pinggan's plan to eat alone. From the statement issued by Su Pinggan, it can be seen that this is not intended to be authorized. If Su Pinggan is to eat alone directly, how much money will Su Pinggan make if he really wants to expand globally? Thinking about it makes me feel short of breath and my eyes are a little red. Although Isabella already has a company under her name, the company's management personnel are all configured by Phil. Su Pinggan does not interfere, and Isabella is completely relieved. At present, she has begun to connect with other companies to integrate a company. At the same time, arrange personnel to start a comprehensive investigation and design a perfect recycling area for renewable resources, so as not to waste resources by repeating construction. After the planning is completed, construction will be carried out, and the purchase of equipment will be another climax. Originally, Su Pinggan planned to invest part of the funds to help complete it completely, but Phil refused directly. The arrogant Phil could not accept such charity and said that he would raise enough funds to carry out this project. Su Pinggan shrugged and did not mention it anymore. After accompanying Isabella in DM for more than 10 days, Su Pinggan left. Isabella went to school, and Su Pinggan went to the British Renewable Resources Research Institute market. He had been looking forward to the results that Gilbert mentioned for a long time. After settling in the hotel and resting for a night, he took people to the Renewable Resources Research Institute the next day. Ruth is still the captain of a team of the security team of the institute. This kind of important breakthrough is all protected by special personnel sent by the Black Fox headquarters. It can be said that Ruth has been trying to figure out what the breakthrough is since some time ago, but there is no way at all. The security protection of key projects is very strict. 4 protection systems are running at the same time, 24 hours a day. Even if the power is cut off, the self-contained power supply in the institute can support 36 hours, which is enough time for other security personnel to arrive, and you can't break through at all. Ruth has a task. Whenever there is a breakthrough in a major project of the institute, you must find a way to find out what the result is. The continuous investment of Apocalypse Group for several years has entered a period of technological explosion, and you can't be careless. Before Ruth could figure out what the result was, Su Pinggan arrived. Ruth looked helpless. If you want to get in touch with this kind of core secrets, You must become Gilbert's deputy or a security manager in the institute. Your current level is not enough. Moreover, all Apocalypse institutes have regulations. What project you are working on and the progress of the project cannot be discussed anywhere outside the research room. If you find out, you will be expelled from the institute and your legal responsibility will be pursued. This is the provision in the confidentiality contract. After more than 20 people violated the regulations and were strictly enforced, the researchers in the institute have now accepted this regulation and started to implement it seriously. Therefore, even if you are a security guard in the institute, you don't know what projects these researchers are working on. The confidentiality work has been done to the extreme. The security personnel have also signed an agreement not to ask any researcher any questions. Once discovered, the same confidentiality procedures will be implemented. If it is a minor offense, you will be directly prosecuted, and if it is a serious offense, you will be directly made to disappear. According to Rutt's understanding, there are almost 100 guards who have disappeared. This is also the fundamental reason why our Rutt dare not cross the line. There is a special department in the Black Fox security company responsible for executing this matter. Rutt watched helplessly as Gilbert and Sue Pingan shook hands and walked into the experimental building together. Except for the researchers, no one else was allowed to enter, and Rutt could only defend from a distance. Gilbert handed Sue Pingan a pair of glasses and an earmuff. Sue Pingan took it and put it on directly. Gilbert turned to the other person and said, "Sec, start, let the boss see your results." Sec nodded to Sue Pingan with a smile on his face and went down. The experiment officially started. 3 huge metal pipes went directly into the pool. The water in the pool was transported from the Thame River. There was a huge equipment next to it, and there were 3 empty pools. After checking the equipment, Sec began to call on the staff to start the equipment. The huge equipment began to run. Sue Pingan watched from the side. The water in the pool flowed into other pools after passing through the equipment. This was done 5 times in a row. Finally, the equipment was opened and 6 plates were taken out from it. 5 of them had obvious color differences, and the last one had all kinds of colors. The researchers began to test these powders. Sue Pingan took off his earmuffs and glasses, and waited for the results with expectation. After about 40 minutes, Sec came over with a test report, with a happy face. There was another person holding a plate next to him, and there were 6 small plates on the plate. "Boss, this is the latest test report. We have successfully extracted 6 metal elements. The remaining metal substances are relatively mixed. They can be mixed in and refined again in the next experiment," Sec said with a happy face. Sue Pingan took the report and looked at it carefully. The joy in his eyes could not be contained. Extracting metal elements from seawater is a technology that defies heaven. If it is successful, the Apocalypse Group will really be invincible. "Will the refined water change the marine environment?" Sue Pingan asked directly. "Yes, this is a good thing. Before the industrial age, the heavy metal content in seawater was very low. We obtained precious seawater from a glass bottle on the seabed hundreds of years ago. According to the analysis of the seawater in the glass bottle, the metal concentration is very low, almost undetectable. Now, we can extract dozens of grams of metal elements from half a ton of pool water, which is enough to show how serious the pollution of seawater is. If we extract metal elements from the ocean on a large scale, it will be very helpful for the restoration of a marine ecology. And now we can use clean energy from nature as energy, and the cost can be basically ignored," Sec said seriously. The second-generation sewage heavy metal refining technology is Sec's achievement. Sec has been carrying out this project since the establishment of the British Renewable Resources Research Institute. The new first-generation sewage refining technology unique to Apocalypse Group is Sec's achievement. Sewage heavy metal refining technology is not a sophisticated technology. Many countries have this technology, but it is inefficient and costly and has not been widely promoted. The reason why the wastewater treatment of Shyanki Group meets the standards is that the latest generation of wastewater heavy metal refining technology has broken the original pattern in one fell swoop, greatly reduced costs, and increased refining efficiency, so that the wastewater treatment has achieved amazing results. The second generation of technology was studied 2 years ago, and the annual cost was as high as £700 million. Gilbert was annoyed by this money-eating beast and was about to stop the project. It was Sue Pingan who approved it because Sec's research was on the right track. 2 years ago, Sue Pingan showed Gilbert the relevant technology, and Gilbert stabilized and began to pour resources into the project. At the same time, he began to guide quietly so that sex research would not deviate from the right path. Now he finally saw the results. Gilbert, this project is sealed and top secret. Dr. Sex bonus will be doubled. After 2 years, when this technology is promoted, the second bonus will be issued, Sue Pingan said excitedly. Sec next to him also had a happy face. He knew very well how much money he would get. When the first generation of technology was completed, the Institute rewarded Sec with a bonus. Later, when Sue Pingan reformed the reward plan, Sec received another bonus. Thank you, boss, Sec said directly. Don't thank me, this is what you deserve. Everyone in your team is treated this way. I hope you remember the confidentiality regulations. Sue Pingan looked at Sec and said. I understand. Sec, as an old man in the Institute, knew the power of the confidentiality regulations. Gilbert had already announced Sue Pingan's decision to other researchers nearby. Everyone began to cheer. Gilbert pressed his hands down to stop everyone from cheering. Everyone knows the confidentiality regulations. I don't want to see anyone violate the regulations. I believe you all know what happened to people who violated the regulations in the past. Don't force the Institute to do something they don't want to do. We abide by the agreement, and you also have to abide by the agreement. This project is top secret, and you know what it means. Okay, you can rest today. The bonus will be deposited into your account when you get paid. Gilbert looked at everyone and said directly, and everyone started cheering again. At noon, Sue Pingan, Gilbert, Sec and several major researchers went out to eat together. Sue Pingan treated them all. Everyone had a big drink and was extremely relaxed. They rested directly in the afternoon. After get off work at noon, Rut drove away from the Institute and came to a very remote bookstore. He walked in and began to browse books in front of a row of bookshelves. What's the result? A voice sounded behind Rut. The project is sealed and top secret. I am not qualified for this position and I can't get any information. Judging from Sue Pingan's happy expression and other performances, this is a great breakthrough and will definitely bring him a lot of profits, Rut said directly. There was silence, and the person behind him was silent. Rut, you need to work at the French security headquarters of the Apocalypse Group. A voice came over, and Rut's face turned black. Chapter 411 Blame the World. You promised me that my activities would be limited to London and that I would not be allowed to develop further into a senior member of the Apocalypse Group, said Ruth with indignation on his face. Ruth was serious about Stone and had plans to marry him. Once he entered the management of the security company, he would face a very terrifying investigation. Ruth knew how strong the investigation would be. If he was exposed, Sue Pingan would not be merciful. Ruth knew how strong the power in Sue Pingan's hands was, and many insiders had been dealt with. Ruth, the reason we agreed to you before was because the organization believed that you could get the information we wanted in the Institute, but in fact you could hardly get any information. At the beginning, we promised you that we would not pursue Stone's matter 4 years ago, but Stone made the same mistake again last year. We did not pursue it for your sake. This is a new bargaining chip. You should think about it carefully. The voice of this person made Ruth very painful. The reason why our Ruth retired from the Special Forces was because of Stone. According to the evidence held by the other party, Stone could be put in prison for more than 20 years, and the fine would definitely make Stone bankrupt. As a lawyer, Stone would use some means to win the case. These means are not allowed to be seen in public. If they are not found out, it will be a big problem. Rut and Stone are serious. In order to prevent Stone from going to jail, Rut agreed to the other party's request and retired directly. Under Stone's introduction, he joined the security department of the Apocalypse Group and delivered messages to the other party at any time. Just tell me what results you need to let us go. Rut was a little impatient. If he knew who the other party was, Rut would have killed all the other party members at night, instead of being so aggrieved now. Rut, the organization has not treated you unfairly. It has been a fee of £10,000 a month for several years. What is the return you have given? Tell me yourself, have you paid an equal return? The cold voice appeared again, and Rut clenched his fists and said nothing. After a while, Rut spoke again. I'm tired of this kind of life. Give me a clear goal. I can't go on like this. Just wait for the news. I will report your demands truthfully. Whatever the top management decides is not my problem. The cold voice came again. With a humph, Rut turned around and left without even looking at the person behind him. The person behind him shook his head helplessly. Who the hell could have thought that Su Ping'an cared so much about the protection of the institute? He left the bookstore with a long sigh. 3 days passed slowly. On this day, Rut also came to the bookstore to meet with someone. Not long after, a cold voice came from behind again. The target is a project that can bring in £5 billion in profits. After completion, the organization will have nothing to do with you. This is impossible. You are very clear about the protection of the Apocalypse Institute. Do you really think I have this ability? Rut said with a serious face. This is your problem. If you want your lover not to go to jail, you must complete this goal. Just the case last year is enough for Stone to go to jail for more than 5 years, not to mention that his lawyer's license will be revoked and there will be a huge fine. The conditions given to you by the organization are not high. I remind you that if you want to complete the goal, it is impossible with your current position. You must become a senior executive to complete the task. It's up to you to do it. The organization does not accept other conditions. The cold voice said a few more words. Do you think that Stone and I are worth £5 billion together? Root said with a sarcastic tone. The organization has paid, and there must be gains. If you want to blame the world. The rules of the world are like this, and we have no choice. The cold voice came again. This is your salary this month. Take care of yourself. After the cold voice finished speaking, an envelope was placed in front of Root, and a man in a windbreaker left directly. Root looked at the envelope in front of him. His expression was very tangled. After a while, he picked up the envelope and walked out expressionlessly. He had to consider the way out. If he continued like this, he would either be destroyed by the organization or destroyed by the Apocalypse Group. No unit would forgive the traitor, and Root knew this very well. Su Ping'an has inspected other projects in the past few days and is very satisfied with the progress in all aspects, especially the use of liquid to dissolve electronic waste technology, which has made great progress. According to the current progress, it is very likely that the liquid dissolving electronic waste project will be completed in a few months. This technology can melt electronic waste, leaving metal substances without producing toxic gases. The melted liquid flows into a special site for treatment, and is processed through special processes and equipment to filter out harmful substances and convert them into harmless liquids. These harmless liquids can be discharged after being diluted by adding preparations again, which can definitely meet the irrigation standards, and can also have many benefits for plants by adding nutrients. The projects within the Institute of Renewable Resources are all related and can form a very high degree of complementarity. This is the fundamental reason for the rapid breakthrough in the research speed within the Apocalypse Institute. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the person at the helm. Several general managers of the Apocalypse Research Institute understand Su Ping'an's meaning very well. Therefore, in terms of selecting projects, the first thing to consider is integration. The key factor is whether the project can be integrated into the entire renewable resource system. The renewable resource system is a big project. Now the renewable resource system of the Apocalypse Group is only in the primary stage. The final stage is to restore all the garbage into valuable materials, and the waste ratio does not exceed 5%. Only when this level is reached can it be called a real renewable resource system, and the city can operate harmlessly for a long time. Why can the suspended cities in science fiction novels, or the bases on alien planets, exist for a long time? It is because the renewable resource system, or in other words, the renewable resource system is only a part of the recycled energy. Only when the energy cycle is achieved, your energy consumption will be minimized, and you don't need to consume a lot of energy to do many things. Now the technology of various countries on Earth is wasteful technology, and there is no energy cycle at all. According to the speculation of the Star Spirit, there will be a few hundred years when humans will play themselves to death, and it will be difficult to develop such basic technology, because human development ideas are not on this regard. After inspecting the institute, Su Ping'an personally went to the Apocalypse Rangers football club for inspection. Visoka led the management to greet him directly at the door. This was Su Ping'an's first visit to the club. The club's current office is rented. There is no way. The stadium and the headquarters are under construction. They will not be completed until October. After the renovation, this year's time will be over. If you want to use it, you can only wait until next year. The team training is also temporarily rented in other stadiums. The conditions are very difficult, but no one has complaints. Everyone knows that the current difficulties are temporary. After the stadium is built, There will be advanced hardware to use. The planning map of the stadium has been made public. The hardware conditions are higher than those required by UEFA. Various training facilities and living facilities will be very complete. The new stadium can accommodate 80,000 fans to watch the game on site. It is absolutely beautiful. In the club's large conference room, Su Pinggan sat in the main seat to listen to Visoka's report. Ranieri led the team to complete the relegation task and has begun to rebuild the team. According to the plan, half of the first team players will be put up for sale, and the money will be used to buy talented young players. Of course, some stars will be bought to improve the club's reputation. The team's sponsors have also changed greatly. Currently, 3 Chinese companies have sponsored the team, and all have signed 4-year advertising contracts. The advertising sponsorship fee in the first year was only €5 million, because the stadium was not completed. After the stadium was completed in the second year, the advertising sponsorship fee rose to €20 million a year. At the same time, Adidas also signed a contract with the team for €17 million a year, and was responsible for the jerseys and training uniforms of the team and the youth training staff. Visoka reported for nearly an hour, and Su Pinggan nodded frequently. After all, he was a professional who managed the club in an orderly manner. Apart from other things, just by attracting so much sponsorship fees, Visoka was qualified. What difficulties are there at present? Su Pinggan asked after taking a sip of tea. Boss, there are 2 difficulties at present. The first is the problem of our youth training base. I hope that the boss can use this piece of land as our new youth training base. Visoka looked at Su Pinggan and said directly, while taking out a map and drawing a circle on it. Is this piece of land in the hands of a private person or the municipal government? How much is it expected to cost? Su Pinggan asked. It is in the hands of the municipal government. I have asked, and it requires £7 million of funds, Visoka said seriously. You can contact Henry from Target Law Firm and ask him to handle this matter. What is the second thing? Su Pinggan asked. The second thing is the problem of funds. According to the head coach's plan, the cost of purchasing players exceeds the budget of 100 million funds. The other thing is that the venue our team is currently renting has increased by 20% this year, therefore, our budget has exceeded a lot. To solve these 2 problems, the boss needs to allocate 40 million funds, Visoka said directly, and Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment. Is it only our rent that has increased or all the prices have increased? Su Pinggan asked. I arranged for someone to investigate. This year, rents in London have increased across the board, with the lowest increase being 15%. Visoka had never expected this to happen. With rents rising, other prices have also risen, and all kinds of expenses have risen directly. P.S. I would like to recommend a new book by a friend, The Path of the Great Song Dynasty. You can read it when you are out of books. If it suits your taste, please support it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412. Didn't you consider the increase in the rent of the team's training ground in advance? Su Pinggan frowned and said. Boss, the team's temporary rental of other stadiums is all settled on a monthly basis, and no long-term rental contracts are signed. The price is adjusted with the market fluctuations, Visoka explained to Su Pinggan, and then he understood what was going on. You report to Nils, I'll call Nils, Su Pinggan said directly. The money that should be spent still needs to be spent. Thank you, boss, Visoka said seriously. The season is about to end. What are your goals for the new season? Su Pinggan looked at Visoka and Ranieri and asked. He spent so much money, and he had to see the results, otherwise, he would become a sucker. Boss, our goal this year is to get the team in place, gain a foothold in the Premier League, strive for a good ranking as much as possible, and at the same time, qualify for the European League next season, Ranieri said on the side, and this sentence could only be said by him. Yes, it meets the goal I gave you. Let's do it. If there is anything, please discuss it with Visoka, Su Pinggan said directly, and Ranieri and Visoka nodded seriously. Boss, the team has an away game the day after tomorrow. Will you go to watch it? Visoka asked. If Su Pinggan went to watch the game, he had to arrange it in advance, so he asked. No, I will leave the UK the day after tomorrow. Do a good job and strive to create our dynasty, Su Pinggan said to the management. I will not let the boss down. Visoka stood up and expressed his opinion, and others stood up as well. It was impossible not to express their opinions. Su Pinggan's investment was obvious to all, and he did not interfere with the management of the team. If he could not achieve good results, it would mean that these people were incompetent, their reputation would be directly stinking, and their careers would be over. After leaving the team, Su Pinggan returned to the hotel. He had just made a pot of tea and started drinking it when Darina came over and reported, "Boss, Lawyer Stone and her boyfriend Ruth are here and want to see you." Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment. Stone and Ruth, what are they doing here? He frowned and thought for a while, then nodded. Darina went out and brought the two of them in. Ruth and Stone came to find Su Pinggan because they had no choice. Now only Su Pinggan could save them. Otherwise, if things continued to develop, neither side would let them go. Ruth returned home that day, and did not cook or turn on the lights. It was not until Stone came back at night that Ruth said that he was an undercover agent. Unexpectedly, Stone was not surprised at all. "Ruth, I'm very happy that you told me the truth. I know you're not normal, because normal people wouldn't do these things. I really want to know why you did this. You know more about the strength of the Apocalypse Group than I do. You know very well what will happen if they find out. More than 200 people have been sent to prison through your law firm. Billionaire Dunn has been dragged into bankruptcy by the Apocalypse Group with lawsuits, and his reputation has been ruined. This kind of consequence is not something that we two ordinary people can bear. Dear, can you tell me the reason? I'm really under a lot of pressure." Stone also spoke directly about his repressed things, and Ruth was quite surprised. After a while, Ruth told Stone why he agreed to go undercover in the Apocalypse Group. Stone was completely dumbfounded. He never dreamed that Ruth did this for himself. His illegal things had been clearly known to others. Stone was stunned. The huge pressure fell on him. According to his previous habits, he dragged Ruth and went crazy several times regardless of anything. Only after venting the pressure crazily, Stone's mind could be normal. Both of them sat on the sofa, feeling sleepy, and began to think about how to get rid of this kind of life. After a few days, they discussed dozens of plans, but finally gave up. After analyzing one by one, the two found that there was only one way now, that is, to completely lean to one side. The two began to struggle about how to choose, listing various understandings, dozens of densely packed, and finally found that leaning to the Apocalypse Group was the best way. Reputation. The reputation of the Apocalypse Group is the highest. From the birth and development of the Apocalypse Group to the present, no one has broken a promise. Su Pinggan's reputation is diamond level. Although the results were obtained, the two still struggled for a long time, because of a problem. What rewards can the two bring to Su Pinggan? Without enough price, why should Su Pinggan help the two? After struggling for a few days, Ruth suddenly thought of one thing. This matter cannot be told to Stone. Stone knows that it will not be good for him, so he can only talk to Su Pinggan, so the two came to see Su Pinggan. After Su Pinggan invited the two to sit down, Ruth told them everything in detail. Su Pinggan did not show any expression on his face, and looked at the two very calmly, which made the two feel scared. "Ruth, do you know why I asked you to do the French thing?" Su Pinggan said to Ruth calmly. Ruth was stunned for a moment, and then he recalled it carefully. His face turned pale, and he looked at Su Pinggan with fear and said, "You knew I had a problem a long time ago?" Stone's mind buzzed when he heard Ruth's words. Ruth's abnormality had been discovered by the Apocalypse Group a long time ago. How could this be possible? Why did the Apocalypse Group not take action? Of course, the reason why I didn't touch you was because I wanted to see who was behind you. Otherwise, how could I let you go until now? Did you find that the security protection of the British Renewable Resources Research Institute is the highest? There are 5 internal security personnel who are specifically watching you. This is because you haven't done anything that crosses the line. Once you cross the line, they will take you down directly. After experiencing the commercial espionage incident, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has also been reorganized. Don't underestimate their power. Those organizations that plan to use dark forces to attack the Apocalypse Group don't touch the Apocalypse Group, which already explains a lot of things. Su Pinggan looked at Ruth and said calmly, "Peace is won through fighting. Without ruthless means, the Apocalypse Group would have been eaten clean by those who are interested. Apart from other things, the person who threatened Tina and planned to place an assistant next to Su Pinggan has already traveled to the bottom of the sea. The senior executives of Daco Headhunters are very clear about this. Su Pinggan directly issued a huge reward of $2 billion on the dark web at that time. Gavin led others to cooperate in hunting and killing, which seriously injured the vitality of this dark organization. Finally, a certain big boss came forward to mediate and reconcile. Now many organizations do not accept business targeting the Apocalypse Group. Even if you have the ability to get rid of Gavin's group, you can't bear Su Pinggan's reward. No one can bear a reward of billions of dollars. Another thing is that these people are very afraid of the source of intelligence of the Apocalypse Group. Gavin led people to accurately hunt the enemy. How did the intelligence come from? How did such accurate intelligence get obtained? Just analyzing this point makes people unable to sleep. I have an intelligence in my hand and want to make a deal with President Su. Ruth gritted his teeth and said directly. Really? Do you really think your information is valuable? If it is the information I already have, it is worthless. It's like your existence. Outsiders don't know that I have already mastered your true identity, Su Pinggan said nonchalantly. I am sure. I discovered this information by chance. You can't master his identity. His other identity was already a dead man 8 years ago, Ruth said this directly. Su Pinggan was stunned and nodded. Ruth looked at Stone. Stone stood up and nodded to Su Pinggan and left directly. Stone did not participate in this matter, which was also a protection for Stone. After seeing Stone leave, Ruth squatted down, took out a dagger from his shoes, lifted up his clothes directly, and cut a scar on his stomach near the ribs. He took out a soft white object directly from it. This is a special storage USB flash drive. It does not contain any metal components and can escape the detection of various equipment. There is information inside. After saying that, he put the USB flash drive on the table and pressed the wound on his stomach with his hand. This USB flash drive is close to the ribs, and the explanation to the outside world is that it is an item left after the rib fracture repair. You use various electronic devices to detect it, but there is no reaction. This is a document prepared by Rut before retiring from the Special Forces. Su Pinggan took out a few pieces of paper from the side and wiped the USB flash drive, then connected it to the computer and found that it contained the information of more than 20 people. Number 17 Gigs, currently the Deputy Director of the Internal Audit Department of Black Fox Security Company, Albert, Rut said directly. Although the wound was still bleeding, Rut had no reaction at all, which was quite strong. Su Pinggan frowned, and in his mind, he had already asked Xingling to start investigating. At the same time, he operated the computer for a while. After a while, Su Pinggan stopped operating and leaned against the sofa with a thoughtful expression. Why did you record these people? Su Pinggan asked. I have fought with them all. These people died inexplicably. In my opinion, their deaths are very abnormal. The reason why I collected this information is to prepare. After all, I was still a member of the Special Forces at that time. I must always be prepared to fight with these people again. This is a basic habit. I never thought that I would use this information. Root said the truth. The Special Forces carry out secret missions all year round, and they must have a study of their opponents. This is Root's professional habit. Dr. Westbrook may 3rd also be alive. If the boss can find him and subdue him, it will be very helpful for the development of the Apocalypse Group. He is a mad scientist. His research on the human body has reached a perverted height. Not only our special forces, but also many countries are looking for him. He has a nickname, Human Nuclear Bomb. The reason for this nickname is that he has achieved achievements in genetic viruses that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve, Root said another piece of news. Su Pinggan smiled and suddenly realized that this Root was not without value. On the contrary, he had a lot of value. At least he had never heard of this information before. Albert's identity has been confirmed. Through genetic comparison, the probability of matching Gigs's information is more than 90%. It can be concluded that they are the same person. The voice of the star spirit sounded in Su Pinggan's mind. Ruth, I helped you solve this matter. What are you and Stone going to do? Su Pinggan pointed to the sofa and asked Ruth to sit down. We plan to leave the UK and start a new life in the Netherlands, Ruth said directly. Chapter 413 The urge to vomit blood is very strong. Will you be able to get rid of everything when you arrive in the Netherlands? Su Pinggan asked directly. Ruth was stunned, then lowered his head and kept silent. I'll give you a suggestion. Think about it seriously. Stone is a lawyer, so just continue to be a lawyer. Don't use those illegal means anymore. Once they are mastered by others, there will be endless troubles. As for you, don't you think your current life is boring? You can join the Apocalypse group with peace of mind and be truly tied to the Apocalypse group. Your future is bright. Think about it carefully. To live a new life in the Netherlands, the pressure of life is not small. You need to start all over again and fight again. What's more, no one knows whether there are other organizations watching you. After all, you have left the Apocalypse group. If there's anything else, the Apocalypse group can't intervene. Sue Pingan looked at Ruth and said directly. Ruth began to frown and think. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Sue Pingan. What do you need us to do? Ruth asked with caution. Stone will continue to be her lawyer. You can go to Gavin to report for restorative training. On the surface, you are the security system auditor of the security company. In fact, do what you are good at? You know what I mean. Sue Pingan looked at Rudd and said seriously. The captain of the Special Operations Brigade is not something that ordinary people can do. You must have strong strength. Rudd has this strength. Although his skills have deteriorated a little now, this is not a problem. He can recover with some restorative training. The Apocalypse group is currently in short supply of this kind of talent. Although Gavin has a lot of people who can reach Rudd's level are rare. Gavin and Sue Pingan are very clear about this. They can only observe and cultivate slowly. There is no better way. People like Rudd don't look down on ordinary mercenary companies. Mercenary companies with less than 100,000 people will not consider it at all. Even if something happens, you know very well how much the company will give as a pension. What's more, it's not so easy to die, Sue Pingan said with a smile, and Rudd lowered his head and said nothing. After taking a sip of tea, Sue Pingan looked at Ruth, who was silent. You can go back and discuss with Stone. At the same time, convey the news that I want to meet with the top leaders of your organization. Tell them the truth that I want to talk to them about you and Stone. If you want to start a war, just refuse directly. You can take this to your contact and ask him to hand it over to the top leaders of their organization. The time is 3 days. I will only wait for 3 days. Sue Pingan looked at Ruth and said the last sentence directly. After Sue Pingan finished speaking, he wrote some words on a note on the coffee table, folded it, put it in an envelope, sealed it and handed it to Ruth. You'd better not read it. It's not good for you. The messenger can also read it if he wants to disappear. Thank you, Ruth said while holding his stomach, took the envelope, looked at Sue Pingan and turned away. You only have 3 days to consider, and you won't be waiting after the expiration date, Sue Pingan said directly. Ruth, who had already walked to the door, paused for a moment, then opened the door and left. Stone at the door saw that Ruth's stomach was covered with blood and his face changed greatly. He went over to support Ruth. Ruth shook his head and motioned Stone not to speak. The two went straight to the elevator entrance and took the elevator to leave. The two left the hotel and went directly to the door of a pharmacy. Stone went into the pharmacy to buy a lot of medicines and immediately came out to return to the car. Ruth bit a roll of gauze in his mouth and began to disinfect the wound on his stomach. Without anesthesia, it would be very painful to use alcohol disinfection directly. Stone, who was next to him, felt even more guilty. It was all for himself. If it weren't for him, Ruth would not do such a dangerous job. Tears came down directly. Don't cry, Ruth spit out the gauze in his mouth and said. Stone was very obedient and began to wipe his tears. Soon, Ruth bandaged his wound, the car started, and went directly to a specialty store to buy a set of upper body clothes. After changing in the car, he went directly to the meeting place. Wait for me here, no matter what sound you hear, don't get off the car, understand? Ruth looked at Stone and said. Stone nodded. Ruth took a deep breath and got off the car with the envelope. Arriving at the bookstore, he continued to look through the books. Not long after, a cold voice came from behind him. Today is not the date for the meeting. What do you want to do? The tone was full of strong dissatisfaction. I confessed to Sue Pingan that he wants to talk to the top leaders of the organization. This is his letter to the top leaders of the organization. If you don't want to disappear, don't open it. I don't know what the content is. I did all this to protect myself. Sue Pingan's original words, if you want to start a war, just reject my request. Goodbye, Ruth said, turned around, put the envelope on the bookshelf next to him, and turned away. The man picked up the envelope with a complicated expression and looked at it. He had an urge to open it. Ruth's words appeared in his mind again. The expression on his face changed back and forth. Finally, He sighed for a long time, put the envelope in his pocket and left. The Bolafite Manor, located in the eastern suburbs of London, covers a large area. It is the ancestral property of the Campbell family. At night, Earl Campbell opened a letter in the study. The Bolafite Manor is very beautiful. With just a simple sentence, Earl Campbell smiled when he saw this sentence. You are really amazing. After saying that, he shook his head with a wry smile and took out a lighter to burn the letter directly. It was obvious that Supingan already knew who was the person in charge of the organization behind Ruth. Although there were 3 lines between Ruth and Campbell, it was useless. He was still controlled by the Apocalypse Group. The next day, the 4 old men went to the Bolafite Manor to meet Campbell. The 5 people discussed and got a result. Campbell sent the butler to send a letter to Supingan, inviting Supingan to dinner at the Bolafite Manor in the evening. Supingan received the letter at the hotel, looked at it and smiled, and said to the butler, "Go back and report to Earl Campbell, I will be on time for the appointment in the evening." The butler nodded, saluted Supingan and left. Supingan picked up the book next to him and continued to read. It was nothing more than negotiating conditions. Supingan was very patient. In the evening, Supingan set off in a car. The motorcade went straight to the Bolafite Manor. When they arrived at the gate, they entered the manor smoothly. The car was very good. After Supingan got off the car and left with a housekeeper, the guards began to open the safety of their guns and took defensive positions. Welcome to visit. I am Campbell. Campbell greeted Supingan at the gate. Supingan shook hands with Campbell with a smile on his face. It is my honor to come here today. It was a very standard polite words. Please come this way. I have a few friends here. Let's have dinner together, Campbell said directly. Supingan nodded and followed Campbell to the restaurant. Those who didn't know would think that the two were old friends. It was impossible to tell that the two met for the first time. Let me introduce you. This is Mitchell. You should have seen Mitchell's information. I won't introduce him anymore. Campbell looked at Supingan with a smile and said. Of course, our two companies still have cooperation, Supingan said with a smile, and admitted it generously. Although Campbell had a smile on his face, he obviously felt that he still underestimated Supingan. Of course, cooperation with Apocalypse Group has brought us a lot of profits. Welcome to your arrival, Mitchell said politely, not caring at all that Supingan had already mastered his information. This is Cecil, this is Messi, this is Tobin. Campbell introduced everyone, and then everyone sat together to enjoy dinner. They were all talkative people, and the meal was full of laughter. After dinner, everyone went to Campbell's study to talk. Campbell opened a bottle of red wine directly, and everyone had a glass in hand, and they talked slowly. The organizational structure of our organization is very strict. From Ruth to me, there are 3 layers of liaison personnel. How did you get our intelligence? Campbell went straight to the point, and it was time to discuss business. I don't deal with the Americans very well, you should know it very well, Supingan said after taking a sip of red wine. Campbell and others nodded seriously. Several people knew this very well. There is one advantage for Americans. Everything is not a problem if the money is in place. I paid 30 million euros, and the detailed information of your organization was on my desk. By the way, it also includes the 6th person who did not show up today, Barkley, Supingan said with a smile. Campbell and his men had awkward smiles on their faces, and they covered their chests at the same time. The flesh on their faces was trembling and numb. It turned out that they were the ones who came out from the United States. We are your fucking allies, Campbell and his men shouted in their hearts. They sold us out for only 30 million euros. They really couldn't accept this fact. They wanted to vomit blood. Wait for me. This matter is not a joke. Selling out allies is not the privilege of you Americans. We will do it too. It took a long time for Campbell and others to recover. How are you going to solve the problem of rut? Campbell asked. What price do you need? Supingan asked back, and Campbell and his men looked at each other. We know you have a lot of good projects with good profits. How about we cooperate and give us a profitable project? We have invested a lot in rut over the years, Campbell said to Supingan. Supingan nodded. Campbell's request was not excessive. How about we cooperate next year? Supingan said directly. Sure, can I know what project it is? Campbell said directly. Single-person aircraft, Supingan said directly, and Campbell and others were stunned. The single-person aircraft project of our Apocalypse Group has made a great breakthrough. It can be said that it has taken shape and is currently in the stage of safety performance testing. After the publicity of this year's single-person aircraft exchange conference, we will launch a finished product by the end of this year or next year. The cost is only a little higher than the cost of a car. This cost is nothing for the rich. It uses hydrogen energy, and no environmental protection organization can say anything. I can give you the distribution rights in the UK. It depends on you how much you can sell. I guarantee that your price is 5% lower than that of any European country, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Chapter 414. Most people don't see this clearly. Campbell and the others looked at Su Pinggan in astonishment. They never thought that Su Pinggan would give them such a project. It was totally unexpected. Did the last single-person aircraft exchange competition allow President Su to gain technology to make up for his weaknesses? Campbell looked at Su Pinggan with deep meaning. That's not the case. The single-person aircraft exchange competition was held last year to build momentum. It was held once last year and once this year. Building momentum for 2 consecutive years will make people want to fly freely more urgently. The Americans banned their people from participating because they were worried that I would take away the technology. It's ridiculous. Even though they have been conducting research and development for decades, it still doesn't work because they have gone astray. All the technologies I bought are useless because our single-person aircraft have already started using hydrogen fuel and have been tested for a long time. Everything we did was just to cover up the truth. Su Pinggan said this very calmly. Campbell and the others were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect Su Pinggan to say this. What is the endurance of your single-person aircraft? Tobin couldn't help asking. It's very simple. We can fly directly across the English Channel without refueling, Su Pinggan said directly. Several people were stunned. A distance of 240 kilometers can be flown over in one go. How can it sound so sci-fi? There is another advantage. We have also solved the noise problem. 20 degrees below zero has no effect on the aircraft. As for whether you believe it or not, you can wait and see. Maybe I will show it in the single-person aircraft competition, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Deal, Campbell said directly, very decisively. Don't agree yet. Once we make a deal, you will still need to make some efforts, Su Pinggan said, shaking the wine glass in his hand. Su, you can just say it, Campbell looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. Gentlemen, this is a single-person aircraft, not a car. Air flight is regulated in all countries. If you want to smoothly roll out single-person aircraft, you need to have corresponding policies and support. If the UK wants to sell it, you need to get through the UK's relationship. If you can't do this, it's not my problem. You must not harass Stone and Root again. They are already members of the Apocalypse Group. Think it over carefully. If you can't do this, it's not too late to regret it now. I can give you another project. The contract must be respected and executed. This is my principle. After saying these words, Su Pinggan stared at Campbell's eyes, and the meaning behind his words was very obvious. Campbell looked at the other people. The others all had a thoughtful expression. Su Pinggan was not in a hurry. He just waited slowly. It was up to them to choose. It didn't take long. Mr. Su, we want the agency rights in Europe, Tobin said directly. No, this is impossible. The two of them are not worth the price. In addition, you are now in a very bad relationship with the EU because of Brexit. I am a businessman and I don't get involved in this. Therefore, the agency rights in Europe cannot be given to you, Su Pinggan said directly. Campbell and his men looked at each other helplessly. They didn't expect Su Pinggan to react so quickly and see through the calculations behind this matter. Su Pinggan looked at the men thinking and spoke again. There are many rich people in this world. Rich people, celebrities and gentry play with single-person aircraft, middle-class people play with gas cars, and poor people can just ride bicycles. If this word gets out, do you need to worry about the sales of single-person aircraft? You don't even have single-person aircraft. Do you have the nerve to say that you are rich? Do you have the nerve to say that you are a member of the upper class? You are so embarrassed that you have lost face in the Pacific Ocean. After saying this, Su Pinggan took a sip of red wine and looked at the men. Campbell and his men looked at each other and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. Su Pinggan's calculations were too shrewd. If this word gets out, rich people will have to buy one or more for the sake of face. If you think you can do this, I can give you the plan in advance. How to operate it is your problem. I will never regret it, Su Pinggan added. Several people looked at each other and nodded slowly. Is the price only affordable for the rich? Campbell asked directly. A sports car costs hundreds of thousands of euros. The price of a single-person aircraft must be more expensive than a sports car. In a few years, the rich consumer group will have almost bought it, and the cheap version will appear, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Deal. Rut and Stone have nothing to do with us anymore. We will destroy Stone's evidence directly. If someone catches the whip in the future, it will not be our problem. I can only guarantee that the things before last year will not happen again, Campbell said with sincerity. Deal. Su Pinggan smiled and raised his glass. Campbell and several others also raised their glasses and clinked them with Su Pinggan's glass. Everyone drank it in one gulp. After chatting for a while and drinking a glass of red wine, Su Pinggan said goodbye. Campbell generously gave Su Pinggan a box of red wine, personally sent Su Pinggan to the car and left, and then returned to the study. Now that there are no outsiders, they poured some red wine again and started talking about this matter. Campbell, I can't understand this matter. If the Apocalypse Group's single-person aircraft has made a breakthrough, why did the Celestial Empire allow it to export it? Such a powerful weapon can be modified for military use. It is definitely a powerful weapon. It is absolutely sharp to deter other countries. Why would the Apocalypse Group be allowed to export it? Tobin said with a frown. Tobin, it's not so easy to use a single-person aircraft for military purposes. Even if the problems of fuel, noise, flight distance, etc. of single-person aircraft are solved, there is still one biggest problem that cannot be solved, that is the protection problem. Let's not talk about ordinary countries. For several major countries, ordinary single-person aircraft are sitting targets. How many bullets and missiles can you withstand? A single-person aircraft is flying in the sky. How can you avoid heat-seeking missiles? The heat emitted by the aircraft makes it a sitting target. There is no way to hide. If you want to achieve military use, it will be a useless product. Because of this, countries have not regulated the research and development of single-person aircraft. At most, they only need to produce more targeted missiles. An armed helicopter can easily kill many single-person aircraft. It will be difficult to reach military level in the next 20 years. This involves a lot of problems. Therefore, major countries don't care much about this matter. However, this kind of single-person aircraft is definitely a weapon of mass destruction for those small countries. Small countries are equipped with it, so other countries must also be equipped, especially the police departments. This is a huge market. The rise of Apocalypse Group is not only due to Su Pinggan's luck, but also inseparable from his skills in strategic planning. Most of the world has not seen through this, Campbell said with a serious face. Do we need to notify the United States? Mitchell said, and he regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. The Americans have already sold them out, so why are they still considering what the Americans will do? The question just now is completely a habitual expression, and they are too dependent on the Americans. I am a little suspicious of what Su Pinggan said. It may not be that the Americans betrayed us. This is not good for them, Cecil said with a frown. Campbell looked at a few people, sighed and said, let me tell you one thing. It is not the first or second time that the Americans have taken money to help the Apocalypse Group do things. How is this possible? Messi didn't believe Campbell's words. The top leaders in the United States may not do this, but the people below are. It was the Americans who blew up the 7 Korean super warehouses. Otherwise, why would the Koreans not dare to disclose it and cover it up? Also, none of the 3 people responsible for investigating this matter returned to the United States. All of them happened within the sphere of influence of the Americans, and there was no investigation afterwards. This is very telling. For money, there is nothing that the Americans dare not sell. The most powerful weapon on this planet is money, Campbell said directly, and Tobin and the others kept silent. The fact that he knows Bartley means that this matter is inseparable from the Americans. Bartley is responsible for our cooperation with the Americans, and only the Americans know the relationship between Bartley and us. From this point, we can conclude that the information Su Pinggan obtained came from the United States, Messi said with a gloomy face, and everyone kept silent. No one in the organization knew about Bartley's existence, and only the 5 of them knew that Bartley had been responsible for contacting and cooperating with the Americans, and at the same time hiding in the dark, so that if anything went wrong, he could always pick them up. Campbell and his men each had their own responsibility, and they covered up Bartley's affairs very tightly. The 5 of them would not betray Bartley. The only people who could betray Bartley were the Americans. No one else knew Bartley's identity. They had no idea where Su Pinggan's news came from. Su Pinggan said this just to buy a nail for the Americans. If you dare to plot against me, you must pay the price. This is one of Su Pinggan's counterattacks. Take it slowly, and slowly let all the secret organizations guard against the Americans, be suspicious, and the suspicion will definitely explode to a certain extent. At that time, it is time for the Americans to pay the price. That night, Su Pinggan hugged Liu Wenjin and slept well. The next morning, when Su Pinggan woke up, he was the only one in the bed. He smiled, got up directly to wash, changed his clothes and went downstairs to have breakfast. When he returned to the room to drink tea, Liu Wenjin pushed the door in and reported, "Boss, Lawyer Stone and Root are here, bring them in, and by the way, book a charter flight to France tomorrow," Su Pinggan said. Liu Wenjin nodded and left. Chapter 415, Look carefully, there are always clues. Soon, Liu Wenjin came in with Stone and Ruth. Su Pinggan shook hands with the two and asked them to sit down. He also poured 2 small cups of tea for them and asked them to drink tea. "Boss, I sincerely want to join the Apocalypse group," Ruth directly expressed his attitude. "Have you discussed it?" Su Pinggan asked the two people, and Ruth and Stone nodded together. "Very good, in the future you will find that today's choice is correct, Ruth. I have met with the top leaders of the organization behind you yesterday. From today on, you will no longer have any involvement with them. You are free," Su Pinggan said with a smile. Ruth let out a long breath with a look of relief on his face. "As for Stone's problem, I paid some price and solved it. All the evidence of Stone's illegal activities in their hands was destroyed, and it is guaranteed that no one will get evidence of things before this year. What happens in the future has nothing to do with them, so Stone, don't do similar things again. If something happens again and someone with ulterior motives finds out what happened a few years ago, it will also be a big trouble," Su Pinggan said while looking at Stone. Su Pinggan had a very good impression of Stone. He was a very careful and quick-tempered person. He handled things very well after several cooperations, but he was a little radical. It would be much better if he changed this. "Thank you, boss. I don't know how to repay you. I plan to transfer the shares of the law firm to Shaanxi Group." Stone had just said this when Su Pinggan waved his hand to stop Stone from speaking. "I understand what you mean. Keep your shares. When you get married with Ruth and have children in the future, I will give you milk powder money for the child," Su Pinggan said with a smile. Stone blushed, while Ruth was full of smiles. Although Ruth was a muscular man, Ruth understood what Su Pinggan meant. This was a tactful rejection of Stone's request. "Boss, what should I do next?" Ruth went straight to the point. "It's very simple. I will give you a week to accompany Stone well. After a week, you will report directly to the French headquarters. Buck will arrange it for you. You will be given a vacation every month," Su Pinggan said directly. "Thank you, boss," Ruth and Stone said together. After drinking tea with Su Pinggan for a while, the two said goodbye. They were very nervous when they came, but they were relaxed when they left. They left the hotel and got into the car. "Stone, supermarket, we are going to buy a lot. We need to have a good drink," Ruth said to Stone. "You are right, we need to have a good drink, and I also need to go crazy." After Stone finished speaking, he looked at Ruth with his eyes, and a small flame began to appear. Ruth raised his hand and put his arm around Stone's neck, pulled Stone's head over for a deep kiss, and separated for a long time. "Let's go," Ruth said. Stone started the car with a smile on his face, and soon disappeared in the traffic. In France, the Black Fox Security Company's headquarters, Buck brought people to the secret cell in the base. All 8 people in the internal audit department were locked up here, including Albert. Buck notified Albert to bring a few people here last night, on the grounds of reviewing a special person. Albert did not doubt him and brought people here. As soon as he arrived at the secret cell, he was controlled by Buck and all the people were locked up. Buck was very angry because Albert was promoted by Buck himself. He even intended to let Albert take over the internal audit department in a few years. Buck's head exploded when he received Su Pinggan's call. Because of his previous experience, Buck hated traitors very much, and hated Alcadel even more. He started to arrange people to torture him in the morning. He didn't ask anything and just beat him up first. Others were not punished and waited for the results of the investigation. If they were proven to be innocent, they would be released. Otherwise, don't expect to see the sun again. This was Buck's plan. When he came to the cell, Buck sat down and looked at Alcadel hanging opposite. Alcadel was covered in blood, His hands were tied with iron chains and hung in the air, his head lowered, and a trace of blood left from the corner of his mouth. Why do you treat me like this? I haven't done anything to let the company down, Alcadel said directly to Buck. Huh? Buck laughed angrily. Should I call you Giggs or Alcadel? You are hiding so well, Buck said directly. Alcadel was stunned. He looked at Buck with a surprised expression and stopped talking. The others looked at each other. Alcadel's performance proved that he really had a problem. Originally, they were dissatisfied with Alcadel for no reason. Now it seems that Buck has mastered some information. When he attacked Alcadel yesterday, he still showed mercy. Today, he will definitely not show any mercy. No one likes traitors, especially traitors around them. Who knows if the traitor will collapse one day? Speak up, silence is meaningless. Although your identity of Giggs has been officially declared dead 8 years ago, it is a pity that you are not dead. I don't care if you are in other companies or organizations, but you actually came to Apocalypse Group. You can't escape. You know the strength of the company very well. If you say it now, maybe you can leave a way for your family to live. When the organization investigates, you know what the consequences will be. Buck stared at Alcadel with cold eyes. You dare not kill me. Last night was the time when I contacted the organization. If I didn't show up, it means that something happened to me. You can wait. Someone will come to find you and take me away within a day. The Apocalypse Group is very powerful, but there are many organizations in the world that are more powerful than the Apocalypse Group. In addition, this is a shameful thing. In order to maintain its image, the Apocalypse Group will not let me die here. Many people saw me coming to work in the company. I entered the company but disappeared without leaving. You know what this will bring to the Apocalypse Group? Alcadel looked at Buck and said directly. Buck clapped his hands with a smile on his face. You are very smart. You have been in the internal audit department for a long time. Do you know how we found those hidden commercial spies? Do you really think that the company's intelligence department is a grass eater? It doesn't matter. No matter who comes to pick you up, I will let you go. The consequences are simple. You and your family will go to hell. If you don't believe it, you can try it. I will tell you the truth. The intelligence department has already started to act the day before they took action against you. They are investigating you with all their strength. I hope you can hide your family deep enough. Buck said with a look of contempt. Alcadel was stunned, lowered his head and kept silent. The intelligence department of the Apocalypse Group was a mystery, and no one knew who was in charge. However, the intelligence was famous for its accuracy, and Alcadel had experienced it in recent years. Now the intelligence department was targeting him and could find out his identity, which had been dead 8 years ago. Alcadel was really unsure whether his family would also be found out. Whether he says it or not, beat him up again, as long as he doesn't die, Buck said and turned away. He didn't ask any more questions. There was no need to waste time. On the third floor of a high-end restaurant in Brussels, Belgium, two people were drinking coffee and talking together, and their expressions were not so good. Alcadel didn't contact on time yesterday. I analyzed that something might have happened. Wilson, we must start the rescue procedure, an elderly man in a windbreaker said directly. Bull, could Alcadel have been delayed by other things? Wilson said directly. That won't happen, because the internal audit department where he works has been very calm recently, and the Apocalypse Group has also been very calm. Nothing big has happened. It's very abnormal to lose contact for no reason, Bull said directly. Bull, the purpose of my meeting you today is very simple. If Alcadel is really in trouble, just give up. Now is not the time to turn against the Apocalypse Group. Wilson looked at Bull and said directly. The organization can't do this. Giggs has made many contributions to the organization. This will make people feel chilled, Bull said with a look of shock. The organization has not treated Alcadel unfairly. Don't forget that the organization helped him get his son's kidney and his wife's heart, and he didn't ask him for a penny. You know very well how much loss the organization suffered when the mission failed before going undercover in the Apocalypse Group. It was you who promised to let him make up for his sins and go undercover in the Apocalypse Group. In the end, he was still found out by the Apocalypse Group. For several years, there is no news. What the organization needs is elites, not waste. He has failed twice in a row. I am notifying you now instead of negotiating with you. He is no longer valuable and not worth investing in, Wilson said expressionlessly. Wilson, he is already the deputy director of the internal audit department. In the future, It will be much easier for us to plant nails in the Apocalypse group. This position is very important. Bo looked at Wilson with a pleading expression in his eyes. Bo, I understand you. Alcadel has been with you for almost 20 years. You have feelings for him, but you can't bring these feelings to work. Let me remind you, if Alcadel is really in trouble, then it's not too late for you to arrange for his family as a private person. It will be too late when the intelligence personnel of the Apocalypse group find his family. You know their strength very well, Wilson said directly. Bo frowned and said nothing. Wilson raised his hand and drank the red wine in the glass, stood up and walked to Bo's side, patted Bo on the shoulder and said, Bo, retire, you are not young anymore. After that, he left directly. Bo sat there motionless. After a long time, he sighed deeply, stood up tremblingly, picked up the crutches beside him and left the restaurant directly. A night passed. After breakfast, Su Pingan took people directly to the airport and chartered a plane to fly directly to Paris. More than an hour later, the plane landed. Buck was waiting for Su Pingan outside with a motorcade. After Su Pingan came out, Buck came to meet him. The two shook hands and got on the car directly. Buck was in the same car with Su Pingan. How is it, did he confess? Su Pingan asked. No, he kept his mouth shut. He swore that someone would come to pick him up. I arranged for someone to beat him up every day. The rest of the people have passed the review and were released. 3 people resigned and I approved them. Buck reported what happened. It doesn't matter. We already know his whereabouts. The intelligence department is investigating. It won't take long to get the information of his family. We'll see if he says it or not. If we investigate carefully, there will always be clues, Su Pingan said lightly, and Buck nodded. Chapter 416 You must be prepared. There was no conversation along the way. The car soon arrived at Su Pingan's manor. After getting off the car, Su Pingan took Buck straight to the study to talk. The others were doing their own things. The housekeeper had already made detailed arrangements. After making a pot of tea, Su Pingan and Buck talked while drinking tea. Su Pingan gave Buck a document, send capable personnel, who must be trustworthy, to invite this person to Apocalypse Island, be sure to pay attention. This person is an authority on bacteria, known as the human nuclear bomb. All participants are not allowed to touch him directly. They must wear 2 layers of sealing gloves. Be careful of problems, Antonio, the boss knows where he is, Buck said in shock, without looking through the information. You know him? Su Pingan asked with a little surprise. I know him too well. Boss, don't forget that I have been in the mercenary world. Antonio is a well-known figure, an authority in the global bacterial and genetic worlds, a famous madman, and many organizations are looking for him. He once had a mercenary life, saying that he wanted to experience life. As a result, during a mission, a friend he knew was killed in a bombing. In revenge, he directly massacred the other party's training base, and thousands of people died overnight. This incident happened in Africa, and it was covered up by the 2 major mercenary organizations. They said it was food poisoning, and more than 100 people died. Buck told the truth. I didn't expect this person to have such a legend. This is the first time I heard of it, Su Pingan said directly. Boss, where did you hear about Antonio's story? Buck asked. In the UK, someone made a deal with me, so I got this person's information. Such top scientific personnel cannot be wasted. The person you sent to invite should be polite. What I need is a collaborator, not an enemy, Su Pingan said directly. I don't understand. I will choose a good candidate, Buck said directly. Su Pingan nodded and took a sip of tea. By the way, Rut's problem has been solved. However, you have to secretly arrange someone to monitor him for half a year. If there is no problem within half a year, cancel it, Su Pingan said directly. I understand. I will observe him for half a year and arrange several test tasks for him, Buck said directly. He knew Rut's ability very well and hoped that Rut could sincerely join the Apocalypse group. At noon, Buck had lunch at Su Pingan's place and drank a few cups with Su Pingan. Finally, Su Pingan arranged for someone to send him home. Buck, Gavin, and York, after their original families died, did not plan to start a family. Su Pingan also persuaded them to do so. Unfortunately, it had no effect and became a great regret. After a day's rest, Su Pingan went to Apocalypse Game Company for inspection the next day. Jacques accompanied Su Pingan to inspect various departments, especially the company's largest project, the terminal game World of Disorder. This game, which gives players a high degree of freedom, has been developed by more than 20 teams for nearly 2 years, but it has not yet taken shape. After Su Pingyan listened carefully to the report of the project manager, he more or less understood what was going on. Jacques' ambition is too big. This game is too big, and it has very high requirements for computer hardware. If you want to run the game completely smoothly, the computer accessories must be upgraded. The graphics card, sound card, and CPU must all be upgraded to the current top configuration. The general configuration can't support it at all. Su Pingyan really doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. He returned to the office, made a pot of tea, and started a conversation with Jacques. Jacques, have you ever thought about it? Players of such a big game must upgrade their computer configuration to play. How many people are willing to upgrade, boss? I admit that this is a flaw, but boss, you have to look at the current computer hardware upgrade time. According to our plan, the latest CPU, graphics card and other hardware will be on the market next month. Computer hardware configuration is further improving. When we launch the first version of the game at the end of the year, the required configuration will not be the top level. Moreover, there are about tens of millions of old computers abandoned every year in the world. According to the latest statistics, the accessories these people use to replace their computers are all the top-level configurations at the time. In this way, within 2 years, the player's computer hardware configurations will keep up with the game needs. We do this in a planned way, Jaeger explained seriously. Su Pingyan thought seriously for a long time, then reluctantly nodded and asked, "Is the first version completed now?" "It has been completed. It is currently undergoing testing. It will take several months to test and clean up the bugs. I am confident in the world of disorder. This is a survival technology game. Although there will not be a large market in China, there is definitely a large market in the European and American markets. We have also cooperated with the University of Paris. Many basic skills and technology tree development are designed according to the human development process. Players also learn this knowledge while playing the game. This is a unique design for our game, so our client is a bit big," Jacques said embarrassedly. Su Pingyan smiled. "It's a bit big, not just big. The 130G client is definitely unique in the world. In the future, computers with 500G configuration will be outdated, and T-class hard drives will be popular." After chatting with Jacques for a while, Su Pingyan left. Everyone in the company had a serious expression on their faces, which was not conducive to work. Only when he left these people could he relax. Rest at home in the afternoon. The next day, he went directly to the technology company for inspection. Coaster accompanied Su Pingyan to inspect various project groups. After a few hours, he went directly to the office. "What good news have you had recently?" Su Pingyan asked. "Boss, there is really good news. We are responsible for designing the control chipset of the new renewable resource system. The design has been completed and is currently being tested. If it passes the test smoothly, the various factories of the renewable resource companies in China can replace the chips. After the replacement is completed, the efficiency can be increased by 20%, which can be regarded as making up for another major defect. Another good news is that the encryption hardware of our satellite has been designed. According to the boss's instructions, the encryption program automatically changes once an hour, and the difficulty of cracking it increases by 2 times. It can be said that our encryption program is currently the top encryption program on the Earth, without a doubt," Coster said very confidently. "So sure," Su Pingyan said with a smile. "Of course, the encryption program changes automatically without rules. We don't know what kind of protection measures will be used. How can outsiders crack it? We asked Minister Zhu Hongyan of the Chinese side to conduct an attack test. Minister Zhu Hongyan admitted failure 3 hours later. At that time, it was not Minister Zhu Hongyan who acted alone, but also Minister Zhu's 27 masters who acted together," Coster said with a smile. Su Pingyan was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. He didn't expect Zhu Hongyan to have such a day. He had to find a chance to embarrass him once. "What else?" Su Pingyan asked after taking a sip of tea. "There are also some sensors that have made breakthroughs, but 5G is not yet popular, so this type of sensor is difficult to play a role, and the current network speed is still a bit slow," Coster said directly. "How is the research on wireless broadband transmission going?" Su Pingyan asked. "The progress is not great, especially in terms of anti-interference, which is still a big problem. The main problem is the material. I have communicated with General Manager Baron, and the project will be adjusted there. and 2 project teams will be started to develop new anti-interference materials, Koster said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. The results of internal coordination of several major research institutes are better than interfering by themselves. This is the unique advantage of the Apocalypse Research Institute. When each major project is carried out, there will be other research institutes to support it behind the scenes. Finally, the results were achieved, and the results were divided according to the contribution, and the bonus was obtained according to your proportion. This good mechanism laid the foundation for cooperation between research institutes. After chatting with Koster for a while, the two left the technology company together and went to the communication satellite R&D base not far from the security company. Buck was really concerned about the satellite R&D base. Su Pinggan and Koster went through 2 procedures before entering. Along the way, Su Pinggan looked very carefully. There were people patrolling in every corner, and surveillance cameras were all over the R&D center. Moreover, there were people on the roof, more than one person observing each other, nodding in his heart. This arrangement was absolutely qualified. The vehicle was parked in the underground parking lot, and the two took the elevator up together. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, he saw Murphy, the general manager of the project. "Welcome, boss, to inspect. Please change clothes here." Su Pinggan nodded, and was taken to the room next door to change into dust-free clothes. The entire satellite R&D and assembly area adopts dust-free design. Various fans are running 24 hours a day, and the air entering the area needs to go through 3 layers of dust isolation and purification. Walking all the way, Murphy introduced carefully beside him. Today, the immediate boss and the big boss came together. Murphy was still nervous, and was very worried that Su Pinggan would not be satisfied with the progress. "When is it expected to be completed?" Su Pinggan asked. "Boss, the assembly will be completed in September. And you can contact the rocket launch company for the launch," Murphy said seriously. "Can we fully control this satellite after it is launched?" Su Pinggan continued to ask. "Absolutely. The final control password of the satellite is with us. The rocket launch company has obtained the 3rd-level password, which is convenient for testing whether the satellite has entered orbit. Once the test is completed, the handover can be completed within 24 hours, and we will take full control," Murphy said seriously. Su Pinggan nodded and continued to walk forward to watch. The researchers were busy wearing white dust-free suits and gloves. "Murphy, you have to be prepared. When the satellite is successfully launched, the new satellite research and development base will be moved to Apocalypse Island. A satellite control center will be built on Apocalypse Island. You have to be prepared," Su Pinggan said slowly. "I understand. The employees are mentally prepared. It is not a long-term thing to build a control center here," Murphy said seriously. Murphy knew very well what Apocalypse Island was like. Chapter 417. I will settle accounts with him in 2 years. After a round of inspection, Su Pinggan and Koster left. Instead of going back to the company, they went to the security base. They would have lunch at the security base at noon today. Buck was very happy to see Su Pinggan coming. He asked someone to arrange for Su Pinggan to have barbecue at noon today. While drinking, Su Pinggan asked Koster about the translation server. "Boss, the server is still being installed. After the installation is completed, we will conduct internal testing. It will take about 2 months to complete and will not delay the use. Beatty Company has purchased the factory land in Lyon and has started construction. It is said that the equipment procurement will be launched in half a month. The other party is very fast. This is to seize the first opportunity to go public," Koster said directly. "Have they designed the appearance?" Su Pinggan asked. "As far as I know, they haven't. Their design department is working overtime to design it. It shouldn't delay things," Koster said directly. Su Pinggan nodded and stopped asking. The 3 of them finished 2 dozen beers. After drinking, Koster was sent away to rest. Su Pinggan and Buck drank tea and chatted in the office. The topic unconsciously turned to Alcadel. "He hasn't confessed yet. It's been 3 days. He can't stand it without any news," Buck said directly. "Don't bother. Just deal with him. He is worthless. If there is no news for 3 days, it means he has been abandoned. It is difficult for us to get any news from him. We can tell him that the search for his family will not stop. Wait for him to reunite with his family in hell," Su Pinggan said with a cold face. "I'll arrange it tonight," Buck said directly. "Alcadel would never die easily. He must die after suffering. Traitors must pay the price. By the way, the team to invite Antonio has set off. I really didn't expect him to live in France, Buck said with an incredible expression. I didn't expect it either. It was accidental to get news about him. Let's give it a try. Tell the team members. I can talk to him in person when necessary, Su Pinggan said directly. I'll arrange it in a while. The team members should contact him tomorrow, Buck said directly. Su Pinggan nodded, drank tea and chatted with Buck for a while, then left by car and returned home to rest. He was dizzy and had to have a good sleep. In the next few days, Su Pinggan met many people accompanied by Hall and attended several cocktail parties to consolidate the established connections. In the Celestial Empire, the actions of the various branches of the Apocalypse Group did not stop at all. First of all, the news media reported that the Apocalypse Agricultural Group was established and had contracted 1.1 million acres of land in the Northeast. At present, the infrastructure construction has begun. According to the plan, all large-scale machinery is used for operation. Agricultural equipment imported from abroad has arrived one after another, which can be said to be busy. At the same time, the media also reported another incident that directly caused a shock in the retail industry. Huaiao Supermarket, ranked 4th in the country, was acquired by Shianki Supermarket Company for $38.7 billion. The reason for the high price is that Huaiao Supermarket has its own property rights in the first and second tier cities, and the land certificate and property certificate are all available, which saves a lot of trouble. If only the value of these real estates is calculated, it will definitely exceed this value, because many plots of land where the stores are located are in prosperous areas and are very valuable. The reason why we agreed to the acquisition price of Shianki Supermarket Group is that Shianki Group offered cash that could not be refused. The top 5 shareholders all have their own listed companies. The overall environment is not good now, but cash is very scarce. Jizu Ai went directly to negotiate with several shareholders. The 5 major shareholders controlled 82% of the shares of Huaiao Supermarket. After some negotiations, the two sides hit it off. The major shareholders sold their shares and the minor shareholders wanted to wait for the price to sell. Zhao Tongfu, general manager of Shianki Supermarket, directly announced that in order to build a boutique supermarket to raise 5 billion yuan, this part of the funds must be invested by shareholders according to the proportion of shares. If you can't come up with funds, you will directly dilute the shares. The naked threat is not concealed. The minor shareholders have no choice but to honestly sign the equity transfer contract with Jizu Ai. Huaiao chain supermarkets belong to Shianki Supermarket Group 100%. After the news spread, the major retail companies cried wolf after understanding what happened. Damn, cash acquisition, supermarkets are not so profitable. Why do you, Shianki Group, who is so powerful, want to interfere in our industry? A few years ago, a batch of them were acquired by internet companies, and then there was a large-scale poaching, which caused heavy losses in talent and economy for major supermarket chains. Now that Shianki Group has also intervened, there will definitely be large-scale poaching, and losses will definitely be incurred. On the one hand, business is not good, and on the other hand, they have to deal with poaching. This life has never been better. While people in other industries were gloating, CAO Deshan of Shianki Logistics announced that Shianki Logistics acquired Puma Express Company at a price of 14.8 billion. This news directly caused a shock in the express delivery industry. Puma Express ranks 8th in the country in terms of scale and already has a complete logistics network. Now that Shianki Group has intervened, it will definitely cause great competition in the logistics industry. Everyone knows that Shianki Group eats alone. A few days later, CAO Deshan directly announced that he had reached an agreement with First Automobile Group. Shianki Logistics purchased 2,000 hydrogen trucks of different specifications to completely replace the current fuel trucks. This is the first batch. If it is not enough, the second batch will be purchased. This change alone can reduce the freight costs of logistics companies by 20%. The oil price is 4.6 yuan per liter, which is only 3.4 yuan per liter when converted into hydrogenation. The cost of 1 liter is 1.2 yuan per liter, which is not a small amount. That's not all. CAO Deshan then announced that the logistics centers of Puma Logistics, which were originally located in 9 provinces, will be fully upgraded to intelligent ones, and will be doubled directly. At the same time, 7 more intelligent logistics centers will be built. The new intelligent logistics center can reduce the current labor cost by half and increase efficiency by 30%. CAO Deshan fully demonstrated his courage. After other logistics companies learned about the detailed plan of Shanghai Logistics, they were all in a big headache. What should they do? The current profit can only barely break even, and the profit can be said to be very little. If they spend money to upgrade and buy vehicles, where will the money come from? They are all very worried. Raising prices is not feasible at all. As long as Shanghai Logistics does not raise prices, the price will not rise. Moreover, Shanghai Logistics is not worried. After the operation of hydrogen energy vehicles and intelligent logistics centers, the cost will drop a lot. Profitability is definitely not a problem. Occupying the market is the goal of Shanghai Logistics. In addition to the Apocalypse Agricultural Group, the Apocalypse Supermarket Group and the Apocalypse Logistics Company are the two companies that directly stirred up the industry, and the entire industry was shaken. On this day, in Su Pinggan's study, Su Pinggan and Hall were drinking tea and discussing things. Hall, I can't agree to this request. You are very clear about the current situation. Su Pinggan rubbed his head and said directly. Yes, I refused directly, but I also left a way out. When the trade war is over, I will go to investigate in person. With this promise, the other party can also accept it and will not have an excessive reaction, Hall said directly. Su Pinggan nodded. The Americans actually wanted him to invest in the United States now. Isn't this asking for trouble for himself? If he invests in the United States now, what will happen to the Chinese market? That is his foundation, and he can't give it up. A person from a lobbying company found me and hoped that we could reconcile with Eric Oil Company, Hall said directly. Hall was very clear about the calculations of Su Pinggan some time ago. Reconciliation? Why didn't you think about reconciliation when you were plotting against me? I will settle accounts with him in 2 years. You must pay the price for plotting against me, Su Pinggan said unhappily. After the trade war is over, he must settle accounts with Eric Oil Group. Boss, Eric Oil will usher in great development with super fuel and super engine. According to the information I received, Japan has spent $500 million to buy 3 sets of super engines and 50,000 tons of super fuel. The European Union is also negotiating with Eric's company. This product is an indispensable equipment in aerospace. In order to get these 2 products, once Eric Oil Company puts forward conditions against us, I am afraid we will suffer losses, Hall said directly. Let him try it. I don't care about a little loss. It is more important to see the partners clearly. Let them all jump out. Let's carefully select the real partners, Su Pinggan said directly. So, Hall just said the beginning and Su Pinggan waved his hand to organize Hall to continue. Hall, we don't need to worry about this. Believe in the R&D strength of Apocalypse. Sooner or later, they will ask for help from Apocalypse. What are we afraid of? Even if there are billions of losses now, they will be spit out multiples of them at that time. Otherwise, you will not get the technical authorization and products of my Apocalypse group. It depends on the price you pay. I have the confidence to let them compensate for our losses, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Hall was stunned for a moment, looked at Su Pinggan seriously and laughed. He already understood what Su Pinggan meant. Apocalypse Research Institute must have made a major breakthrough in a certain invention. It is not certain who will restrict whom in the future. Don't worry anymore. Hall said goodbye after drinking tea and chatting with Su Pinggan for a while. He is not young anymore, and his energy is really a bit behind. Su Pinggan sent Hall away and then returned. Su Pinggan did not return to the villa, but took a walk in the yard. What he was thinking about was the choice of the venue for the single-person aircraft competition. The success of E-City last year made many places go crazy and began to contact Apocalypse Group to fight for this venue. Both Zhang Jianbin and Chen Qingshan have spoken harshly to Su Pinggan, telling him that he must consider his own city. Qiao Lianqing and Wei Dongshuo have already gone to Beijing to start a fierce battle to obtain this project, and the relevant departments are also having a headache over this matter. Chapter 418 We are the world's number one. It was not just Qiao Lianqing and Wei Dongshuo who were competing in the capital. Xiang Qianjin, a senior official from Hubei, also joined in. The benefits of the single-person aircraft exchange competition last year were too great, and they must not give up this year. The 3 of them had not yet achieved results in the capital, and senior officials from 12 cities joined in the competition. If it was not for other reasons, they would let the relevant departments give a clear message and let their cities hold the competition according to the standards. With this sentence, they could go to Su Pinggan to discuss this matter. Every city that came to compete had the support of its province. The support of the two-level institutions could only be decided by the directly affiliated departments. These people showed their magical powers and began to compete for connections. The people in the relevant departments were annoyed and helpless. This problem began to be submitted to the top leaders. How to choose was decided by the top leaders. After a discussion, the top leaders gave instructions that it could only be held in the Northwest. The economy in the central and eastern regions was already developed enough, and the economic construction of the western cities must be increased. As soon as this instruction was issued, Qiao Lianqing and Wei Dongshuo went back with dark faces. They were so unhappy. Xiang Qianjun, a senior official from Hubei, was overjoyed. He took a plane to Hangzhou to discuss this matter with Qiao Yichen. Su Pinggan was not on the country, so he had to deal with Qiao Yichen first. Su Pinggan would definitely consider the opinions of the company's senior management when making a decision. On the day Xiang Qianjun arrived in Hangzhou, the senior officials of the ALS Alliance also arrived. Only one day had passed, and the senior officials and mayors of 5 cities had arrived in Hangzhou. These people had the same idea as Xiang Qianjun, and Xiang Qianjun was very unhappy. These people were here to grab the project. In addition to Xiang Qianjun, Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing were also very unhappy. This project was originally proposed by us. Did you consider our feelings when you came to pick the peaches? They were quite resentful. Qiao Yichen also looked uncomfortable. The people who came were all leaders, and he couldn't just not meet them. He called Su Pinggan directly and reported the matter to Su Pinggan. What conditions did they offer? Su Pinggan asked with a smile. The one offered by Old Xiong was the highest. As long as we agree that the venue this year is still in E-City, we don't need to worry about all the expenses. E-City will cover all the expenses, and is even willing to bear the expenses of the project team members who will serve as the aircraft exchange. Other cities said they would bear all the expenses, but did not say they would bear the expenses of the project team members. Qiao Yichen said directly. The decision-making power of this matter is not yours or mine. Wait, there will be news in a few days. I analyze that the possibility of E-City is still greater. Wu Sikei told me that the mayor of E-City, Zhou Changqin, is currently in Beijing to seek support from his superiors, Su Pinggan said with a smile. There is also this matter. Qiao Yichen was very surprised. E-City is powerful. The senior official Xiang Qianjun came to Hangzhou to attract firepower. And Zhou Changqin secretly moved in Beijing. They are two-pronged. They are really smart. Wu Sikei also met when he was having dinner with several bosses of Huayin Consulting Company. He talked with Zhou Changqin for a while and then found out what was going on. Su Pinggan said directly. I'll just drag it out here. Qiao Yichen already knew what he should do. He talked with Su Pinggan for a while and then hung up the phone. Qiao Yichen was polite to all the big guys, eating and drinking well and entertaining them. He said that this matter would be comprehensively analyzed and a positive answer would be given within half a month, which temporarily appeased the big guys. 5 days passed slowly, and the relevant departments called Qiao Yichen. The meaning was very simple. E-City had experience in hosting, and they hoped that this year's single-person aircraft competition would focus on E-City. As soon as the call came, Qiao Yichen had an idea in his mind. After asking Su Pinggan, he was anxious for the big guys to announce the results. The above meant that it would still be held in E-City. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be announced in a few days. Everyone else was shocked. Something was wrong with this matter. What did the above mean? Xiang Qianjun knew what was going on. Needless to say, it must be that Lao Zhou's activities in Beijing had a result. He talked and laughed with Qiao Yichen with a smile on his face. They were all smart people, and they immediately started to inquire. As a result, Zhou Changqin's activities in Beijing were turned up. Everyone was annoyed. They were one step behind. Xiang Qianjun and Zhou Changqin were too cunning. When Su Pinggan was inspecting in Italy, Qiao Yichen and Xiang Qianjun held a press conference to announce that this year's single-person aircraft exchange competition would still be held in E-City. At the same time, it was announced that Apocalypse Technology Company donated 30 million to E-City for environmental protection. The specific rules of the competition will be announced on the official website in the near future. This year's single-person aircraft exchange competition will definitely refresh the eyes and ears of people all over the world. It will give everyone an unexpected surprise and change the history of the world's single-person aircraft. As for what this surprise is, everyone will know when the aircraft exchange meeting begins. Here, I strongly urge everyone to come to E-City to watch and witness history together. This is not over yet. Qiao Yicheng immediately announced something that shocked the world. Apocalypse Group is peace-loving. The purpose of holding the exchange competition is to promote the common development of civilian science enthusiasts in various countries, not to threaten other countries. Qiao Yicheng's speech is very informative, and it is also a witness to history, which makes many people confused. However, everyone has another guess. Apocalypse Group is going to use a big move at this single-person aircraft exchange meeting. The last time it was announced was when the hydrogen energy industry was born, which directly changed the world's energy pattern. What will be the big move this time? This is a good topic that directly caused global media discussion and analysis. Apocalypse Group once again played a long-term free advertising around the world. The longer the discussion lasted, the more people subtly accepted the concept that the products of Apocalypse Group were the top products. It was necessary for the products of Apocalypse Group to be sold at a high price. Good things must be priced high, and people would automatically accept this concept. This is a very scary brand effect. For example, the same formula, the same process, the same materials, the same product, if produced by Apocalypse Group, the price is several times higher than that of similar products, and consumers still agree with this. People who buy the high-priced products of Apocalypse Group will not buy your products. This is the terrifying brand effect. Su Pinggan has played this set to perfection without leaving any trace. In Campbell's Manor in the UK, 6 people were sitting in the study with red wine in their hands discussing this matter. Bartley, who was in the dark, also appeared, frowning and not speaking. There is a 90% chance that the Americans sold my information, Bartley said seriously. Bartley, please tell me in detail. This is related to our future strategic issues, Tobin said on the side, and the others nodded. Let me put it this way. Only Americans know that I belong to the same group as you. Other organizations don't know. They just know my identity in the government. Cooperation with Americans will also be considered as cooperation between government departments, not other things. Americans are too greedy. They will do anything for money and don't care whether it will harm the national interests. Therefore, only Americans can sell my information. Others definitely don't know my details, Bartley said seriously, and everyone else nodded seriously. I propose to clean up the few traitors we have. If we keep them, maybe one day they will cooperate with Americans to replace us. If we don't clean them up, I really can't sleep, Campbell said with a serious expression. I agree. Campbell's proposal was unanimously passed. Cecil, you take charge of it, Bartley said, and Cecil nodded. The department responsible for taking action in the organization is controlled by Cecil, and it is the best choice to have Cecil take action. Gentlemen, we need to analyze the single-person aircraft of the Apocalypse Group next. I'm afraid Su Pinggan is really not kidding us. They have really made a breakthrough. What kind of relationship will we maintain with the Apocalypse Group in the future? There must be a result today. We must increase our independence and cannot become a vassal of other organizations, Campbell looked at everyone and said, and they all nodded seriously and began to express their opinions. In Italy, at the RNY Seaside Resort Hotel, Su Pinggan and Bannon were drinking juice and discussing things. They actually placed an order for 300 ships at one time, Su Pinggan said with a surprised expression. Yes, I didn't expect them to be so fierce and directly placed such a large order with us. I don't understand what Iran is thinking, Bannon said directly. What about other countries? How are the orders? Su Pinggan continued to ask. There are not a few, basically starting with 100 ships. Last month I have purchased equipment to add another production line. Boss, we are now the largest taxpayer in the region, Bannon said with a distressed expression. So much money was taken away, and it was really not willing. What is the reaction of colleagues? Su Pinggan asked with a smile. The major arms dealers are very envious and have not suppressed us because our products do not conflict with theirs. I attended an industry conference in March. We have reached an invisible deal with several large European arms dealers, and we will not interfere in our respective fields. Submarines belong to our field, and they will not interfere. Correspondingly, we cannot interfere in their field either, Bannon said directly. Humph, they do this because they can't interfere in our field, to restrict us. You should be able to see now that in terms of single-person submarines, we are the world's #1, and there is no competitor at all. If I had known that you were going to add a production line, I would have stopped you. Now think about why I said that, Su Pinggan looked at Bannon and said directly, and Bannon's face immediately showed a thoughtful expression. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, The Eighth Continent. The president actually did not suggest building a new production line. Why? Sales volume is not a problem, and profit is not a problem. Adding production lines can increase profits. Why did the president disagree? Is there anything he overlooked? Bannon began to think seriously. This is not a trivial matter. Once the orders decrease, the production line will be idle, and it will be a loss. Su Pinggan took a sip of juice, stood up and walked directly to the beach, swam 2 laps, and exercised well. Soon, Su Pinggan's figure disappeared. After playing for about half an hour, Su Pinggan returned. A beautiful woman in a seductive bikini came over and handed Su Pinggan a bath towel. Su Pinggan smiled and took it, wiping his body and slowly came back. He sat down and took a few breaths. He raised his hand and drank the juice in the cup. He picked up the transparent pot next to him and poured himself another cup. Then he looked at Bannon. "Boss, I don't understand it. Please advise me," Bannon said with a serious expression. "Bannon, what is the greatest danger for our single-person submarine?" Su Pinggan asked expressionlessly. "Ships and ships can pose a great threat to these." "Wait, boss, you mean?" Bannon looked at Su Pinggan with a look of astonishment. Su Pinggan nodded, indicating that Bannon guessed correctly. "Our submarines are also a deadly threat to aircraft carriers. The reason why the United States is rampant in the world is because of their aircraft carriers, but once our single-person submarines are on a large scale, aircraft carriers must also stay away. What destroyers and cruisers are no threat to us who are 200 meters underwater. On the contrary, we are a deadly threat to them. How could the Americans allow such weapons to spread around the world? Now the Americans have not reacted. Once the Americans react, they will definitely cause trouble for Italy and force Italy to put pressure on me to restrict our exports. At that time, the reduction in orders is certain. I am mentally prepared for this, so I don't recommend you to add new production lines," Su Pinggan said calmly. "Sorry, I didn't think it through," Bannon said a little annoyed. "Don't blame yourself. Since you have already invested, work overtime to produce, and try to earn back the cost of the new production line and the newly added labor costs in advance. This is your most important thing at the moment," Su Pinggan said directly. "I understand, boss. With your explanation, I probably understand why Iran would order 300 ships. They are making preparations," Bannon said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. "You can contact them. We can do our best to complete their orders first if we increase the cost of each ship by 5 million euros. If they disagree, we will follow the normal production plan, try it out and see if they are as we guessed," Su Pinggan said directly, and Bannon nodded seriously. "Boss, if they really agree, will we really do our best to produce for them? What if the United States imposes sanctions on us?" Bannon said directly. "For the time being, we will do our best to produce. If the United States publicly issues a sanctions order, we will stop supplying. Without a formally announced order, we will ignore everything else. We don't have the power to compete for the time being, so we can only retreat," Su Pinggan said directly, and Bannon understood what he should do. "I will make arrangements immediately. If they agree to raise the price, I will arrange for non-stop production day and night," Bannon said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. "The idea is to ensure quality. If the two countries accidentally fire, our submarines will definitely shine. At that time, I have no objection even if you add 2 days of production lines," Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Bannon also smiled. Bannon understood what Su Pinggan meant. Actual combat is the best test. If a war really breaks out, the submarine will definitely show its power. At that time, more countries will definitely place orders. The two chatted for more than an hour, and Bannon said goodbye. Su Pinggan also left the beach and returned to the room to rest. The research institute has already inspected it, so there is no need to worry about it. Darian arranged it very well. In the next few days, I will meet with some friends to consolidate my personal connections and then I can leave. All branches of the Apocalypse Group have been on track, and Su Pinggan does not need to worry too much. Time passed slowly. On this day, The research ship once again came to the New Zealand waters and met with the people from the New Zealand Environment Agency. Both sides were very polite. Many of the personnel on the research vessel of the Apocalypse Oceanographic Research Institute were originally from the Mermaid Marine Research Institute of New Zealand. They were all old acquaintances. Although they were now working in different companies, it did not hinder the relationship between the two parties. After some communication, dozens of people from both parties went diving together. Today is the last inspection by the New Zealand Environment Agency. If there is no problem, the contract will be completed, and the balance of €2 million must be paid to the Apocalypse Oceanographic Research Institute. Son, you have to be careful. I got the news that the data monitored by the Seismological Bureau shows that the seabed vibration data in the area where you are active has become more frequent. You'd better leave that sea area, Bill said with a serious face. I know, Bill. Do you know what those researchers said? If I order the research vessel to leave, they will collectively go on a hunger strike to protest. Sun Wenbin rubbed his head and said, and Bill was also dumbfounded. The active submarine volcano is a dangerous thing, but it is also a good opportunity for great discoveries. There lives a group of special fish and coral polyps in the submarine craters. Why can these creatures survive in such harsh conditions? Many researchers are interested. They want to study them at all costs. They jointly wrote to a president, asking them to let them conduct the research. Oh my God, those people are professors and doctors from New Zealand, Australia, China, Britain, and other countries. I really have no way to deal with them. The president rejected their request. They actually took a no-liability agreement of their own design and asked the institute to sign it. At the same time, they also recorded a video proving that they voluntarily did not leave the dangerous area to prove that the incident had nothing to do with the Apocalypse Group. I once used tough measures, and as a result, more than 40 of them really went on a collective hunger strike for 3 days. It was not until someone fell into coma that I agreed to let the research vessel return to the original area. I'm really scared. If they die from hunger strike, it will be a big deal. I have uploaded these contents to the president and am waiting for his instructions. I am more trouble than you now, Sun Wenbin said while rubbing his head. Bill was completely dumbfounded. It was the opinion of these marine research experts that the research vessel should not be moved. Scientists are completely crazy when they study their own projects. They don't care about anything. Even if they die, as long as they can make a breakthrough in research, it is worth it. This kind of crazy spirit is too terrifying. Bill also shook his head helplessly. He had encountered similar situations before. The government couldn't do anything with these people. These people have high reputation and great influence. Once you use tough measures, they will directly spray the government. Son, let's give a heads up to the governments of various countries in advance about this matter. Otherwise, if something really happens, your Apocalypse Group will be criticized by thousands of people. This matter is too big, and the governments of various countries will not bear the responsibility. Bill could only say, let's see what the headquarters says. I have no way out now, Sun Wenbin said helplessly. While the two were chatting, the people who went into the water had come up one after another, and everyone was stunned with joy. Boss, the recovery is better than we expected. The density of coral polyps has increased compared to the original one, which means that they have used the environment here. At the same time, look, I found these two things here. Leela raised her hand and handed Bill a box. Bill took it and slowly opened it. Inside was a shrimp root and a crab, still alive and very lively. There was water in the box. Oh my God, you found this down there? Bill was shocked. You know, 7 years ago, there were no sea creatures within a radius of dozens of miles. Now these two creatures have appeared, which means that the environment here has begun to undergo a large-scale transformation and has become suitable for these creatures to survive. Shrimp and crab are representatives of the bottom of the ocean to purify garbage. Their appearance means that the marine ecology has begun to recover strongly, and this place has become full of vitality again. Yes, not only me, but also others have discovered it. Although there are not many now, we predict that as time goes by, it will not take a few years for the biodiversity of the seabed to recover. Leela looked serious. Leela, go get my wine. We must celebrate today. This is the biggest happy event in our country. Bill began to get excited, and everyone was smiling. It is feasible to use fungi to improve the marine environment. With this successful case, the strength of the Apocalypse Marine Research Institute will be recognized by the world, and there is no need to worry about orders. At the Biopharmaceutical Hotel in Austria, Su Pinggan sat on the sofa with his eyes closed and thought. There was a report on the coffee table. This was a report from Sun Wenbin, which detailed the status of the researchers on the scientific research ship Xingling. The marine ecology in these areas is slowly starting to deteriorate. Su Pinggan's mind appeared a world map, and many areas began to appear red. These red areas are the areas designated by Su Pinggan. To what extent has it deteriorated? Xingling said directly. Just increase it by 1 level. Be careful not to affect the environment of the Earth and do not exceed my repairability. Also, the 8th continent, this garbage continent is currently drifting slowly towards Japan. Change the direction and let it slowly drift towards the United States. The pollution intensity can also be deepened a little bit, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, Commander, Xingling agreed and fell silent, while Su Pinggan opened his eyes with an inexplicable meaning on his face. Taking the computer placed aside, Su Pinggan operated it for a while, issued a document to Bruce, and then issued a document to Sun Wenbin, then put down the computer and walked towards the balcony, looking at the scenery in the distance. His body was exposed to the sun. A few days later, a big news shocked the world. Apocalypse Group sued the Institute of Marine Biology against 46 researchers in several countries, requiring the countries to which these researchers belonged to issue mandatory orders to recruit these professors and doctors back to their country. The reason is simple. The research area is already in a dangerous area. These researchers are unwilling to leave and threaten Apocalypse Group with hunger strike. The company has no choice but to sue. After the news spread, many people were shocked. What kind of research is so attractive? Many media sent people to conduct detailed investigations. As more and more media reports came out, the truth of the matter also surfaced. When these countries had not yet decided, 46 professors and doctors in the field of ocean jointly released a video on social media. If Apocalypse Group does not withdraw the lawsuit to support them to continue their research in the current area, we will go on a second hunger strike. If the country accepts the prosecution of Apocalypse Group, it will be a crime against all mankind. We will also go on hunger strike. It is the government that kills us. At this point, governments around the world began to have a headache. These people were all authorities in the ocean, and the death of one of them was a big deal, let alone more than 40 people. In particular, the fact that these people won their first hunger strike was also revealed. They didn't eat or drink for 3 days, and even several people fainted from hunger. Sun Wenbin, the general manager of the Institute of Oceanography, had no choice but to agree with them before he started eating. This shows how strong these people's wills are and how tough their attitudes are. The frequency of submarine earthquakes in that sea area has increased continuously, which is likely to cause submarine volcanic eruptions. If they conduct research there, they will die. The Apocalypse Group can't bear the collective deaths of these people, and they are forced to sue because they have no other choice. As the news broke out and fermented around the world, no one had a good solution. At this time, the 46 professors and doctors once again posted a video on social networks to prove that this was voluntary and had nothing to do with the Apocalypse Group. Research on this kind of organisms found in the submarine crater is likely to overcome several diseases that humans currently have no solution to, as well as solve the problem of short human lifespan. For the future of all mankind, we must continue the research. Once these creatures leave this special environment, they will die. We cannot change the research area. The Apocalypse Group Ocean Research Institute must unconditionally support our research, otherwise it will be a crime against all mankind. I cannot bear the big bad of committing a crime against all mankind. If you die, my Apocalypse Group cannot bear it either. I beg you to leave that area. This is what Su Pinggan said when an Austrian media interviewed him. As expected, this sentence directly swept the screen. This problem is really unsolvable and no one can do anything about it. It is not okay for you to not hold the Apocalypse Ocean Research Institute accountable. According to the laws of various countries, the Apocalypse Ocean Research Institute must also be held accountable and a huge penalty must be imposed. It would be strange if Su Pinggan was not anxious. He was almost forced to speak incoherently by these researchers. Chapter 420 Super Alloy Steel. Time passed slowly, and there was no news from the countries where these researchers belonged. The media reports continued to ferment every day, forcing these countries to have no explanation. The UK was the first to give up, and directly issued a statement that the Apocalypse Group must be responsible for these researchers. No matter what caused the death of these researchers, it was a crime against all mankind and must be severely punished. The ball was directly raised to the side of the Apocalypse Group. Su Pingyan was helpless when he saw this statement. A few days later, other countries also issued similar statements one after another, leaving nothing behind. Then major scientific groups also issued statements that although scientific research is dangerous, if protection is in place, it will save many people from life-threatening situations. The Apocalypse Group must ensure the safety of these researchers and should provide them with safer protection, otherwise it would be a crime against all mankind. It was another big hat of crime against all mankind. The media around the world began to get excited, waiting to see the joke of the Apocalypse Group. Everyone became interested and wanted to see how Su Pingyan would solve this matter. Su Pingyan immediately sent people to contact major insurance companies around the world, intending to buy life insurance for these researchers. This was also a solution among all the options. As a result, all insurance companies rejected the request of the Apocalypse Group. You must be kidding. Once you sign an insurance contract, if something really happens, you will definitely lose a lot of money. Insurance companies are so smart, how could they fall for this? A few days later, the media broke the news that the Apocalypse Oceanographic Research Institute was asking these researchers to give up their nationality. This matter immediately caused unanimous condemnation from everyone, and it was not until Su Pingyan issued a statement that this matter had not happened that it was considered to be dealt with. A few days later, the Apocalypse Group announced that it would spend €300 million to order 20 small single-person scientific research submarines for transformation, and at the same time order 20 transparent cabinets made of high-temperature resistant materials, and connect these transparent cabinets to the submarines. In the event of a dangerous situation, the scientific researchers diving on the seabed can quickly escape to this transparent cabinet for shelter. The submarine will take these people to a safe area. At the same time, each transparent cabinet will store 2 oxygen cylinders. At the same time, it spent €40 million to purchase 2 sets of earthquake monitoring equipment, and sent special personnel to monitor day and night. Once there is danger, the underwater personnel can be notified at any time to evacuate. To achieve this step is really to the extreme. The Apocalypse Group has done its best to ensure the safety of these people. If something really happens, you can hardly blame the Apocalypse Group for anything. Next, the media changed direction and began to discuss whether the researchers' actions were reasonable and whether it was excessive to threaten the Institute for Scientific Research. This is really, after arguing with the Apocalypse Group, they are now arguing with these stubborn researchers. The same topic can be hyped again, and a large amount of profit is born. The media is really smart. In the hotel, Su Pingyan and Pippin were holding a list and discussing. The Austrian Institute of Biological Preparations was adjusted, and part of it was transferred to the Botanical Institute of China. Plant research takes too much time, and it is a waste to keep the institute here. After all, the cost here is much higher than that of China. The best choice is to concentrate on the Botanical Institute of China. Have you talked to them all? Su Pingyan asked. I have talked to them, and no one has any objections, Pippin said, and Su Pingyan nodded. Su Pingyan is not worried about the salary issue. Adjustments have been made last year. The salary of the institute in China is only 10% different from that in Europe. After all, the national environment is different, and different salaries are acceptable. Don't arrange other projects in the vacated space, just arrange the Golden Grass project there. That is our gold mine, and we must not lose it, Su Pingyan said with a serious face. I understand, that's what I mean. The Golden Grass project has made a breakthrough in the laboratory, and it's time to conduct outdoor natural environment experiments. I will arrange the protection work. Pippin knew the importance of this project very well. Has the indoor genetic modification been completed? Su Pingyan was a little surprised. It has been completed. According to the indoor environment simulation, the rattan grass can fully adapt to the environment in the European region, especially the environment in Austria. If the outdoor experiment is successful, we will conduct experiments in other regions. According to the experimental results, we will modify the genes of the rattan grass. We will definitely be able to create a complete golden grass, Pippin said very confidently. Okay, this project will continue to be top secret plus standard, Su Pingyan said with confidence. He started to talk to Pippin about other projects. At this time, Su Pingyan's phone rang. Su Pingyan took a look and answered it directly. Bannon, you say it, Su Pingyan said directly. Boss, Iran agreed to our price increase request and required that we must complete the order once the thing we expected happened, Bannon said directly. Impossible, just refuse directly. We can't take this risk. Even if they cancel the order, once they officially announce it, we must stop supplying, otherwise, we will suffer heavy losses, Su Pinggan said directly. Su Pinggan can use the rules to fight with the Americans, and the Americans can also use the rules to punish the Apocalypse Group. Now both sides have maintained a bottom line, that is, they will not play dirty for the time being. Up to now, the Apocalypse Group has not cooperated with several countries. It is for this reason that the rules cannot be violated. The United States is still the only superpower, and the Apocalypse Group as a company cannot compete. People from all sides have reminded Su Pinggan, so Su Pinggan pays great attention to this point and must not give the other party an excuse to make trouble. I will notify them immediately, Bannon said directly. You can tell them that we can speed up production if the price is increased, and we will not agree to anything else. We would rather give up the order, Su Pinggan said very affirmatively, and hung up the phone after communicating with Bannon for a while. Pippin didn't ask anything. He chatted with Su Pinggan for a while and then left to carry out the things that had just been decided. After Su Pinggan sent Pippin away, he asked Darina to book a flight to Germany tomorrow. The last stop was the German Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute. The next day, the group took a plane and left directly. After getting off the plane, they saw Barry waiting outside with a motorcade. Su Pinggan shook hands with Barry and got on the car directly. They chatted all the way and soon arrived at the hotel. After Carlisle's inspection, Su Pinggan officially moved in. He drank tea and chatted with Barry in the living room and listened to Barry's report on the institute. This kind of material actually came into being. Su Pinggan was very surprised. Boss, it was all an accident. We didn't expect this kind of material to be born. It was discovered by Ms. Tamiya by chance when she was studying anti-radiation materials. As long as a layer is laid on the outside of the wall, the noise can be reduced by 76%. At the same time, we conducted some tests. This material has another effect. The heat resistance is equivalent to the advanced materials on the market. It is completely beyond our expectations, Barry said with a helpless look. Ms. Tamiya is over 50 years old this year. She is an honorary professor at Stockholm University in Sweden. Her grandmother was one of the victims of Chernobyl in Ukraine. This incident has had a great impact on Ms. Tamiya. After graduating from university, she has been engaged in the research of anti-radiation materials. She has achieved many results over the years, but none of the final results can satisfy Tamiya. After joining the Shianki High-Tech Materials Research Institute, she continued to engage in the research and development of anti-radiation materials. This year, Professor Tamiya changed her mind to study new anti-radiation materials. As a result, she obtained a new material after the failure of the experiment last month. At first, no one cared about this material. Until one time when Professor Tamiya was holding a piece of material and looking at it, a researcher opposite spoke to Professor Tamiya. As a result, Professor Tamiya did not hear clearly at all, and then she discovered the value of this material. Immediately began to conduct various tests. As a result, when the test results came out, everyone was very surprised. The sound insulation and heat resistance were completely amazing. The anti-radiation effect of this material is not very high, but it completely kills all currently known materials in terms of noise resistance. The cost is not high, which is a complete surprise. This material has high commercial value, so it's not a failure, Su Pinggan said with a smile. This super soundproof material has a very wide range of applications. Apart from other things, the conference rooms of some special units need this material very much, and residents in the city also need this material very much. The military needs this super soundproof material even more, and various high-power equipment rooms also need this soundproof material. It is definitely a profitable discovery. I think so too. At present, Professor Tamiya is perfecting the production process of this material to further reduce costs. It is expected to be completed by the end of next month. At that time, we will announce this achievement and directly authorize it. The material is very thin and can definitely be sold at a good price, Barry said with a smile. Any other breakthroughs? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, there is another achievement that I have directly classified as top secret. Many people in the institute don't know about it. That is super alloy steel, Barry said with a serious face. No way, I remember there is no such project in the institute, Su Pinggan asked with a surprised face. Our institute does not have this project. The year before last, the president approved me to acquire a small institute in Portugal. This institute has this project, and Dr. Peggy has been developing it for nearly 13 years. I originally wanted to cut this project, but Dr. Peggy blocked me 7 or 8 times. She is a woman and so old. I had no choice but to carefully review the report she gave me. As a result, I found that Dr. Peggy had more than 4,000 failure records on this project. I was deeply shocked. At the same time, I also understood why this institute could not hold on, and all the money was spent by Dr. Peggy. I began to carefully review Dr. Peggy's information and found that the institute originally belonged to her. It was not until 6 years ago that Peggy could no longer support it and sold the institute to a company. The price was very low. The only requirement was that sufficient funds must be provided for Dr. Peggy's project. As a result, the company supported it for 3 years, but could not bear it anymore and directly sold the institute to us. With so many failure data, I believe Dr. Peggy is close to the right direction, so I started to set up this project and let Dr. Peggy continue the research. All the equipment is the latest. As required, the failed data inferred by Dr. Page were retested. As a result, the data obtained from adding 4 materials to the furnace showed the opposite of Dr. Page's inference. This result was beyond Dr. Page's expectations. She immediately looked up her notes and checked them. After figuring out her own ideas at the time, she began further research and experiments on these 4 materials. According to Dr. Page's requirements, I added 4 more sets of equipment to her. Over the past 2 years, we have used 9,000 tons of iron ore and scrap steel alone. A breakthrough was made in early March. The first superalloy steel that is resistant to radiation, high-energy particles, high temperature and extreme cold was successfully produced. Many of the data exceed the aluminum alloy standards used in the International Space Station. Another advantage of this superalloy steel is that it is pure and has no radiation value. This is a boon for many highly sensitive sensors, for example, military Geiger counters, advanced medical equipment, lung and whole body scanners, photonics equipment, aerospace sensors, etc., all rely on this superalloy steel. It has a wide range of applications and a bright future. The finished product is only half the size of a hand. The only problem is that this piece of steel is very brittle and will break if you drop it hard. Barry explained the matter in detail. Chapter 421 Invitation. According to what you said, this alloy steel has no value. It will break if it falls, and it is difficult to use. Su Pinggan looked at Barry and said directly, "Boss, this is just the current result. We have a direction. We should be able to make a breakthrough in the subsequent experiments." According to speculation, the service life of spacecraft produced by superalloy steel in space can be increased by 2 to 3 times. Once we make a breakthrough, mankind will take an important step towards space, Barry said with a serious expression, and Su Pinggan smiled and nodded. Keep the normal research speed, don't rush to make this product breakthrough for the time being, Su Pinggan said directly. Barry was completely stunned, looking at Su Pinggan with a puzzled look. Barry, analyze the international situation carefully. The current international situation is very dangerous. Once we make a breakthrough at this time, this superalloy steel will definitely be used on spacecraft. However, it is more likely that these spacecraft are carrying destructive weapons. We must be cautious and increase our research efforts when the international situation changes, Su Pinggan explained briefly, and Barry understood what was going on. Some of the US's practices can be said to be opposed by the whole world, but people all over the world can't do anything about it. The US military is too strong, and now the Earth's military has lost its balance. Another thing is that the US military expenditure has been rising year after year. Obviously, the US is deliberately maintaining its hegemony, and the focus is not on human development at all. This is not a good sign. Once some countries are forced to bear it, it is very likely that a nuclear war will break out. At that time, whether humans can continue to survive is a problem. I understand. I will control the progress, Barry said directly after taking a deep breath. He understood Su Pinggan's concerns. People in the scientific community are also worried about the performance of the United States in this period. How could Barry be an exception? After chatting with Su Pinggan for a while, Barry said goodbye. Su Pinggan sent Barry away, took a shower and went to rest directly. It was really tiring to fly. If he hadn't planned to build one, he would have bought one long ago. The next day, Su Pinggan went directly to the institute for inspection. After a circle, Su Pinggan was really surprised that Giles, the stubborn old man, actually teamed up with Peggy. Giles' goal is to create a cheap aviation material, and Peggy's goal is to create a super steel that can resist space corrosion. The price of iron is undoubtedly very low, which is very consistent with Giles' goal. And the failed work that Peggy just completed proved that low-cost super alloy steel fully meets the goals of the two. The two old men communicated with each other once, and the two teams merged directly into one team, focusing on the development of alloy steel. In front of Su Pinggan, the two handed Barry an experimental plan with a budget of up to 1 billion euros. Barry knew what Su Pinggan meant. Looking at the plan in his hand, the flesh on his face was twitching. Su Pinggan patted Barry on the shoulder, and Barry accepted the plan and said that it needed to be reviewed and would reply to the two in a few days. The two did not care. After communicating with Su Pinggan for a while, they directly invested in laboratory research. 4 different experiments were carried out at the same time, which showed how much enthusiasm the two had invested. Creation, this word has an incomparable temptation for scientists. Money and treatment are not very important. Completing their own creation is the only goal. Niren also came back to continue working, conducting research on the second-generation carbon crystal solar panels. 4 people in the original group have already gone to other project groups, and the current team is reorganized. Niren's global tour speech lasted for a year, and those researchers couldn't just wait for a year. Anyway, they didn't leave the Apocalypse group, and they stayed in the same institute and directly participated in other project teams. Only one person named Lamed submitted a research application report, a new carbon crystal project, which was approved by Barry after review and independently carried out research. Barry accompanied him with 4 assistants. Diamond is a solid carbon material. When processed into a gemstone, it becomes a diamond. The technology of artificial synthetic diamond is already very common. Lamed's project is to synthesize a synthetic carbon crystal that is more than 3 times harder than natural diamond. The focus of this synthetic carbon crystal is on optical use, specifically laser weapons. At present, there is no huge development of laser weapons in the world because of material limitations. Lamed's research is to change this situation. If it is really successful, the laser guns and laser cannons in science fiction movies are no longer dreams, and it is completely possible to achieve. Barry carefully reviewed Lamed's background and approved it without any problems. Lamed holds a German passport and was born in Syria. His family emigrated to Germany before the Civil War. He has a doctorate in optical materials from the University of Dresden and is a disciple of Niren. The Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute was established. When Niren joined the institute, he also brought Lamed into the institute. In Niren's words, Lamed was a very talented student. Barry was able to approve Lamed's plan because Niren spoke up, otherwise Barry would not dare to approve this plan, which is very costly. The success of carbon crystal solar panels has brought Niren great prestige and changed his style of doing things. From a thorny professor who didn't obey anyone to a very sociable scientist, this change surprised everyone who knew Niren. However, everyone is more willing to see Niren's change. Apart from other things, Niren wrote 39 recommendation letters for his students, allowing these students to successfully join many famous research institutes. Without exception, these students must be grateful to Niren, and they have published articles in the media that Niren is a respected and good mentor, which has added a lot of prestige to Niren. Once these students grow up in major research institutes in the future, Niren will have more prestige in the scientific community. Not only that, at the University of Dresden, Niren also lowered his posture to admit his previous mistakes and reconciled with several professors who were not on good terms with him. With Niren's current status, admitting his mistakes has given his opponents enough face. There is no point in fighting anymore. In Niren's inner words, he is no longer a person from the same world as them, so there is no need to be angry. At noon, Su Pinggan had a drink with Barry, Niren, Boris and other old researchers. They all drank a cup. And rested directly in the afternoon. No one had any objections. Su Pinggan was also happy today. Many projects in the institute have made great progress. It is expected that at the end of this year, there will be a peak period of achievement. The next morning, Barry arrived at the hotel where Su Pinggan was staying. The two drank tea in the living room. Boss, the funds handed in by our institute this year are expected to be reduced a lot. What's the reason? Su Pinggan asked after taking a sip of tea. Many equipments need to be replaced, and the price is not cheap. It is estimated to cost about 800 million euros, Barry said with a sneer, and Su Pinggan also smiled bitterly. It has been a few years, and it is definitely time to replace it. Have the new generation of products been greatly improved? Su Pinggan asked directly. Yes, many have been greatly improved, with higher accuracy, and various configurations have been doubled, Barry said directly. Replace it. Pippin in Austria also plans to replace a batch of research equipment, and the Renewable Resources Research Institute in the UK and the Comprehensive Research Institute in China all need to replace their equipment. Don't forget to sell the old equipment at a good price, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Boss, this is certain. Our current equipment is high-end for many countries, much better than the equipment in their own research institutes. I'm not sure about the others. If the equipment of the Chinese Research Institute is sold, I believe many Chinese research institutes will rush to buy it. The price of our equipment is the first point, and countries like India are also rushing to buy it, Barry said very confidently. Su Pinggan nodded and acknowledged this point. The reason why the Research Institute of Apocalypse Group has made many breakthroughs is that the world's top experimental equipment has made great contributions. This is known. For the simplest test tube centrifugal equipment, the centrifuge of Apocalypse Research Institute has the highest speed and separation factor, and the price is 10 times that of ordinary centrifuges. As a result, the accuracy rate is 22% higher than that of ordinary centrifuges. A difference of a millimeter can give birth to a new result. This is the advantage of advanced equipment. Unfortunately, this kind of advanced equipment has many restrictions, and you can't buy it just because you want to. Apocalypse Group has been secretly warned many times when purchasing equipment. Only you are allowed to use it yourself. If you are found to give the experimental equipment to other research institutes, the supply will be directly cut off. Apocalypse Group can deal with old equipment that has been used for more than 3 years by itself, because high-precision experimental equipment is basically in the half-cost stage after running for about 3 years, and the data has a certain deviation and the value has dropped sharply. At this time, it is difficult for you to conduct high-precision project research. This is also the fundamental reason why the cost of the research institute is high. Research equipment is really expensive. If the prices of the equipment of several major research institutes of Apocalypse Group are added together, it will exceed 10 billion euros. Which is a standard that many national research institutes cannot reach. It seems that this year, not only you will have to pay less, but other institutes are no exception. Austria needs more than 600 million euros, and the equipment replacement budget submitted by Gilbert in the UK is as high as 1.2 billion euros. Chen Fansheng has not yet calculated it, but it can be expected that the cost will not be lower than that of the UK. It is estimated that it will cost about 5 billion euros in total. To be honest, I feel painful when I think about it, Su Pinggan said bitterly, and Barry also smiled and nodded to show his understanding. The two drank tea and discussed the subsequent development of the institute. At the same time, they also communicated about the progress of some projects, and had detailed discussions on those that could increase the R&D efforts and those that needed to control the R&D speed. In Marseilles, France, Thompson, the team that came to invite Antonio, breathed a sigh of relief in the hotel. Antonio finally came back. When the team arrived in Marseilles, Antonio went on vacation with his girlfriend. Antonio's current name is Gardner. People around him don't know that Gardner is Antonio, who is called the human nuclear bomb. He is very well hidden and has lived in the local area for 7 years. Gardner and his girlfriend Gurley came here to rest for a day after traveling. After Gurley drove out that day, Thompson brought people to press the doorbell of Gardner's house, and soon the door was opened. Chapter 422. If the Apocalypse Group does not exist, there is no need for this world to exist. Who are you looking for? Gardner asked as he looked at the neatly dressed people at the door. Thompson and his friends were dressed in standard white shirts, black suits, and black pants. Mr. Gardner, we are looking for you. We have something to talk to you about. We have no ill intentions, Thompson said very respectfully. Gardner looked at Thompson and others deeply, and said, "Come in," and then he turned and left. Thompson and others entered the house. Everyone was talking on the sofa in the living room. Two people did not enter the house but stood at the door to prevent the wind. "Just say it if you have anything to say," Gardner said calmly. Thompson took a deep breath. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. It is impossible not to be nervous. Mr. Gardner, We want to invite you to join our apocalypse group." Gardner frowned and looked at Thompson seriously. "So, what is my identity?" "Your apocalypse group has already mastered it?" "Yes, I came here today to obtain the authorization of our president, Mr. Supingan, to formally invite Mr. Antonio to join our group. If necessary, I can come to meet with Mr. Antonio in person to discuss in detail," Thompson said seriously. Gardner smiled and asked, "I'm really curious, how did you find me?" "I think I have arranged it perfectly. I really don't know. The intelligence department of the group is directly under the president, and no one has the right to ask." "I believe Mr. Gardner should have heard about it," Thompson said politely. Thompson said this as a test to see if Antonio really retired from the world. If Antonio knew about the apocalypse group, it meant that his retirement was fake and Antonio's heart was not at peace. Correspondingly, the possibility of inviting Antonio to come out is very high. Although this little trick is not big, it is very practical. "What will you do if I don't agree?" Gardner said, looking at Thompson with a calm expression. "The order I received is that if Mr. Antonio doesn't agree, we will give up. Apocalypse Group never forces anyone to cooperate. We have grown into a world giant in just a few years, relying on the word integrity." The president specifically instructed that if Mr. Antonio refuses the invitation, he will remind you that your residence is no longer safe. "I hope you can find another safe place to live. Apocalypse Group will not issue any invitations to Mr. Antonio. At the same time, we promise that all messages related to Mr. Antonio will be deleted directly. As for whether Mr. Antonio can be found by other organizations, we will not get involved," Thompson said directly. Gardner smiled. Thompson's words were very consistent with his views on Supingan. There was a sense of pride, and ordinary people could not say such words. "If I accept the invitation, where do you plan to invite me to go?" Gardner looked into Thompson's eyes and asked. "Apocalypse Island. Mr. Gardner should know this place. We absolutely guarantee Mr. Gardner's safety. The president will personally go to Apocalypse Island to meet with Mr. Austin," Thompson said without hesitation. "You guys leave now. Come find me in 3 days." "I'll go to Apocalypse Island to meet your CEO," Gardner said very calmly. "Okay, then we won't bother Mr. Gardner. We'll take our leave and come visit you again in 3 days," Thompson said very calmly. After that, he stood up, shook hands with Gardner, and left with his men. Watching Thompson and the others leave, Gardner sighed deeply. He couldn't hide from them. What was coming would always come. "I hope you keep your promise, as the outside world says. Otherwise, you'll die." 3 days later, Thompson and the others drove over. Gardner got into Thompson's car with a suitcase and left. He didn't see Gardner's girlfriend Jelly. Supingan attended several cocktail parties in Dresden and Berlin in succession to consolidate his personal connections. When he was about to leave Germany and return to China, he received a notice that Antonio agreed to meet him and had already set off for Apocalypse Island. Supingan smiled and asked Darina to arrange a charter flight to Apocalypse Island to meet Antonio. Supingan was very interested in the surrounding bacteria and genetic experts. After arriving at Apocalypse Island, Gardner rested in the town for 1 night. The next day, he began to wander around the town. After 2 days, he felt unprecedented calmness. There was peace here and no trace of abuse. The overall lifting project of Apocalypse Island is still proceeding in an orderly manner. Everything seems very orderly. Basically, there are no idle people. Everyone has their own work goals. Gardner cannot get close to limited places, such as the Marine Research Institute. He received a warning when he was 50 meters away from the institute. No unrelated personnel are allowed to approach the important area of the institute. The Marine Research Institute has officially started operation, the deep water port terminal has been completed, the airport was completed early, and the small desalination plant is also in operation. Communications, electricity, and other infrastructure are all available. It is a paradise. If you have nothing to do at night, you can go to the bar in the town for a drink without any pressure. Another day passed before Supingan's plane landed at the airport on Apocalypse Island. The airport here can accommodate large aircraft and can park 5 large aircraft at the same time. Hubert took people and cars to the airport to greet him. The two shook hands and got on the car to return to the town. After lunch, Supingan met Gardner. The two shook hands and sat down. The star spirit warned Supingan in his mind that Supingan was infected with the bacteria and had killed the bacteria. Supingan broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Human nuclear bomb is really not in vain. Just shaking hands has infected Su Pinggan with the bacteria. This method is sharp enough. Mr. Gardner, have you rested well these days? Su Pinggan asked calmly. It's okay. It's very peaceful here. I don't know what advice Mr. Su wants to ask me to come over, Gardner said easily. Su Pinggan has been infected by his own bacteria. His safety is no problem. He can talk about things properly. If the negotiation is settled, I will spare your life. If the negotiation is not settled, you want to play tricks. You asked for death? Mr. Gardner, I got to know your reputation by accident. Someone happened to make a deal with me. We each got what we needed, and I got your address. I admire your achievements in bacteriology and genetics. My Apocalypse group has established a life science research institute. I would like to invite you to join us, hoping to achieve results that change human diseases. This is the purpose of my inviting you here, Su Pinggan stated his purpose calmly. Gardner nodded. Su Pinggan said that it was within his expectations. He looked into Su Pinggan's eyes and said directly, what will you do if I don't agree? It's very simple. We go our separate ways. For me, the loss is not big. At most, the time for the results to come out will be postponed, Su Pinggan said calmly, without any threatening words. Don't plan to threaten me, Gardner continued to stare at Su Pinggan and asked. Su Pinggan laughed directly. Is it necessary to threaten you? Shyanki Group is not a small company. There are so many researchers, which one is threatened? I never threaten anyone. Cooperation with these researchers is voluntary on both sides. Research is not like other industries. Relying on threats to carry out research will not last long, nor will it improve efficiency. It can only last long if we are willing, Su Pinggan said with a smile. If I don't agree, will Mr. Su leak my information to other organizations? Gardner asked again. No, there is not much value in selling it to other organizations. Research is different from before. Now it emphasizes team value more. The era of relying on one person for research is over. You should be very clear about the research results achieved by my Shyanki group. Those inventors are free and can do whatever they want. I never interfere, Su Pinggan said easily, and Gardner nodded. My research speed is very slow. I will decide on which project I want. Can you agree? Gardner continued. No, your research project must be reviewed by me. Research costs a lot of money. I can't blindly carry out scientific research projects. All scientific research projects must serve the strategic planning of the group. Su Pinggan clearly refused, which surprised Gardner. Gardner thought for a while and asked again, what do you think of bacterial weapons and genetic weapons? It's just for self-protection, and it doesn't have much other effects. Su Pinggan clearly stated his views and did not reject the existence of these two types of weapons. Aren't you afraid that those countries will sanction you and condemn you? Gardner asked with curiosity. These two weapons can be said to be the two most disgusting weapons in the world. Bacteria kill people, pistols kill people, genes kill people, missiles kill people. Without exception, these weapons are used to kill people. Can a pistol kill people and be sentenced to death? There is no right or wrong in weapons, only the people who use them can judge right or wrong. I won't hide it from you, inviting you to come here is related to the research of bacterial weapons. The development of the Apocalypse Group has become a fat piece of meat in the eyes of many people. I must have the means of self-protection. The research project you are conducting is top secret and you are only responsible to me. When I have the means of self-protection, you can engage in research that benefits mankind and work in the institute to conduct research openly. As long as you don't betray me, everything will be safe and sound, Su Pinggan told his purpose. What is the degree of sufficient self-protection means? Gardner stared at Su Pinggan's eyes and asked. The Apocalypse Group does not exist, and this world does not need to exist. Su Pinggan's eyes were emotionless, staring at Gardner coldly, and the cold eyes made Gardner's heart tremble. You are a lunatic. Gardner looked at Su Pinggan and said. Same here, Su Pinggan replied calmly. Chapter 423, Behind the Madness Lies Absolute Strength and Absolute Authority. I need to think about it, Gardner said with a frown. Su Pinggan's madness was even higher than his own, which made Gardner a little cautious. Okay, you take a day off. I'll arrange someone to send you back tomorrow. I'll give you a month to think about it. If you are willing to join the Apocalypse Group, just call me. I'll arrange everything and won't restrict your freedom. If you don't want to join the Apocalypse Group, it's also simple. Just don't call me within a month. I promise that no one in the Apocalypse Group will disturb your life. I will delete irrelevant information directly. As for you being found by other organizations, it must have nothing to do with my Apocalypse group, Su Pinggan said directly, saying that I gave Gardner a business card, and Gardner took it and nodded seriously. Then they talked about some trivial matters. The two shook hands and were about to leave. When Gardner walked to the door, Su Pinggan's cold voice once again reached Gardner's ears. Today you used bacteria and viruses on me. This is just one time and it won't happen again. If you use bacteria and viruses on anyone in my Apocalypse group in the future, I promise that you will beg me to give you a death. Gardner was shocked and turned to look at Su Pinggan with a trace of fear in his eyes. He turned around and left. His mind was already turned upside down. How could it be possible? How could his germs be discovered? This was the first time someone had cracked his method. Su Pinggan stood up and walked to the window. He smiled at Gardner's back. If you want to subdue a madman, you must be crazier than him. Otherwise, you can't subdue such a person. A night passed. The next day, the relevant personnel left with Gardner, whose eyes were red. Gardner's eyes were red because Gardner had not slept all night last night. Su Pinggan put a lot of mental pressure on him. Su Pinggan, accompanied by Hubert, comprehensively inspected Shyanki Island, especially the laboratory of the Marine Research Institute. He did not let go of every floor and inspected them all. At the same time, he inspected the security system. The personnel in the laboratory were clearly divided into full powers. Each project group had its own area. More than 30 kinds of marine bacteria with different functions were being cultivated and transformed. The shelter was also inspected. Once strong extreme weather occurs, everyone on the island can enter the shelter to take shelter. All kinds of facilities are very complete and can withstand a strong typhoon of level 13. Su Pinggan rested on Shyanki Island for a few days and relaxed. When he was about to leave, Bruce came. Bruce had been in New Zealand for a while, negotiating a contract with a New Zealand Environment Agency. The Shyanki Marine Research Institute has completed the ecological restoration contract around the island. The New Zealand Environment Agency began to negotiate another large contract with the Marine Research Institute to carry out comprehensive ecological restoration of the Bay of Plenty. This is a big project with a large scope and high difficulty. You must know that the ecology of the Bay of Plenty has been severely damaged. During this period, it has experienced more than a dozen marine governance companies and has not achieved any results. A lot of money has been spent in vain. This is also the fundamental reason why those coastal countries have not been carrying out marine ecological governance in recent years. It has no effect after spending huge amounts of money, so they can only give up. The reason why the ecological restoration contract for the island of the Shyanki Marine Research Institute was given was also to try it out, but the effect was surprisingly good. The people of the Environment Agency have concluded that within 5 years, no one will destroy the environment around the island, and the marine ecology around the island will be fully restored to the situation 40 years ago. The authorities have issued a ban. Within 6 years, no one will live on the island that has restored the marine ecology. A good ecological environment can create greater profits. New Zealand is very clear about this. Bruce came to negotiate mainly because of the price. The Apocalypse Marine Research Institute has conducted an investigation on the Bay of Plenty. It takes a lot of resources to restore it. Moreover, it will take several years of banning ships. If you want to restore it without banning ships, the cost will be higher. The price offered by New Zealand is €300 million, which was clearly rejected by the Apocalypse Marine Research Institute. According to calculations, the cost of the institute's investment is as high as €2.2 billion. €300 million is meaningless. Bruce came here for the third negotiation. If the contract cannot be reached this time, the project will be completely abandoned. Boss, this is the new plan they proposed. Payment is based on progress. We need to clearly plan the tasks of the stage. If the standards are met, they will pay. If the requirements are not met, they will not pay. Bruce handed the plan to Su Pinggan and explained it aside. What a good plan. Let's give up this project. It's not so cheap to want to treat it without investing money. I have discussed this with the people in the institute. The cost of the first phase alone is as high as €700 million. The seabed of the Bay of Plenty will be treated for pollution in 3 years, and no new pollution can be added during this period. If New Zealand does not intend to ban ships, it will cost more than €300 million for special prevention and control. The total cost of the first phase is more than $1 billion. There are too many uncertainties. You talk to them and let's give up this project. Sue Pingan said directly. It's so different. Bruce was very surprised. According to the Institute's assessment of the pollution level of the seabed, there are already anaerobic bacteria and several pathogenic bacteria here, and they are still at the extreme of diffusion. In a few years, the fish in this area will die completely, the coral polyps have been completely extinct, and the shrimps and crabs are decreasing year by year. The degree of deterioration is so fast that you can't imagine. The profit is not high, so we really don't need to take this risk, Sue Pingan said directly. I think the boss can wait for a few days on Apocalypse Island. I feel that New Zealand is very determined to manage the Bay of Plenty. I will communicate with them once. If they are unwilling to invest, we will just give up, Bruce said seriously. Sue Pingan hesitated for a moment and nodded, agreeing with Bruce's suggestion. Tell them one thing. If it is found that their own people or companies discharge pollutants into the Bay of Plenty, it is not our responsibility to cause the failure of ecological restoration, Sue Pingan added, and Bruce nodded seriously. Hubert was called, and the three of them had lunch together, drank a little and rested in the afternoon. After a night, Bruce went to New Zealand to negotiate the contract early the next morning. This time, the relevant personnel responsible for negotiating the contract and the personnel of the New Zealand Environment Agency were all there. Bruce repeated the situation again and provided some data, which made the people of the Environment Agency unable to refute. Everyone, this project is really not a simple one. It costs a lot. You are all very clear about the pollution of the seabed. It is impossible to change it without a big investment. Our president has already rejected this project yesterday. The gains do not outweigh the losses. After my persuasion, I came here for the last negotiation today. If we cannot reach an agreement, we can only give up this seabed ecological restoration project. We cannot lose money on the project, Bruce said his bottom line directly. The rest is for the relevant departments to negotiate by themselves. The other party knows how much money is needed. The reason why they are holding back is that they have suffered too much in the past and are a little scared. If billions of funds are invested and there is no effect, the ruling party cannot afford the risk, so it must be cautious. Now the only thing that is certain is that the Apocalypse Marine Research Institute does have its own strength in restoring marine ecology. This is also the only company that can show the results of marine ecological restoration in recent years. It depends on them to choose. The new quotation and plan have been submitted. Unknowingly, a week had passed, and Sue Pingan and others had left Shyankee Island impatiently. More than 10 days later, Bruce and Sun Wenbin had a discussion with New Zealand and agreed to the latest plan proposed by Shyankee Ocean Research Institute. The total cost was €5.4 billion, half of which was paid first. Shyankee Ocean Research Institute began to work. 4 years later, the project was judged based on the actual results. The New Zealand Environment Agency proposed more than 20 standards. Shyankee Ocean Research Institute conducted a detailed analysis of these standards and found them acceptable. Once Shyankee Ocean Research Institute met these more than 20 standards 4 years later, New Zealand would pay the subsequent payment in one lump sum. On this day, media from many countries reported on the signing of an agreement between Shyankee Ocean Research Institute and New Zealand Environment Agency. The €5.4 billion contract shocked everyone. No one expected that New Zealand would invest so much in the treatment of offshore pollution. The New Zealand Environment Agency announced the achievements of Shyankee Ocean Research Institute in restoring the marine ecology around a small island, and released more than 50 comparison pictures in a row. What the marine ecology around the island looked like before Shyankee Ocean Research Institute took over, and what it looks like now after treatment, is clear to see, and many people feel incredible. Such serious pollution has been restored. It can be said that it was a dead sea before, without any vitality. It has been restored to this extent in just over a year. I have a new understanding of the Apocalypse Oceanographic Institute. Many countries have begun to consider the problem of their offshore marine ecology. The offshore waters of many countries are in a dead sea state. No fish, shrimp or crab can be seen, and the seawater is turbid. Some time ago, the willful mischief of the marine experts of the Apocalypse Oceanographic Institute made people witness the madness of these people in scientific research. Now, it is to witness the absolute strength of these people. Behind the madness is absolute strength and absolute authority. This sentence is the summary of the Apocalypse Oceanographic Institute by the media, believing that the technology of any marine research institute is currently behind that of the Apocalypse Oceanographic Institute. At least in terms of marine ecological restoration, the Apocalypse Oceanographic Institute is the absolute authority. The media in many countries reprinted this article. The strange thing is that no marine research institute jumped out to oppose it. It is not that other marine research institutes do not want to oppose it, but that they do not have the strength to refute it. They cannot achieve this kind of marine ecological restoration effect. Chapter 424 The Eight Giants. In the past, if any country's marine research institute dared to brag like this, a bunch of marine experts would definitely jump out and criticize you, but this time no one did. After comparing the pictures, it is clear how difficult it is. The Australian Environmental Department is very upset. A lot of coral reefs have died in the surrounding waters, which shows how serious the pollution has been. The country is still arguing about whether to give the contract to the Yankee Marine Research Institute. Now, there is no need to argue. Even if the contract is given, the Yankee Marine Research Institute will not accept it. It can't take care of other things. This big project in New Zealand has occupied all the manpower, and it must concentrate on completing this contract. Once the Yankee Marine Research Institute restores the marine ecology of the Bay of Plenty, the price will not be the current price when negotiating a contract with the Yankee Marine Research Institute. Su Pingin's greed is known to the world, and he will definitely not accept the order without enough profit. Hangzhou, Yankee Science and Technology Park, Su Pingin's office. Qiao Yicheng is drinking tea with Su Pingin. I didn't expect the Yankee Marine Research Institute to be so powerful. It's more than 5 billion euros at a time, Qiao Yicheng said with emotion. This is nothing. You don't know their true strength, Su Pingin said with a smile. Qiao Yicheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and kept silent, not asking this question anymore. Qiao Yicheng was in charge of a technology company, and he knew very well how many amazing researches were going on in the technology company. The Ocean Research Institute would certainly not be an exception. The several major research institutes of the Apocalypse Group were very extraordinary. Mr. Su, take a look at the rules for this year's single-person aircraft exchange competition. If there is no problem, I will send it out tomorrow, Qiao Yicheng said directly, and handed the document to Su Pingin, who took it and looked at it. The difficulty of this year's exchange competition has been greatly improved, especially in terms of flight distance, which has given special rewards. The single-person aircraft with the longest flight will receive a special reward of 3 million Xianchao coins. If the load exceeds 200 kilograms and the flight distance exceeds 120 kilometers, and the weight of the single-person aircraft does not exceed 100 kilograms, those who meet these three conditions can also receive a reward of 3 million. Su Pingin slowly flipped through it and nodded. How did you get the data for these rewards? Su Pingin asked. It is based on the data of the aircraft participating in the exchange meeting last year. Just like the second special award, according to last year's data, only 4 teams can do it. There are only 17 teams that have flown more than 120 kilometers, but the load of these teams' aircraft is very low, Qiao Yicheng introduced in detail. How far have our aircrafts reached? Su Pingin asked. Boss, we conducted a test a few days ago. With a load of 210 kilograms, the weight of the aircraft reached 98 kilograms, and the flight distance reached 373 kilometers, Qiao Yicheng said very affirmatively, and Su Pingin smiled after listening. How is the safety test going? Su Pingin asked with a smile. After shutting down the engine at an altitude of 400 meters, the parachute can be ejected instantly. And there is no harm to the personnel? Qiao Yicheng said very affirmatively. Where was the test conducted, and how confidential is it? Su Pingin asked with concern. Please rest assured, President, our test site is in the uninhabited area over at the Poseidon planting base, Qiao Yicheng said directly. Have you applied for the aerial experiment? Su Pingin asked. It has been carried out. We have not exceeded the scope, Qiao Yicheng said directly, and Su Pingin nodded. The relevant departments have not come to talk to you, Su Pingin said with a smile, and Qiao Yicheng also smiled. Boss Su, this is really not the case. To date, no one has come to talk to me about this matter. To be honest, I am also very puzzled about this matter, Qiao Yicheng said directly. The value of a single-person aircraft will not be invisible to the country. Don't think too much, it will depend on the situation at that time, Su Pingin said with a smile, and Qiao Yicheng nodded. Boss Su, This time the Davos Forum in the Magic City is of a high standard. There are actually heads of state from more than 40 countries. I read the news report. Boss Su, you also want to speak? Qiao Yicheng asked. Yes, I want to speak. Chen Qingshan found me with an invitation. I have to speak. This is a death order. In another possibility, I will not participate at all. It is a pure waste of time, Su Pinggan said with a bitter face. Qiao Yicheng curled his lips and said, Boss Su, it is said that the bosses outside who want to participate are willing to buy a place for 7 million and a 10-minute speech opportunity for 100 million. Enterprises are different. I was forced to participate. The next level is to select a group of entrepreneurs and notify you. You can participate or not. 95% of entrepreneurs are not eligible to participate. These entrepreneurs' own enterprises are not large enough. What they need is exposure to enhance the brand's value of their enterprises. It's not easy to start a business, Su Pinggan said with emotion. It's really difficult to start a business now. One of my good friends started his own business. It was very smooth at the beginning and got 2 rounds of financing. As a result, the company's profits have not increased. The 3rd round of financing is very difficult. In order to increase profits in the past 2 years, we have thought of various ways. As a result, the eating is a bit ugly, and many of the original consumers have been driven away. It's hard to say whether it can survive this year, Qiao Yicheng said directly. What kind of enterprise is his? Su Pinggan asked. Shared cars, Qiao Yicheng said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. We don't interfere in the business of various industries in the sharing economy. The acquisition of internet companies must be approved by the headquarters. Su Pinggan looked at Qiao Yicheng and said meaningfully. Qiao Yicheng nodded seriously. He mentioned this matter today to test Su Pinggan's opinion. After drinking tea with Su Pinggan for a while, Qiao Yicheng left. There were many things that had to be dealt with. After seeing Qiao Yicheng off, Su Pinggan went directly to the large French window and looked outside. Zingling, do we have to talk about environmental protection? Su Pinggan frowned and said. Yes, according to my model, if there is no major change, there will be a large-scale and high-frequency ultra-extreme weather in recent years, which will be more terrifying every year. For more than 10 years, the price of food will be more expensive than gold, which is not conducive to the development of the commander, Zingling said directly. Will this extreme weather continue? Su Pinggan asked. No, extreme weather is caused by the reaction of various substances in the atmosphere. After releasing energy, it will return to normal and restore balance. It's just that you humans may not be able to survive this period. If it weren't for the fact that this weather would affect the commander's development, I wouldn't remind you, Zingling said directly. I understand, Su Pinggan said directly, looking at the scenery outside. This time, he might be on the cusp of the storm again. Time passed slowly, and the time for the Davos Summer Forum was getting closer and closer. Some national leaders had already begun to come to China one after another, and the presidents or chairmen of international giant companies would also come. Su Pinggan also set off for the Magic City. He did not stay in the room arranged by the organizing committee, but directly opened several standard rooms and a large suite in a 5-star hotel not far from the meeting place. On this day, Su Pinggan received a call from Leonardo, chairman of Qualcomm Group, who invited Su Pinggan to have dinner together in the evening. There were 7 people in total. Su Pinggan agreed. Those who could attend today's dinner must not be simple people. Let's see who they are. Su Pinggan was very curious. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Pinggan took a car and went out, heading for the dinner location. The location was a high-end private restaurant at the mouth of the Yangtze River, a small courtyard, only for members. To become an ordinary member, you need a minimum net worth of 100 million. Today, this private restaurant is not open to ordinary members and senior members, only Su Pinggan and his 8 people. The restaurant has mobilized a lot of super ingredients, which are rare materials in the outside world. Today, the rich customer will pay the bill. Because of the traffic jam, when Su Pinggan arrived, Leonardo and the other 6 people had already arrived. As soon as Su Pinggan got out of the car, someone came to greet him and took him to the banquet hall on the 2nd floor. Seeing Su Pinggan coming, Leonardo from Qualcomm stood up and said, Su, you are late today. He shook hands with Su Pinggan with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, I didn't expect the traffic jam to be so serious. I set out at 7 o'clock, but it took me an hour, Su Pinggan said helplessly, and everyone sitting on the sofa not far away laughed. Su, let me introduce you, Leonardo said with a smile. Su Pinggan nodded, and the two walked towards the rest area. This room is very large, with a rest area, entertainment area, dining area, toilet, etc. The decoration is simple and elegant, which can make people feel relaxed here. The decoration is obviously from the hands of a master. The paintings from the east and west hanging around are all genuine, not fake. Each painting is worth more than 100,000 yuan. The carpet on the ground is made of handmade wool, a specialty of Iran, and is also very expensive. The tables, chairs and benches are all very oriental. If you pick up a chair, you will find that it weighs more than twice as much as an ordinary chair. They are all made of precious solid wood, including tables and porcelain, all of which are treasures. Su, the person who is talking to you on the phone is Mr. Hughes, the president of General Motors Group. You should know this person, Mr. Gay, the founder of Microsoft. This is Mr. Morton, the chairman of the Renson Group. This is Prince Adnan of Saudi Arabia. This is Mr. Norton, the chairman of Airbus Group. This is Mr. Jean, the president of the Swiss Roche Group. Su Pinggan shook hands with several people very politely, and everyone sat down to chat. All the people who came today are heavyweights, and each of them is not simple. Although the Renson Group is not well known, it is very powerful. It is a mining giant. Let's not talk about other things. In Africa, the Renson Group has 47 large mines, and no one knows how many small and medium-sized mines there are. P.S. Sorry for coming back late. Chapter 425, Do you dare to produce with the technology? A well-hidden mining giant, many rare minerals are monopolized by the Renson Group. Such strength is not exposed to the outside world, which shows how strong it is. Drinking tea and chatting, Guy C suddenly asked Su Pinggan, Su, what do you think of the current trade war between the two countries? Can it end as soon as possible? Su Pinggan looked at Gates. Although Gates' family conditions are good, he founded Microsoft, a world giant, which has already shown his ability. It is a good thing for some industries, but not for many industries. Both countries will experience pain. In the end, it is a good thing for both governments. I am afraid it will not end in the short term. Su Pinggan expressed his opinion directly. Everyone else was stunned. The trade war is a kind of harm to both the United States and China. Why did Su Pinggan say it was a good thing? Everyone was very curious about this. Su, tell me in detail, Leonardo said beside him. After the trade war began, there were certain benefits to the U.S. manufacturing industry. The cost of imports is high, so the country can only produce them domestically. This will increase U.S. jobs, which is what the Black Palace urgently needs now. The disadvantage is that as time goes by, it will have a major impact on many industries, with increased costs and reduced profits. A number of companies will not be able to hold on. Now the suppliers of large international companies are basically from all over the world, and an effective cooperation mechanism has been formed. The trade war will seriously affect this mechanism, and other countries in the world cannot avoid it. There are also many benefits to China. After the incident at Xinjiang Company and this trade war, many people in China have sobered up. As far as I know, many companies have significantly increased their research and development funds this year, and the minimum has doubled. With so much money invested, the dependence of Chinese companies on U.S. products will turn around and begin to go downhill, and the dependence will become lower and lower. At the same time, China's import sources will be diversified, and products in many industries will be imported from other countries. Now that the international economy is weak, there must be many countries willing to export to China. After all, China has a huge consumer market, which no company is willing to give up. Su Pinggan said what he was thinking, and many people began to frown. So, the trade war has no substantial benefits for the United States, Gates said with a frown. It is very good for the Black Palace, but it should not be a good thing for Leonardo, as it will create a lot of competitors, Su Pinggan said with a smile as he looked at Leonardo. Qualcomm supports global trade, which is different from Apple, because the nature of their products determines the different strategies of the two companies. It is difficult for Qualcomm to survive solely on the U.S. market. Only a global trade structure, relying on patent fees and chip product monopoly, can bring huge profits to Qualcomm. Trade restrictions are also a very uncomfortable point for Qualcomm. I'm not satisfied with what you said. After the incident of Xinjiang Company, I have ordered the establishment of 6 chip research project teams to cope with future changes. When the time comes, I can only intervene in the chip industry. The new photolithography process has been developed by Shyanki Group for more than 5 years, Su Pinggan said while looking at Leonardo. Everyone else was shocked. They didn't expect Su Pinggan to have such a big killer hidden. Leonardo's brows furrowed even deeper. Others didn't know the research and development strength of Shyanki Group, but Leonardo knew very well that it would definitely not be a good thing for Shyanki Group to intervene in the chip industry. I have also started to prepare for the operating system. 4 research and development project teams have been established. There is no way. Once your country orders us not to use it, I can't stop production, Su Pinggan said while looking at Gates, and Gates' eyes moved. I am not willing to take this step unless it is absolutely necessary. It is impossible for a company like you to get involved in every industry. This will increase the R&D costs greatly. If things develop to the point where we have no other options, we can only become competitors. Forgive me, Su Pinggan said. Leonardo and Gates were obviously stunned for a moment, feeling that Su Pinggan was saying something else. Operating systems are not that easy to develop, Gates said. I know, so I acquired the World Window operating system and the Linux operating system. It will be much more convenient with this foundation. To be honest, I am used to the Windows operating system. Once you don't let me use your system, I can't use that old system, so I have to arrange a retreat. You know the Shyanki mobile phone operating system. I believe you have also verified it. In the first year, it may not be as good as Android and Apple systems. Now, in some aspects, its functions far exceed these 2 systems, so, the decision to add me as a competitor is not on my side, but on you. You are fully capable of making me give up these 2 projects. It's up to you to do it, Su Pinggan told the truth. Gates and Leonardo both frowned and nodded, understanding Su Pinggan's meaning. From the Apocalypse mobile phone operating system, it can be seen that the Apocalypse Group is absolutely capable of independently developing a new operating system. Developing chips is even easier, but producing chips is rare. Su Pinggan has just said that the new lithography equipment has been studied for 5 years. With the research and development strength of the Apocalypse Group, it is impossible for 5 years of secret research and development to have no progress. Fortunately, you don't get involved in the automotive industry, Hughes said as he watched from the side. Everyone smiled and the atmosphere relaxed. The dishes have been served. Let's eat and chat, said Mr. Norton, president of Airbus Group, with a smile. Everyone stood up and walked towards the dining table. Everyone, let's drink a toast to our gathering today. Prince Adnan raised his glass directly. Everyone smiled and raised their glasses and clinked them together. They took a sip and started eating. Today's dishes are all specially made. Because of different beliefs, there is no dish that is not suitable for Prince Adnan. The meat is mainly beef, and some other dishes are also provided. Su, your hydrogen industry has caused us heavy losses, Prince Adnan said meaningfully while looking at Su Pinggan. The 2 were close together and it was very convenient to talk. Sorry, you know, even if our Apocalypse Group did not make a breakthrough, other companies would have made a breakthrough in the next few years, Su Pinggan said in a low voice. Prince Adnan nodded and admitted this. Prince Adnan knew more about how many countries and research institutions were engaged in new energy research in the world than Su Pinggan, but he did not expect that Apocalypse Group would be the first to make a breakthrough. After all, the profit of crude oil is limited, so the prince has never thought about developing high-value-added petroleum products, Su Pinggan said meaningfully. Su, to be honest, we have such institutions and research institutes, but there has been no breakthrough. Without the profit of crude oil, our life is not easy, Prince Adnan said directly. Now the life of oil-producing countries is not easy. The price of superfuel has soared to $140 per liter. Prince, do you know how much it costs? Su Pinggan said in a low voice. Prince Adnan looked at Su Pinggan seriously and nodded. He knew very well how much profit there was. You know we can't produce it either. We don't have the technology, Prince Adnan said directly. Do you dare to produce it now that you have the technology? Su Pinggan said directly. Prince Adnan frowned. He couldn't answer this question. This is unique to the United States. If his own country really produces it, it's hard to say whether the United States will agree. Your Highness, if you dare to produce it, technology is not a problem. I can license you at a low price. We have the technology in this area. It does not infringe on copyright. It is expected to be completely perfected this year, Su Pinggan said directly. When Prince Adnan heard Su Pinggan say that it did not infringe on copyright, his eyes lit up. I believe we will have a chance to cooperate. If Mr. Su has time, he can come to our country to play, Prince Adnan said directly. It's my honor. I firmly believe that we will have a chance to cooperate, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Prince Adnan raised his glass with a smile and clinked it with Su Pinggan's glass. They both drank it in one gulp with obvious smiles on their faces. Hughes had been keeping an eye on Su Pinggan. He saw Su Pinggan and Prince Adnan whispering to each other and then clinking their glasses with a smile on their faces. It was obvious that the two had reached a deal. Su Pinggan should not be underestimated. Hughes turned his head and looked at Leonardo, and found that Leonardo was also looking at him. They both smiled bitterly, and Leonardo was also keeping an eye on Su Pinggan. Su, I wonder if you have done any research on hydrogen engines used in aircraft, Mr. Norton, chairman of Airbus Group, put down his glass and looked at Su Pinggan and asked. This is true, Mr. Norton is interested, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Of course, being able to reduce the operating cost of aircraft has always been our pursuit. Hydrogen is much cheaper than aviation fuel, so of course I am interested, Norton admitted directly. To be honest, I want to buy an aircraft company myself for fun. This new type of aircraft can definitely reduce fuel costs by 50%, and I really don't want to authorize it to others, Su Pinggan said directly, and many people were surprised. Reduce by 50%, is that a mistake? If this is true, Su Pinggan is planning to subvert the aircraft manufacturing industry in one fell swoop. By then, Airbus and Boeing will definitely not escape the fate of bankruptcy. Su, you are a good friend of our president, Mr. L. Can you bear to see L suffer for hundreds of thousands of workers who lost their jobs? Norton said this in a hurry. Airbus had already conducted a comprehensive analysis on whether Apocalypse Group was researching hydrogen engines for aircraft. The answer was definitely yes, because Apocalypse Group hired many engine experts who knew nothing about research and development. It was very likely that it was hydrogen engines for aircraft. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.